our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-0 pitch, swung on a ground ball over the mound, backhanded by Geloff. He throws home, and it's way late, and the Rangers take the lead. And Geloff's play should have been to first to at least get an out, but they got nobody, and there are runners at first and third, and it's 4-3 Texas.
And that is how we start the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean, Sharif, RJ, Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back as the Rangers use some small ball to take game one in Oakland. Finally, lacking the multi-home run game, but they still get the 5-3 win, and the lead is now 3 in the American League West.
Yeah, it is. And you know, they went small ball, and a lot of times, you know, people poo-poo that today, myself included. But in the 8th inning and the 9th inning, when there's a man on second, you actually increase your odds by 0.68% by bunting a guy over to third.
I know, a bunt from Z.
Yeah, never bunt before the 8th inning in a tie game, ever. If you do that, fireable offense. They tried.
Game 7 of the World Series, I'm doing it every inning.
Well, you're an idiot.
Oh.
That's okay.
Every inning.
Every inning. He would have. You know, this is Peyton. No, this is Peyton. He thought the scorpion comes through doors, but we don't know. So, yeah, it could. You never know. Actually, from the door, not through it, from the door. So, yeah, it was absolutely the right move. And you know, it worked. Because you get the fielder's choice, then you get a sac fly, and all of a sudden you got a 2-run lead. And the back end of the bullpen.
Yes.
You know, like if you need to get 12 outs, it's tough. If you need to get 6, you know, I got confidence here.
Well, they got 9. Well, kind of.
Yeah.
Spores relieved Dunning and pitched the 7th. Then Chapman again in the 8th. And then Will Smith for his 21st save. The Rangers had hit multiple home runs in 6 straight games to start August. 17 total to match the longest such streak in franchise history. Dane Dunning retired the first 7 Athletics in order. And Corey Seager back. Good to see that this was legit. Just maintenance as they win their 7th game in a row. The streaks continue. The wild streaks continue. Josh Young, though, is going to undergo surgery after breaking his left thumb. So right now, they're throwing out 6 weeks as a timeline. Nathan Eovaldi threw 60 to 70 pitches from out to 100 feet. We had heard a positive update on Eovaldi yesterday as a morning show. And then Jonah Heim did some catching and took swings off the tee from the left side. Bochy said he's coming along nicely. So this is encouraging news on Eovaldi. This is encouraging news on Heim. If you can get those 2 back and wait about a month and a half for Josh Young, hopefully you are healthy for the postseason and the playoffs, and you get all these injuries out of your system.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. Now, the Young thing is not great. You know, if you're going to be out, 6 to 8 weeks, that's going to put you towards the end of the year. You know, Eovaldi, I still don't know what the hell's going on. You know, all of a sudden, it's a couple weeks here, a couple weeks there. Get him back, save his arm, save his innings, and get him back with 4 starts left. 5, you know what I mean? There's no rush. The beauty of the position that they're in is with a little bit of a cushion. Now, it's not a big cushion, and they've still got enough games with Houston to where that thing can evaporate a day. But the beauty of this is that they've got enough of a cushion for that and a playoff spot in general, so they don't need to rush Jonah back. They don't need to rush Eovaldi back. They don't need to rush any of these guys back. It'd be great to have them back tomorrow, but they don't need to push it.
GM Chris Young was on with the Fan yesterday, as he is every single week, and he was asked, how sure are you that Eovaldi is coming back at some point? You're not going to DeGrom us, right?
Yeah, Nate's trending the right direction. He had a little bit of arm discomfort there, and we think we've gotten ahead of it. It needed rest, and we've tried to give him ample rest, and he's feeling really, really good. And, we're slowly building back up. We're being responsible with it, but we have a high level of confidence that he's going to be back and back to his, mid-season form. But we won't get that if we're not taking this one step at a time, if we're not building it back up responsibly. So it's really important that we play this, as fast as we can, but as slow as we need to as well.
So there's CY. Slow playing it as the Rangers get the W. Max Scherzer is going to make his second start for the Rangers today, right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The lead is now 3 over the Armpit as they were idle last night. So the Rangers get the W. Suspensions coming in for the White Sox fight. And we have some Rugi Odor comparisons that Bobby thought back to. But it's going to be 6 games for Tim Anderson. Jose Ramirez is going to be suspended for 3 for the punch.
Man, the hits keep coming for Timmy, don't they? He drops the gloves. He gets dropped himself. He goes on social media and he makes himself look like an idiot. And then he gets double what Jose Ramirez gets in the suspension, 6 games to 3.
And there's a report that Yasmani Grandal slapped Tim Anderson in the White Sox clubhouse before the All-Star break.
Yeah, yep. There's another one. So,
Man.
Now listen, I think Tim got off easy here. They should have made him play every game for that sorry team. That's the punishment. Make him play because you know this dude's going to get plunked just about every time he takes the field. Every single time. He's so hated around the. A lot of guys don't like him around the sport. Some guys do. But those, I think the people who mostly like him are the 14-year-olds on TikTok. It's not the players in the game. Let him get drilled pitch after pitch and play for that sorry team. That should be the punishment. That should be it.
Someone doing a Tim Anderson giveaway?
Yes. So the minor league, one of the minor league teams, the Lake County Captains, it's a minor league team for the Guardians, is having a Jose Ramirez Appreciation Week. All fans named Tim will get a free ticket to sit down on the grass, I guess at the outfield. You wear your Ramirez jersey, and you get a free Bam Bam in the cargo hold. You get a home run punch derby and a punch-out competition in the 80s arcade. Those games where you swing and you punch, try to get the number to go up as high as you can. You get to see if you get the number to go up to 900.
I always get 900.
Do you?
No,
okay.
I don't. Not even close.
So they're going to have that little minor league baseball giveaway. Something they came up with out of nowhere.
2 interesting random comments from you this morning.
Yes.
Oh.
Trying to make your mark early? What's going on?
Yeah, before the sun goes up, I know it gets more intense on the show, so I might as well start off slow, build my way up.
That's when things get tense.
Yeah.
Okay. Chartwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We have another Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway. We got people getting cut, draft picks showing up at Cowboys camp, the Baltimore Orioles controversy that we will get into. We have the Fannies, which is the morning show training camp awards for the best and the worst in Oxnard. Joel Corey is going to join us, former agent, to talk about the Zach and Dak contract situations, and Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com at 9:20 here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for waking up with us. I feel like I finally reset with sleep.
Yeah?
Yeah, I had a little...
And then that game happened.
Yeah, that game happened. I had a little glasses scare yesterday. I told Amanda, I said, I might need glasses.
Oh, no.
I was sitting there cooking in the kitchen. Everything was fine. I sit down, and I'm looking at my computer. It's a little bit blurry. And I was like, okay, I've been coming in here for the last week, and my right eye is it's just not 1,000%. Now I hear my grandmother, my 100-year-old grandmother, in my head, stop staring at that TV, stop staring at that computer. And I was like, you know what? 40 years of just watching sports and staring at a computer screen nonstop for 12 years doing this job, maybe it has finally gotten me. Now, I got the hardcore nap in, and I was kind of fine after that. And I woke up this morning. Maybe I hit the perfect REM cycle, but the vision was a tiny bit blurry yesterday, and I did freak out a little bit.
So 2 things. 1, LASIK. And you maybe get a commercial.
Yeah.
2, this is all setting up perfectly. This is why you use dark mode on your phone.
Is this supposed to help with the eyes?
And use night shift. So if you go to your Apple,
yeah, let's talk. Let's have Apple communications here.
Click the little Apple
Talk.
Apple top left. Go up, scroll up that Apple in the top left.
Got it.
All right.
Yeah.
System settings.
System preferences.
Or system preferences.
Yes, that's old computers.
Yep. And then click displays.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then click on night shift.
Okay. This is what I'm doing.
And we'll also make your computer screen a little bit more yellow.
Okay.
All right, it'll help your eyes out a little bit.
Now, it didn't change anything when I hit night shift. Will it do it when I sit there and we'll do it in the commercial break.
Yeah.
We'll work on it. And then I'm going to change it off the phone. Got to. We got a night shift on the television as well.
I don't know about.
Or lower the tint.
I don't know about.
All right, we have college movement everywhere. RJ Choppy's busting at the seams to talk about it, and we have kind of a Shannon Sharp replacement to talk about. We'll take you inside Cowboys practice with the decisions that are being made as well. The NFL Top 100 is going to make Bobby blow his big-ass head off. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up today.
Tolo Tuesday edition with Sean and RJ here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We'll take you inside the Star at 6 o'clock with everything that happened at practice yesterday. Where did Micah Parsons end up on the NFL Top 100? This could be the biggest butcher job that the players have ever done with this list. Bobby's going to blow his tank, blow his head off when he comes in here at 6 o'clock or later whenever we discuss it here on 105.3 The Fan. But Choppy, college football movement everywhere.
Everywhere. Where to even start? How about the fact that, it looks like that there is going to be a situation where Cal and Stanford are playing in the ACC. That's the next one. It's never going to end, is it? It's really never going to end. We are having situations and reports that Oregon State and Washington State are being courted by the American. How the Pac-12 and the Mountain West are just going to merge. Could you imagine Cal and Stanford? Could you imagine Stanford being in the same conference with San Jose State and Wyoming? Like the people at Stanford, the student athletes, having to travel to Laramie, Wyoming, that's something they didn't have on their bingo card. Like that for sure, right? Like that's not something that they would have thought of.
Right.
So that's like where kind of the latest is. Now, a lot of the coaches are speaking out against this. A lot of the coaches that are in the sports are speaking out against why they're realigning. Are they doing it the right way? To the point that Rick Pitino, who's at St. John's doesn't even have a Division I football program. And he is like, why don't football just break away?
Why don't football just break away?
Yeah, I don't think he said it exactly like that. That's not proper English. But he said, why doesn't football just break away? Why doesn't football just start their own thing? Which Muffet McGraw, former legendary coach of the women's game, said, which Eli Drinkwitz, who is the coach of Missouri, said, why doesn't football just break away?
I thought the SEC was already going to do that.
Basically, they kind of are. But, if football breaks away, it makes much more sense. Stanford and Cal are two of the biggest Olympic sports schools in the country. And one of the real big kind of, problems with this is that Olympic sports are going to be going away in a lot of these programs because they can't afford the travel. So now that's going to hurt the U.S. Olympic team. Swimming, diving, fencing, whatever team it is, it's going to hurt that. So the push now is for football to break away. You can do all your realignment that you want. It's easy for USC to travel to Columbus, Ohio on a Saturday. But it's not easy for the track and field team to travel on a Tuesday and then fly commercial home because they fly commercial. The football team flies private. The other sports, the softball team, they fly largely commercial. So now they're going to be trying to get back to class for 8 a.m. class the next day on a Wednesday, flying back commercial. It's just going to be more difficult for them. They're citing mental health. One of the biggest factors of mental health is lack of sleep. One of the biggest factors of mental health issues.
So the Seattle Seahawks can cite this now for flying cross country all the time?
Yes, they can.
Okay.
They absolutely can. But it's only a 4-hour flight, according to Brad Sham.
Does mental health fall into the sleep deprivation, exhausted category?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know about that one. But, if it makes sense, like if sleep causes mental health issues, then if you have a lack of, if you have poor mental health, that sleep deprivation may be because of that. Who knows?
Richard Sherman is hopping on Skip Bayless's show as they continue to try and copy First Take with Stephen A. Smith. So Lil Wayne is going to come in for a segment on Fridays, and now Richard Sherman is going to come in for
Please work with me.
Please work with me.
So about 100 episodes a year, right? And that's which I get and I like it. I think that's better, in a way than every day, a monotonous every day.
Well, you got to make sure he would be able to hold his own with the NBA.
Right.
So then they bring in an NBA presence after football season.
Yeah, that's kind of modeling what Stephen A. did.
Yes.
With First Take. Now he was a different guy every day, but they have a lot of the same guys on. Like you'll have Orlovsky will pop on couple times a week. Russo's usually just 1 day a week. Irvin was just 1 day a week. But yeah, a lot of these other guys will be kind of rotated in and out.
And they'll have some explosions. Richard Sherman will get hype and yell and scream. And he will be able to talk football. I mean, if you listen to him break down stuff with his podcast and different video segments, he is able to do it. Now who are they going to get for it the rest of the time?
Yeah, and one thing about Shannon is Shannon was kind of likable. Richard Sherman's not. I just don't see it. If Shannon was like a lovable guy, Richard Sherman's like, he's the guy that's like smart, knows it, and lets you know it. And he tells you how smart he is.
Stanford.
Yeah, and that's just like, man, I just hate that. Like I like people who are dumb like me. That's what I like. I don't like Skip's too smart. Skip lets you know he's smart. Oh, what to Vandy? Ooh.
They have apparently found the airplane girl, the one that everyone was trying to identify, seeing things in the back of that plane. Was that flying out of Dallas?
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was flying out of DFW to Orlando.
Back there is not real.
Good job with the drop. And it took a long time to identify her.
It took like almost well over a month.
Yeah.
All right.
That never happens in today's world.
Yeah, well over a month that nobody knew who this girl was. So this is Tiffany Gomez.
Tiffany Gomez.
Gomas. So she is the one that was on that flight. Well, apparently she lives in DFW and she is an executive. She owns her own company. Yeah, this happened like July 2nd. So she owns her own company. She is a, quote, watchable young leader when she was served as vice president of a marketing company and then founded her own firm. It says that she lives in a $2 million house.
Whoa.
And that is what I'm calling BS on. She does not live in a $2 million house. How do I know that? Because she was in like row 30. People who live in $2 million houses don't sit in row 30. All right? At the very least, they've got main cabin extra. They're in the first 10 rows. Not a chance in hell that this girl has a $2 million house and is sitting way back there with the that's where they put the kids who scream in the back of the plane. That's the old smoking section.
Richard Hamilton's kids. Not everyone that has like $1 million probably flies first class all the time. That's how you run out of $1 million.
You have to fly first class, okay? But you got to get at least the preferred seats. If I had $1 million, I am getting those extra 6 inches everywhere. I know Bobby wants extra 6 inches all the time. I'm doing that every single time. Those little orange-colored seats on the mat. I'm getting those extra $41 seats every time. Or at least, an exit row.
Very attractive young woman.
She is.
Very attractive. Looks like her Instagram is locked up.
Yep.
And all private. So I don't know the other social media places to find her.
Yes. So she has a LinkedIn. She's from Chi Omega sorority.
Oh, yeah.
Another reason I know. She went to Oklahoma State. That's another reason I know that she's not living in a $2 million house. Oh, if you went to Oklahoma, yeah.
Wow, shots fired.
Wow. What's that mean?
Our boy Chris Navarre, Big Oak State guy.
Oh, that was
just
towards
shot
one
at
person.
No, absolutely.
877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line. What are you doing in here early? So what do we owe this?
I don't know that it's that early. It's like 2 minutes early.
Well, you were in here like 5 minutes early.
I know. I was up having cereal last night, and so
Oh, gosh.
my sleep cycle just balanced out that way.
Nice. Did you bring in a camera or something?
I brought in a ring light. I have to record with John Machota. I don't know if we've announced it yet, but there's stuff coming for the website that I've got to work on.
Wow, a deal with The Athletic. Who would have thunk it?
Spectrum TV, The Athletic. Who knows what's next? Maybe First Take 20 days a year.
The new Mike Fisher.
That's right.
Headlines at 7. Another Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway when we go commercial free. But the Cowboys have released their first official depth chart. Somebody got cut, and one of the draft picks is making his debut inside the Star on the home of America's team next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is not fist pump time yet,
Pump
Bobby.
day.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy on your home of America's team. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We'll go on the field in a second, but first let's get to some moves. The Cowboys released kicker Tristan Vizcaino yesterday. Mike McCarthy, we're always open to possibly adding a veteran, but I'm excited about our young guy, and that would be Brandon Aubrey. When asked about the possibility of adding a veteran kicker, McCarthy again, we are always open for business, and Jerry Jones gave the classic confidence that he usually does in this type of situation. We feel very, very good, but Bobby, apparently the weekend cost Tristan his job here for now.
Which is funny because it's not like Brandon Aubrey's great, but or has been great throughout this camp. In fact,
He started out hot yesterday, according to John Machota, but missed 2 of his last 3. So overall, he finished 7 of 9.
Brian and I were talking about this on Sunday night when we were talking about the kicker situation. Is Brian was like, I think while we were out there, Vizcaino was better. And I was like, yeah, but they like Aubrey more. And so they're very much in a situation that they were in last year, which was they gave Jonathan Garibay every single chance to screw that job up. And he did. He took every chance. He was kicking the ball to San Jose every opportunity he got. And when you take that they loved him, and yet Hyrule, who was the more consistent one maybe throughout camp, had a bad day or two, then it was easy for them to wave goodbye to both.
Reference.
Yeah, not Daniel Powder, different one. So I still think their kicker's not on the roster. They had a lean towards Aubrey, but Aubrey has struggled throughout this time, and I don't think you can confidently go into the season saying Brandon Aubrey's our guy.
So if one guy is performing better, but they like the other guy better, then is that doesn't that give a complete in one ear, out the other to the term open competition?
Well, to be fair, we had a couple different practices since we've been out in Oxnard. So, and since then, apparently the word has been that Aubrey's been better. He's not been great, but apparently Vizcaino completely melted down. So there was that. I mean, you heard Nick Eatman yesterday tell us. He said he's surprised they didn't bring a kicker into workout Sunday after how bad both guys were. But they've got a lean, a favorability that, man, when coaches like you, when there's a coach that likes you, as Brian always calls it, your sponsor. When you have a sponsor in the building, it's really hard to overcome that in a competition if you're the other guy. And Fossil and the team seem to have a lean towards Aubrey. Now, has Aubrey done well enough to hold off somebody who could come in here, work out, and completely outperform him? Doesn't look like it yet. But, I mean, they also haven't brought in any veteran competition. By this time last year, they had already brought Maher in. And they haven't done that yet. And there's not a lot of great options out there.
All systems go for Bobby's boy, Luke Schoonmaker.
Schoon!
The team plans to activate him. The second-round pick is coming off the non-football injury list. Mike McCarthy talking about the workload for the rookie.
Well, I think like any of these situations, I mean, ramp up is part of the beginning camp for a reason. So anytime a player comes off of NFI or PUP, so, we will put him through, the workload capacity of a ramp up. So with that, you'll see him in the individual drills. And so he'll have a detailed worksheet each and every day just to get him back. So he obviously won't be full go.
Yeah, this is the same situation essentially that they ran into last year with Jalen Tolbert, which is a little concerning, but Tolbert came in, got slowed by injury almost right out of the gate. He was dealing with a calf injury. It wasn't a foot, it was a calf injury, but it set him back. And by the time he was out there ready to practice, the team felt like, okay, he's really far behind. And so the fact that he's only just now getting out there, he basically had one practice during OTAs. The fact that he's just getting out there now, there is going to be a slow ramp-up period, but this is the guy I was most excited about out of their picks. This is the guy that I thought had the opportunity to get to achieve a really high ceiling relative to his position. And honestly, I don't know how you guys felt while we were out in Oxnard. the tight ends felt kind of anonymous to me.
Yeah.
Like I was
Except for Jake Ferguson sitting down with us.
I mean, he was a great interview. I wish he could channel some of those skills to the football field.
Ooh,
I'm just kidding. It was a joke. He was very nice, and he would appreciate that joke because we're best friends now. But it was something where when you watch it, it's like, where are the plays these guys are making? Like even, with as good as the DBs were, the receivers still had their moments or still had their plays. It felt like Hendershot especially felt really anonymous for a lot of the time that we were there. Ferguson didn't do much.
Seeing it.
That's exactly my point. And Schoonmaker is a guy who I think has the opportunity to, if he gets settled in this offense, picks things up relatively quickly, he has a chance to be your best tight end by the middle of the season.
Oh.
Now, where was he on your tight end ranking board when we were trying to stack all of them?
He was third, I believe.
Okay. Higher up than most people had him.
Yeah, he was. A lot of people had, an aggressive reaction to when he got picked. But I mean, Lance Zierlein at NFL.com, for instance, had him second as his number 2 tight end. A lot of teams across the league really liked him. He is an NFL ready blocker. He is already that. And I know, Chop, you don't love to hear the whole blocking aspect, but I'm just saying that part of his game, he is elite at, and he's going to be above average in terms of as an NFL blocker right away. And then it's just, he wasn't asked to do a lot in the receiving game at Michigan, but you see the clues on tape. Brett Maxey, the area scout, had talked to us about it at DallasCowboys.com, that you found all these context clues that you were then able to couple with, the scheme and the, athletic testing and put together a full picture that says, no, he can do these things, these vertical threat things that we would like to see a tight end do. We believe he can do these things.
Yeah, I mean, I love blocking. I don't think that's a problem at all. I just don't want that to be his primary thing. The only thing he can do. That's where you lose the tight end position. Is such a great advantage.
And that's the biggest problem, is that it's not all he can do. I think there's a belief among the fan base because of what he was asked to do at Michigan that that's all he can do. And so I understand if that was all he could do, I could understand how people would be frustrated that's what you picked in the second round. But the Cowboys have a bigger vision for him than just that.
Jerry was asked for a Zack Martin update. Have you made any progress? Quote, not really. Surprise is really not the word there. It's very costly. That's just where we are. There are huge, significant ramifications happening here by anybody's measure financially. That's the second time he said that. He's really trying to hammer down. We put this in the CBA, and Zach is getting worked for over $500,000 at this point. Jerry continues, so you got to realize that not having him here, it could happen via injury on the next play. You got to put that one on and say you just move on here without him. You say that sounds like a concern? No, I'm just trying to give you how you really have to look at it. So that is Jerry remaining really steadfast and hardcore in a Zack Martin approach.
Man, every single time he speaks, he seems to have no difference. He will talk in circles sometimes, other things. He's been pretty lockstep with this when it comes to Zach's contract and what they're going to do.
Yes. And word was spreading throughout camp that they can win without him. That they've won without Tyre and they can win without Zach. Okay.
Well, word was spreading, but visuals weren't.
Visuals weren't at practice. Jerry on who he is excited to watch most in the Cowboys preseason opener on Saturday right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mozzie Smith, Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, and Cooper Rush. I hope Brandon Cooks is not playing a ton in this game. But Mozzie, Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, Cooper Rush, anything jumping out from practice yesterday? I'm seeing Michael Gallup and Jalen Tolbert in some headlines, Roberto.
Yeah, I mean, from what we saw yesterday, some of the stuff that was out there, it was a solid day for the receivers. Like you said, the big thing there is that you're getting Luke Schoonmaker back. You're working him in. That's something that'll benefit them in the passing game. That's somebody who at the tight end position can have a big impact for them. It was apparently a good day for Deuce Vaughn as well, somebody who at this point I'm feeling pretty confident is going to make the roster. There was some question about, okay, how many running backs can you really keep? How many 5'6" guys can you really keep if Turpin's going to make this roster? But at this point, it does feel like Turpin's on the roster, Deuce Vaughn's on the roster. Obviously, game reps will change those things. But, I mean, there was a viral moment from over the weekend where Deuce Vaughn had to basically stand in and block Dante Fowler. Now, he got knocked back a few steps, but he stood in there, and it seemed almost stunned Dante Fowler that he wasn't able to knock him over. He, hit him and just kind of stopped for a sec, like, oh, wow, I thought that would have knocked him over. But Overall,
already a better blocker than Zeke.
Yeah, that's what it. And already though, is something that he's out there affecting the way the team rushes in ways that you always knew he could. In terms of as a pass protector, he's not somebody who can stand in and block, but being somebody who's in the backfield and the threat he is receiving, motioning him out, it does take away guys from the box that can't commit then to rushing the pass.
Have we transitioned? When is the transition coming, if at all, from cute little draft story to this guy is going to make some plays? When do we start to believe that? You believe it yet? More belief in Deuce Vaughn or Kavontae Turpin affecting the offense this year?
Oh, that's a good question. Probably Turpin, just because Deuce Vaughn is going to be, I think, especially in this rookie year, be used in very particular packages, whereas I think it's looking more and more like they're going to try and work in Kavontae Turpin a little bit more moderately. So that alone, he's going to have that ability. The fact that if Turpin makes this roster, Turpin's probably still returning the majority of the kicks. Deuce Vaughn, if Turpin wasn't staying, that would have been Vaughn's role. So that's going to be an impact right there. But I think when you see in these preseason games, he will have highlight reel moments where he's going to make, that'll be whatever viral moment we're going to get out of preseason. One of these games, he is going to make somebody look absolutely silly because it's what he does. That's his whole skill set, is the shiftiness, the quickness. It's not the long speed. It's obviously not the size, but the quickness, the ability to catch the football, the ability to make plays in space. That's going to be the viral moment against the Jaguars or whoever else in one of these games, is when he just makes a defender fall over, which he did a few different times at camp. As soon as that starts and people see it in live game reps, I think everybody's going to be believers in his skill set.
Do they really still care about height the way they used to?
They always have been. They have drafted at the very highest scale of height for running back. And I know that sounds silly. A lot of people are like, when they hear that, are just like, that sounds a little fluky. But I mean, it was consistently for about 15 years. They drafted several running backs and all of them were 6 feet tall or taller. And that's not a common height at the position, but not as much anymore. It doesn't seem like it's as big a deal for them.
And then, Chop, you were noticing Eagles practice yesterday. They were rolling out deep.
Wow. This was pretty telling. There were they say over 50,000 fans showed up to this open practice. Looked like it was, I think they're undercutting it a little bit because, I mean, the entire lower bowl and the mezzanine was full. And then you had...
Undercutting it.
Yeah, I think it was probably closer to 60 plus.
Wow.
It was a lot. Whatever it was a ton of people that showed up. And, I hope they go home disappointed. You don't win this division back-to-back years. It's been 20 years since somebody has. And that was the Eagles in 2004.
And then Carson Wentz, former Eagle quarterback, was apparently going in the scrap drawer.
Yes, he hit his own junk drawer there.
Yeah.
He had on Colts shorts, a Commanders or football team jersey, practice jersey, yellow one, and then an Eagles helmet to practice in. I don't know if he was wearing his college shoes, was North Dakota State shoes or whatever.
Yeah.
South Dakota State, whatever it was.
North Dakota State, that ugly green or yellow or whatever it is.
What's he waiting for? Someone to get hurt?
Yeah, basically.
I guess so. He and Zeke slow playing the same thing. But,
He's the best.
He's the best.
Am I the only one who just every time I see Carson Wentz, even though he's played for the Eagles and he's played for the Commanders, I just feel bad for the guy. No. I'm like, I do. Because there's nothing about him that I think is...
I sports hate him.
Really?
He's his own worst enemy. He really is. He's got all the tools. He's got all the size. And he's a fraud. Choppy always calls out some religious frauds in sports. Carson Wentz is a fraud because I think he's just impossible behind the scenes. I think he's impossible to coach. He refuses to change his own playing style. He's his own worst enemy. And he made me look really bad with the Dak argument. So I really hate him.
I think his injury hurt him a lot.
What do you feel... sorry for?
Just in general, the mockery that exists for the guy, that I don't think he's brought on the mockery. Like he gets hammered pretty hard. And I mean, this was a guy who was on the way to being the MVP of the NFL before he got hurt that year. But so I'm curious then, who would you root harder against, Carson Wentz or Derek Carr?
Oh, Carson Wentz.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I believe Derek Carr is a good person. He's just a drama queen. No, it's like I tell my son all the time. You're so dramatic. What do you know?
He's 2.
Just sob story. He's 3 now.
Oh, okay.
Makes it worse. Makes it much worse.
That's why Kristen won't let me have another baby. She's worried I'll talk to a 3-year-old. If we have a 3-year-old boy, I'll be like, suck it up. Stop it.
Inside the Star, here on your home of America's team, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. The Rangers extend the lead in the American League West, and the Orioles suspension that the entire sports world is talking about. We'll play you the audio, see if any of it was deserved. Next.
The K&C Masterpieces on deck at 10, followed by Afternoons with G-Bag Nation. Join the list of all-day Tolos right here on The Fan and the Odyssey
833-30-33 or to go to truckwreck.com.
Here's the pitch, and that's hit high and deep to left center field by Mitch. Bodea's going back, and he leaps and drops the ball at the wall. When his glove hit the wall, the ball came out. 1 run is home, and 2 runs are home, and Mitch Garver stands at second base. RBIs 25 and 26, and this is now a 1-run game, 3-2 Oakland.
Eric Nadell with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. The Rangers come back and get the W in Oakland to start off this series. The Athletics have 81 losses on the season.
Man, one more, and they can't be 500, baby. Look at that. One more loss. Give them one more. They have to win out. Imagine that, having been sitting here on August 7th or whatever.
17-40 at home.
Could you imagine having a win out in the early August just to get to 500?
We get 2 milestones, so that'll ruin 500 if the Rangers win the next game. That'll also equal the Rangers' win total from all of last season.
Wow.
Pay. Looking on pace.
Watch out.
To be the right one.
Mid-September, here we go, baby.
Dane Dunning got the start. Bullpen with Spores, Chapman, and Will Smith getting the job done, and the Rangers didn't even have to hit a home run in order to get the W. Corey Seager returning to the lineup with the maintenance issues. The unfortunate news is Josh Young undergoing surgery this week after breaking the left thumb. Right now, it's projected to be about 6 weeks. Jonah Heim and Nathan Eovaldi are ramping back up. Chris Young yesterday was right here on 105.3 The Fan. We get the GM and the manager every single week throughout the baseball season. Frustrating with how many injuries you guys have had to deal with this year?
That's a great question. I really haven't focused on it. I think the beauty of our group has been that it's kind of a next man up mentality, that we really don't lose sleep over these types of injuries. They stink. They're a part of the game, but nobody feels sorry for us, so we can't feel sorry for ourselves. And my hope is that we're timing them correctly, that we'll get all these guys back at a great time in the season, and we'll finish strong with all our players healthy and rested as well. That is the beauty of getting injured at times, is that you miss some time and your body recovers, you feel refreshed, rejuvenated, and it could work to our benefit as well.
I mean, look, guys coming off the injured list, this time of year, especially if you haven't had them for a while, and the Rangers have had most of these guys. But if you haven't had them for a while, like, the Angels haven't had Trout, or, Houston was without Yordan for a while. They were without Altuve for a while. So
Valdez.
Javier.
Right?
Javier. Fromber was pitching the whole time. It was, one of the other guys. Anyway, but you get without these guys, all of a sudden they come back. And it's like, okay, it's like a second trade deadline. And you can look at it like that from that perspective with, Jonah Heim or Eovaldi. Eovaldi comes back in a couple of weeks, and all of a sudden it's like, they don't have that August 31st waiver deadline anymore. Mm-hmm. They got rid of that. Well, now this is like a secondary part of that. Like, okay, you've been dealing without these players for X amount of weeks. All of a sudden, August 25th rolls around. Oh, look, there's Nathan Eovaldi. Oh, look, there's Jonah Heim.
And that's all great. The only thing is, it feels like we've spent the last, 8 to 12 weeks talking about somebody at any given moment like this. That, you're going to get that guy back because his 8-week injury will be over soon. Mm-hmm. And, eventually, DeGrom will be back, or, Corey Seager will be back eventually, or Heim or Young. It feels like as soon as they're about to get healthy, there's always somebody that goes down.
Yes.
And that's the frustrating part.
So last night they get the W. Game 2 tonight, same time, with Max Scherzer making his second Rangers start.
Yeah, it was Urquidy for Houston who just came back. That was the guy. And then, you get to see Scherzer again and see, how, he fares. And look, he is getting the benefit of, 2 really bad teams for his first starts.
Yeah.
You get Chicago, and then you get Oakland. And that's good. I mean, let him get his feet wet against teams that are bad. You don't get that pressure on you. It'd be really tough for a guy, I can only imagine, coming over to a first place team from a team that's not going anywhere, and all of a sudden you lose your first 2 starts.
The lead is 3 in the West over the Armpit. It's 6.5 over the Mariners. The Angels have lost 7 straight after deciding to keep Ohtani. And there are the Athletics with 32 wins. So 3-game lead in the West. Minnesota's up 5.5 on the Guardians in the Central. The Orioles are up 3 games over Tampa in the East.
And I mentioned it to you guys during the break. I was looking at it, that was the first sacrifice bunt of Ezekiel Duran's career. And maybe we want to go back and look even closer, that from rookie ball up through single A, double A, triple A, up through the majors, 2,030 plate appearances between all those levels. That was his first sacrifice bunt. He'd never done it in the minors in 5 years.
They just don't. They don't put any emphasis on it anymore. They don't teach it. And it shows. Like, it shows a lot of these guys trying to lay down bunts. I mean, not on him, specifically, but anybody. And that's why when people ask, why don't you just bunt? Why don't you beat the ship by bunting? Well, guys, dude hasn't bunted in 2,000 plate appearances. You want him to try to do something he's not accustomed to doing? Like, that's going to be it's going to be very, very difficult for him to do. But in that situation, 8th inning tie game, that's the right call.
It is an art form. Bunting. It isn't. It does feel a lot of times like people are just like, just bunt. Like, what's the big deal? Like, that is an art form. It's difficult to be a good one.
Speaking of the Baltimore Orioles, this is the story that took over the entire sport and maybe even the sports world. Kevin Brown, young broadcaster,
that one
apparently got suspended by the Orioles organization for doing this in his pregame open against the Rays.
This has been maybe the toughest ballpark to play in, but the Orioles have a chance to do something special today. They've already clinched at least a split in the series, winning 2 of the first 3, and they could pick up a series win behind Tyler Wells today. It's been a minute. The Orioles split a 2-gamer with the Rays in June. They had lost their last 15 series here at Tropicana Field. You have to go back to when our now colleague Brad Brock picked up the win in the series finale, June 25th, 2017, the last time the Orioles won a series here at St. Pete. Already got 3-2 at the Trop this year after winning 3 of 18 the previous 3 years combined. It is a stark difference, Ben, and it is not a bad Rays team. It's not like all of a sudden the Rays became slouches in the American League East. They've led this division every day, but now 2, and the Orioles once again are back alone in first place.
That was it. Now, these days, before reacting on Twitter, I had to go listen a second time because you never know.
Yeah, you never know.
What did he say? What did he reference? What's somebody getting worked up about?
Where's the racist comment hidden in the language somewhere that we may have missed?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's a synonym for Ray? I don't know what's going on. Did he say Devil Ray? I don't know. So I went back and listened again, and I was like the rest of the world, really confused. And according to Awful Announcing, he has been off the airwaves since July 23rd, calling that series against Tampa. Okay? We're getting a couple weeks away from a month-long absence. He shifted to radio for a series against the Phillies after that, and then has been off the air entirely since that series, July 26th conclusion. So that's 15 days as of this article that Kevin Brown, the Orioles announcer, has been suspended from the team, and nobody can figure out why.
I cannot figure out why.
I'm dumbfounded.
My only thought is that he brought up a negative point about the Orioles in which that they have not been. By the way, breaking news. Prior to this year, the Baltimore Orioles have not been very good. All right?
You're kidding.
In a related story, Tampa Bay has. And now it is not normal for you to go 16 straight series in one spot without winning a series.
Yeah.
The Minnesota Twins, they have this long, weird history of never winning series at Yankee Stadium. They've never fired an announcer because of that. And believe me, it gets brought up all the time. This is very, very odd.
This tugs again at my childhood heartstrings. Growing up around Dan Snyder and Peter Angelos.
Ugh.
And Peter Angelos, and then the Lerner family in D.C. wasn't that much better. And you grow up around these 3 teams. Man, the Orioles fan base was much like the Redskins one. That's what I grew up with. Camden Yards, Cal Ripken coming off Eddie Murray and Cal's father. And we were reminiscing when Billy hopped on the other day from the MLB Network, and Robbie Alomar and Chris Hoyles and all my Orioles growing up and listening to the great John Miller. And then the baseball version of Dan Snyder, Peter Angelo, sucked the life out of Charm City, Baltimore's nickname. It just sucked the life out of that entire town. Baltimore's a great, great sports town. The Orioles have a phenomenal fan base. They had the stadium that everybody was talking about. You wanted to go to Camden Yards. You wanted to go and sit there and see the warehouse and eat Boog's barbecue and all these things that were nostalgic for me. And this guy, the baseball devil, I always refer to him as, he went and did stuff like this. Like this. And the Angelos family is still in charge, and it's the baseball version of Dan Snyder. And the baseball world seemed to unite yesterday. I don't know whether they're on a big group text. I don't know whether words spread, but on the Rangers broadcast, Michael Kay, the Yankee announcer, and it started here with the Mets play-by-play, everyone decided to band together and support this young broadcaster against the O's.
During a recent game at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Kevin, during his opening, talked about how the Orioles had trouble winning in the past at Tropicana Field, but that they were doing better this year. That was really all he said. And for that, the Baltimore Orioles management decided to suspend Kevin Brown. Let me just say one thing to Baltimore Orioles management. You draped yourself in humiliation when you fired John Miller, and you're doing it again. And if you don't want Kevin Brown, there are 29 other teams who do. Horrendous decision by the Orioles. I don't know what they were thinking. They've gotten exactly the reaction that they deserve. And it's just a shame because the Orioles are playing so well, and now they've diverted attention from that.
Yes.
We
gave away John Miller to the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, I always wondered why he left.
God, my favorite John Miller. Listen to the games at night. He was my Eric Nadel, and those morons kicked him out of town.
We get it. We don't get it a lot, but there is occasionally you'll get people who will say, "Oh, Jerry just tells y'all what to say." No, this is what telling you what to say looks like.
Yes,
this is what stepping out of line looks like, and for all of their faults. The Cowboys front office and everything else, the one area where they deserve a ton of credit is they have thick skin. You can say whatever you want, and they will shoulder it.
Headlines at 7, Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. But let's see if Bobby Belt destroys the studio after the NFL Top 100. Where did Micah end up, and who are the 10 best players in the National Football League, according to those on the field? The final list is next. But
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The list that the players vote on, the NFL Top 100 on the NFL Network, unveiled their final 10. What Cowboys made this list overall? Do you remember who said what about this list out in Oxnard at training camp?
Yes. Did CeeDee Lamb say this is the one he wants to be on more?
He cared more about this than his Madden rating. Jake Ferguson, I believe, admitted, he's like, I don't really watch or care about the National Football League.
Yep. Yeah, and Stephon Gilmore he flat out said it. He was like, yeah, I would care about the list more if I trusted like players watched more film.
We still don't care.
Where he's like, yeah, if they watch film, I care then. But no, Stephon Gilmore basically said he didn't care about the list, said he didn't vote on it. CD said he didn't vote on it.
Yeah.
Well, and I always wonder this, like, let's take Micah, for example. Micah's watching the offense of the team they're playing that week. Is he watching that other team's corners? Probably not.
Micah,
he might.
Bad example.
Who knows?
Yeah.
But, just in general.
Yes.
Is a defensive player
no
watching the other team's defense are playing that week? And the answer is probably no, unless they're doing some major overscoping film session of, hey, watch this.
The one benefit they do have is they do sit in these meetings and hear their coaches talk about the opposing team all the time. So they will hear, even if they didn't watch Tyreek Hill, for instance, they're hearing all week from their coaches about what Tyreek Hill does well and like this is the best guy in the league. And so that also influences a lot of their opinion.
So here are the Cowboys players. Kevin Gray did a nice job of putting this together on Twitter. Cowboys players for the 2023 list. At number 99, DeMarcus Lawrence. At number 68, Zack Martin. At number 60, Trayvon Diggs. At number 56, Dak Prescott.
Too low.
At number 55, Tony Pollard. So Tony Pollard is better at what he does than Dak, Diggs, Zach, and Tank.
False.
At number 34, CeeDee Lamb. And coming in the top 10, and this is what he said during his interview, he'd be happy with the top 10. Number 9 is Micah Parsons. Parsons, reaction to getting this high on the list. Saquon Barkley, like two other guys, voted Micah number 1 in the entire league. Lane Johnson called him a bobcat. He said it's like trying to get your hands on a cat. He had that 4.3 speed coming out of college. He knows how to dip. He's around 6'2". He plays really low. You combine that athleticism with the motor he's had, it creates a lot of problems. And Zack Martin is like, yeah, I go up against him every day in practice. I just don't think there's anyone like him in the NFL. Micah, reaction to number 9.
Super happy. Definitely a little bit surprised, a little bit happy, but, to finally be up there with these legends is it's an extreme honor.
What are you surprised about? It's too low for you?
Nah, just like there's just so many great players across this league, and you just kind of never know how the numbers going to match up. Definitely not the way I wanted to finish the year. I think that's why we got this year.
That's right. We got this year. So for you, what are the goals, personal goals this year for this season?
Just to be outright number 1 player in the league, no matter position, player. I want to be number 1 on this list. I want to be number 1 in the league. I want to be an MVP caliber player, defensive player of the year caliber player, Super Bowl player. So anything, I want to hit the trifecta pretty much, like 1, 2, 3.
All right, let me give you the top 20. We'll go from bottom to the top. 20, Myles Garrett. 19, Kittle. Minkah Fitzpatrick, Max Crosby, Stephon Diggs, Fred Warner at 15. Trent Williams taking a little bit of a drop on this list, I feel like. At number 14, Devontae, Josh Jacobs shooting up the list.
Wow.
At number 12, off of 1 year, Aaron Donald taking a drop to number 11. And here's the top 10. Chris Jones over Aaron Donald. Nick Wright was right. Number 9.
Slow down.
Number 9, Micah. 8, Josh Allen. 7, Tyreek. 6, Joe Burrow. 5, Kelsey. 4, Nick Bosa. 3, Jalen Hurts.
Nope.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
Number 2, Justin Jefferson. And number 1, Old Patty from Texas Tech. So every other list out there has Mahomes, Burrow, Allen. This one has Jalen Hurts above Joe and Josh.
Yeah, I could put him ahead of Josh. I can make that argument. Can't argue he's ahead of Burrow. Can't argue he's ahead of Mahomes. If you base it off just last year, I could defend this all day. Just last year, he was worthy of the MVP last year. If you're just basing this off of 2022, you really can't argue this. You can't fight me. How about that? If it's based off of where you think he's going to be this year, that he's going to continue and have exactly the same year he had last year, no, you can't put him at 3.
There's so much to say.
All right, Dave Matthews, give it to me.
So Saquon Barkley voting Micah Parsons the number 1 overall player
Penn State
is an example. Well, there's the Penn State factor. It's also an example of these players generally vote on this list based off of.
And by the way, I would never take Hurts over Josh Allen. Real quick,
right? But you admit he had a better year last year.
I'm not gonna admit it. If you've taught me to go by QBR, he had a 71 compared to Jalen's 66. So that's what I look at first with QBR. Mahomes was a 77, Allen was a 71, and then Tua was a 68. So I have to go back and look at the game-by-game numbers.
Watch the tape. Have to go back, watch the film. I'll say this. If you swap Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts last year, and Jalen Hurts is in Buffalo and Josh Allen is in Philly, are we even talking about this as a competition? Like, Jalen Hurts is Jalen Hurts because of where he's at. Now, like, I still... It's amazing, like, how far we've come. For one of these receipt segments, I'm going to have to go back to last July when I was having to fight for Jalen Hurts as a legitimate NFL quarterback against everybody.
I never heard it.
You did. You were sitting right across from me. Had to fight me on it. But this is an example of players generally vote on this list off of who is just drives them nuts, who's difficult for them on the football field.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, his read option stuff, the things that he does, it's difficult for them. And so they get frustrated by it. Justin Jefferson getting number 2. It's nobody can cover him. So everybody feels like, unless Trayvon Diggs, nobody can cover him. And so you end up feeling like this is one of the most difficult guys in the league. But to have Jalen Hurts on any list, it's the only list in existence that has Jalen Hurts in the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL. It's the only one.
It is the only one. Top 10 quarterbacks in order, Choppy, from the players. Mahomes 1, Hurts 2, Burrow 3, Allen 4, Herbert 5, Cousins 6.
Yeah, they got the top 5 players, I think, right. The order is skewed.
Rodgers 7, Dak 8, Jared Goff 9, Lamar Jackson 10. Who would have ever thought a couple years ago we'd be talking about Jared Goff over Lamar Jackson on the top 100, and Lamar has been 1 on this list.
The players certainly wouldn't, because 3 years ago they voted him number 1, and that's why every year it's Zeke was number 4 on this list or
Didn't
something
I just say
a couple years ago.
Number 1?
No, I know. I'm saying that was just 3 years ago that he had that ranking, and so 3 years later, all of a sudden he's the 10th best quarterback. It's not even a top 10 player. This is so much by the ebbs and flows of where things are. And you got to remember, this was also voted on in late November, which is when Jalen Hurts was considered the runaway MVP. No question about it. He's the best player in the NFL right now. And so there's a little bit of context here. I don't get as offended by this one because I've seen the lists every year, and every year that's like, what are y'all doing?
It gets dumber. This is probably the dumbest one I've seen, in my opinion.
It's pretty bad.
And it kind of started with Pollard's ranking on the Cowboys compared to everyone else. I'm like, come on. Like, I get it. Excitement, explosive. He came on the show. All that fun. I'm like, okay, come on now. And then
Yeah.
you got the other number.
Every list has, players put in positions that, obviously we're going to argue with because it's your list. If I were to do a list, it'd probably look a lot different than Sean's or Bobby's or Peyton's. And, Sean's look a lot different than Bobby's. It just would because we have our own. Bobby would put Dak 3.
There are more running backs in the top 35, according to the players, than there are quarterbacks.
See, that's just stupid, and that's why you can't listen to
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, you're incapable of wrapping your brain around this. I remember this argument previously. It's not value. It's the better player at what they do. What the significance of what they do does not matter. It is their talent level and their skill at doing it.
Then Justin Tucker needs to be number one every year.
The kickers aren't counted.
Why?
Name me the 5 best running backs.
Why? Because they're not out there for tons of plays per game. They're not thought of in everyone's mind. So don't be technical jackass guy.
That's not technical.
Keep the kickers out of
guy.
it. You need to wrap your mind around who is the best at what they do. This is a list about craft.
Okay,
it's not value.
Give me the 5 best running backs
on the list.
No, just whatever.
Number 1 was Josh Jacobs. Number 2 was Austin Eckler, which is interesting. Number 3 was Derrick Henry. 4 Nick Chubb. 5 Saquon Barkley.
All right. So by saying that, you think that Jacobs, Eckler, Henry, Chubbs, and Saquon are better at what they do than Allen, Mahomes, Burrow, Hurts, Herbert?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. Bobby's point. That's not Bobby's point. Bobby's point is about value, and
right?
It's an irrelevant
point
to bring up.
It is irrelevant.
Yes,
but
hey, Bobby's not bringing up. Oh my gosh, these guys are thought of to be better than those. He's talking about his point was about the value.
Right. So, but the point is that if there are more running backs in the top 35, you said.
Yeah, there's 6.
And were those running backs listed higher than Allen?
No, they
and those other guys.
5 of them were listed higher than Herbert.
So all 5 of
those top
guys.
5 were all above Herbert. That's ridiculous to me.
What they're saying is that Jacobs, Eckler, Henry, Chubb, and Saquon are better at what they do than Justin Herbert.
Right.
Or
which I could maybe argue Henry, but I would disagree with that. But that's not his point.
And I agree with what you're saying.
Yes.
Like his point is flawed. Like you can't put value in here.
Yes.
That's a great point.
Of course, the top 10 of importance, top 15 would all be quarterbacks. Top 32 would all be quarterbacks.
Right, but the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL are generally going to be the 5 best players in the league. Generally. And then we're taking value out of it. If you're great at that position, you are great at something
Justin Herbert is not better than Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, or Micah Parsons at what he does.
Probably not.
And I could even take it to number 4, whoever people. Jalen Hurts, I would argue the same thing.
But are we
not better at what he does?
Are we in a golden era of running back talent, though? Like
No.
even that's what I mean. Like even 6 years ago when it was Le'Veon Bell and Melvin Gordon and Ezekiel Elliott, and these guys were really good. Todd Gurley. That's what I'm saying is that in this era, we are in a golden era right now of quarterback play that's developing. And for you to say that there are more, not you, I mean the players, to say that there are more running backs that are better in the league right now than there are quarterbacks in the top 35, that is ridiculous to me, regardless of positional value.
Cowboys are getting their draft pick on the field. They say goodbye to this kicker. Rangers get another win, and we got to tell you how to party with us with barbecue in DeSoto on Friday. Headlines, then a Rangers ticket giveaway next. But I always got to tell you how to make that job.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-1, and a ground ball hit to third. Trapped by Duran, but he throws to second in time for the out to end the ball game. Final play goes 5-4. The Rangers win the game 5-3. They have won 7 games in a row and extended their lead over the Astros to 3 games in the West.
There's the final call from Eric Nadell on your home for Rangers baseball. Did y'all stay up to watch another W? It pads the lead in the West to 3 right here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, on 105.3 The Fan.
All the way to the end of the game, and then about 30 minutes after, because I was on my phone. Just
on your phone 30 minutes after the game?
It was like 11:45, and I finally went to put the phone down.
Why?
Because I'm an idiot. I was going through, I'm going down this Amazon rainforest rabbit hole of late.
What were you watching on the plane on the way back? It looked.
It was so on History Channel they do this top 10. Manning does it. It's a top 10 cars, top 10 candies, top 10 stadiums.
Peyton Manning does it?
Yeah, he's at a History Channel thing.
He's like the Kobe Bryant Jr. in terms of production.
Everything, right? But there was, I looked, I was trying to find a movie. There was nothing available for those movies that even remotely interested me.
I watched Cheers.
Oh, yeah. So I was going down like series, and I went, documentaries. And then I saw top 10 stadiums. I was like, that could be kind of cool. And I was like, oh, wow, Manning is host of this thing. Okay, I guess I'm going down this rabbit hole. Big, and then they had the top 10, sports cars ever. Didn't care for that list. Didn't care for the top 10 stadiums list either. They had Comiskey Park, number 10. It's a big miss. They didn't have Wrigley Field on it. Now,
have you been to Wrigley?
I have not. I've been outside it. But I know people who have been. They're like, yeah, a little bit overrated. And I know people who have been that said it's the greatest thing ever. So what do I know?
Anyway, Rangers get the W.
They do. And 7 in a row now. That's the longest winning streak of the year. I think I heard Nadell last night say it's the longest winning streak since 2018. Ooh. So, I mean, it's been a minute, and they finally, it feels like, kind of settled into a rhythm a little bit, even with all the injuries. Now it helps when you're going up against Oakland and Miami and teams like this. But, the fact of the matter is you've got to beat the bad teams when they come across you. And right now they're doing that. They're running through everybody, and you'll worry about the Dodgers and the Astros and the Padres when those things come around.
And look, this did not play into their decision-making last night, but I do think it was big. In the 8th inning, they had first and second, nobody out. They bunt over to second and third, which in that situation is the right play. Normally bunting's not the right play, but there it is. But it's not just that. How many times do you see in today's game where you can't get that runner over from third, home from third, with less than 2 outs? You see it all the time. Why? Because a strikeout is such a big part of today's game. But you get a sac fly, you get a fielder's choice, whatever, and all of a sudden you got 2 runs across. That to me was huge. Because you're going to have to score runs like that in a postseason series to win those games. You're going to have to get, you're going to have to manufacture runs at some point. It's not a part of the regular game, 1 through 162. It is a part of the postseason game.
Future schedule. This is pad time. Not pad thai, pad time. San Francisco after this. The Giants are 11 over with Bochy's former team. The Angels are 2 under. They've lost 7 in a row. Milwaukee tops in the National League Central. And then Arizona is 1 over.
Okay, so here we go.
So National League stretch.
Read that again. Who do they have next?
San Fran.
Okay. The Houston has Baltimore on the road.
Angels.
Okay, then Houston has Angels after that.
Okay, Milwaukee.
Houston's got Miami on the road. And then Houston has Seattle and Boston at home.
Versus Arizona.
Okay,
for the Rangers.
Yeah, I mean, in Arizona, they've struggled. They have struggled quite a bit since the break. Then Houston also has at Detroit, at Boston. And they got the Yankees and then here. And then San Diego. So, tough stretch for Houston. This is pad time.
Headlines, your radio sports page here on 105.3 The Fan. Suspensions issued for the Guardians and White Sox fight. Tim Anderson got 6. Jose Ramirez suspended for 3. So Anderson got more for getting knocked out.
Yeah, he dropped the gloves. He started it. Right? He started it. He dropped the gloves. Down goes Anderson, and he not only gets that, and then he played last night because he's appealing the suspension. He got plunked.
Man, that's going to happen to him a lot, I think. He's getting up there, I think, for a lot of people across Major League Baseball as one of the most disliked players out there. And it's funny, you mentioned yesterday that, Middleton had the quote that they've got no locker leadership or no clubhouse rules or anything else. It's ridiculous. Lance Lynn was asked about it in follow-up and said, I was there longer than him. And, yeah, he's totally right. It's awful. Like he's like, he has no idea. It's so much worse than he even thinks. And like you see, they've been a little leaky since all this happened. But man, it's rough when you threw down the gloves, you asked for the fight, you get knocked out, and then they say you're getting twice as many games as Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, and he didn't get hit in the first at bat. That would be too obvious. It was the second at bat, which is like, yeah, that's on purpose.
What was the Odor suspension?
So Odor initially got 8 games, and it was reduced down to 7. Thank you, benevolent Major League Baseball. But the other thing that I was looking at when I went back and looked, I was like, okay, what did Bautista get? And I must have blacked it out in rage. He got a game? Bautista got a game for that? No.
What?
Sucker punch?
Yeah, he was sucker punched. He didn't put up his dukes.
He literally is.
What does that even mean, by the way?
He's cocking back.
Oh, simmer down.
Are you kidding me?
This is worse than your Dak arguments. This is
Homer?
Yeah. This is an argument in bad faith.
This is Homerish?
This is an argument in bad faith.
Did you think it was a sucker punch?
I gotta go back and
just
sucker punch.
He doesn't play here anymore. Nobody likes him. Just admit that it was a sucker punch.
What are you damn talking about?
Bautista was looking at him
and pulling his fist back.
He was not pulling his fist back.
Oh my gosh.
All right, let's get the replay.
I'm finding it right now.
Headlines, your radio sports page. Peyton, how do you rule on it? Was it a sucker punch?
No, it wasn't a sucker punch. They squared up and Odor rocked his ass.
They didn't square up. He got pushed. He came back.
His jaw's still at Globe Life Park.
Oh.
It's Choctaw Stadium, sir.
Choctaw Stadium.
I know Choctaw.
Okay, yeah, that's right. You're dominating all the casinos. All right, we got a Rangers-Brewers ticket giveaway.
Okay, look at this. He is cocking back his fist.
He's going like this.
Show it again.
As Odor's already thrown his punch.
No. Look back here.
Already thrown his punch.
That is a fist.
Hang on. He's like 80% of the way to Bautista's face before Bautista puts his
Okay,
fist
so
up.
I'm sorry, Rudnett Odor, that you've got fists of lightning. That's his fault.
And it's okay. I don't have a problem with it being a sucker punch. I'm a big fan of sucker punches. That's what that was.
I don't think it was a sucker punch.
If he didn't, if Bautista didn't have his dukes up, whatever the hell that means again, sucker punch. If you hit first and the other person has not already put their hands up, sucker punch.
Were they both engaging? Did Bautista know that a fight was coming? Then you can't punish him for the quicker reflexes. Can't punish him for the quicker reflexes. Now I'm going to sit here and watch this 10 more times, and I'm supposed to be reading the headlines. After the anniversary of Nolan Ventura. That a sucker punch by Nolan? Makes Spittle
absolutely
real
not.
happy.
It would have been a sucker punch by Ventura because he's the one that charged him. Nolan was just like, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm just sitting here. All right, you came at me. Robin Ventura sucker punched.
Let's head on out to Cowboys camp, where yesterday they got rid of a kicker. Bobby, who's saying bye-bye?
Tristan Vizcaino is gone after what was a really rough weekend for both kickers, but Brandon Aubrey's still here because the team likes him. The team thinks there's something there. Tristan Vizcaino has been here. He was the kicker that they brought in to compete with Maher the week of the San Francisco playoff game that they went, oh, okay, never mind. Maher's a better option here than what we've got with Vizcaino. So he's somebody who had been okay throughout the offseason program, was okay out at training camp. But it's Brandon Aubrey now that is the lead dog, at least for the moment, unless they go out and acquire a veteran.
Mike McCarthy, what now?
Tristan, obviously was with us at the end of last year. So, during the evaluation process, we felt that, it's an opportunity to give Brandon the majority of the reps. But, as far as another kicker competition, we're always open to that. It's not a set, but I'm excited about this, our young guy.
Why not look at a veteran? I mean, is it a money thing or?
No, that's all part of it. No, those conversations have been going on through, since the spring. So, it's, we're always open for business.
So there's Mike McCarthy. Same exact situation last year till Maher bailed him out.
Yeah, and look, they obviously didn't believe Maher was going to do what he did. Like, he would have been in here much earlier if they believed that he was going to be that kind of guy for them for the year. And so, but with that said, the issue here is that there's not any great options out there. It's all veterans who you feel like you know exactly who they are. And the unknowns, I feel like they've had come through here and work out, and it hasn't been anybody that they've been interested in. Aubrey was their guy. Aubrey is the Maher solution that they had last year, and it has not worked out to this point.
Is his boot as big?
No, but there's very few in the National Football League that have a stronger leg than Maher.
Meanwhile, Luke Schoonmaker off of the non-football injury list, so Bobby's favorite draft pick will be out there practicing. Anything on the depth chart that we need to know that they released yesterday?
No, I mean, there's some little things in there, like they've got, Josh Ball as the right guard behind Zack Martin, when in reality that's been Matt Farniak the whole time. Nothing too crazy. Dorrance Armstrong still listed as a starter over Sam Williams, Dante Fowler, guys like that. But in general, this is something that they just feel they have to fill out. And they will fill it out, and it's generally accurate, but they don't put nearly as much thought into this as some others do.
All right, Choppy, what's going on? World of college football.
Well, now the latest is that the ACC is having calls today to discuss bringing Cal and Stanford in, because nothing says Atlantic Coast quite like Cal and Stanford. But they are talking about that. The Mountain West is considering a merger with the Pac-12. There's 4 teams in the Pac-12 left: Stanford, Cal, Oregon State, and Washington State. Oregon State and Washington State, they really have no lifeline. Cal and Stanford at least have some cachet to them. Oregon State and Washington State, they've got no lifeline. They're going to be looking at teaming up with Boise and San Jose States of the world unless they could find a way into the Big 12. That's the next thing. The Arizona State athletic director said he ain't going into Morgantown. They're joining the Big 12, but when they play West Virginia, he's not making that trip. He's not going to West Virginia for whatever reason. And now it's up to the other conferences, the SEC or the ACC, to figure out if they want to expand some more.
Yeah, this is such a radical shift that's kind of upsetting to me, to be honest. You're killing really some of these regional conference rivalries and everything else. And so, NIL's already done so much to shift college football and change the landscape, change the way that it looks. And this realignment is just a furtheration of that.
And we look at it strictly from a football perspective, but this has much bigger implications elsewhere. Like, the football is going to be fine either way. They can all stay in the same conferences they're in. The football will be fine. But the non-revenue sports, which is basically anything but football and men's basketball, and a little bit of women's basketball, but the non-rev sports, baseball, fencing, track and field, all that stuff, they're really the ones that are going to be taking it on the chin. A lot of those teams fly commercial, so you're going to be going from Eugene, Oregon to Lincoln, Nebraska. You're going to be connecting through Salt Lake or whatever, and all of a sudden now on a Tuesday night, instead of getting back, in a couple of hours because you're only going a little bit of distance, now you're going to get back at 4 o'clock in the morning. You got an 8 o'clock class. It's a problem for the other sports. Football will be fine.
Headlines on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, also home of the Expressway giveaway. Commercial free from 7:20 to the top of the hour here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We have the Fannies coming up. Yeah. That is our training camp awards. Best and the worst from Oxnard, all the different categories. Answer all your questions on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. We touch the Cowboy Fannies next, along with a Rangers ticket giveaway and Ask Reddit on the Fan. But look, we are hitting the road again. Are we going to be able to? Way commercial free for the next 40 minutes here on your home of America's team in Texas Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Is it going to rain today?
Are we lucky enough?
Oh, no.
Well, I never thought I would say that sentence. When I was 10 years old, I never thought I would say it would need to rain.
Yeah, that's a sign you're old.
Yeah, it is.
Partly cloudy, high of 104.
What kind of hell do we live in? partly cloudy. It's going to be cloudy with a high of 104.
1% chance of precipitation.
Hey, it's not zero.
58% humidity.
Not zero.
It's looking a little cloudy right now, but that's probably going to go away. Joel Corey, former NFL agent, will talk about the Zack Martin mess, the Dak QB contract at 8 o'clock this morning here on DFW Sports Station. We have Ask Reddit coming up along with a Rangers Brewers 4-pack ticket giveaway. But first, the fannies. This is our annual look back at our visit to Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, California. Had all the shows out there. Thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. Part of the reason why we want to hook you up with Rangers tickets in just a few minutes. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line for any extra questions you may have. With Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. RJ, start us off with your category.
All right, category number 1. This is the LeBron James Memorial Award Trophy. This goes to the player, anyone but the best player in camp. LeBron can win the MVP every single year, at least in his prime. So should Micah Parsons win the Cowboys Player of the Year at camp every single year. So you take him out of it. He is clearly the best player at camp every single year. So this year's award goes to the best player not named Micah Parsons, and that is Stephon Gilmore.
Oh, okay.
He was the second best player at camp. The best player at camp is the best. That's Micah. Stephon Gilmore to me was the second best player. How do I know? Because he plays a premium position, and I did not notice him one bit, which means nobody threw at him.
They refused. They will not challenge him out there.
And I assume
the little
that's
bit they
'cause his guy
do.
was covered.
Yeah, the little bit they do. He's picked some passes off in practice.
So my best player, I think your reasoning is sound because you didn't notice him that much. But, clearly the top two players for me were Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb. Again, visions of 88 dancing in my head. There was no year that we went out there that Dez Bryant was not dominating and letting everyone hear about it. Same exact thing for Lamb. They couldn't cover him. There was no hope. I don't know how much Lamb versus Gilmore, how we would judge that in terms of how many times they went up against each other. But my best offensive player would be CeeDee Lamb, but I understand the Gilmore point.
A lot of CD in the slot too. So Gilmore didn't typically go in the slot, so we saw very little of Lamb and Gilmore. But when Lamb went up against Gilmore, he generally won, and that's why I split it up, Chop. I went offensive and defensive MVP because I think it's a tie who the best player in camp was, and it's what Sean just said there. It's Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb, and so on defense it was Micah Parsons, who just cannot be blocked. It does not matter who you put out there. If you chip him, whatever you do, he's getting to the quarterback. He's wrecking plays. And then, like you said, Sean, it's
Mike McCarthy can't even stop him with his rules.
No, he tries like hell. But it's like you said, it's become Dez Bryant-like out at these practices where he's just consistently jumping over two people, ripping the ball away from them, making sure his feet tap in. So offensive MVP, CeeDee Lamb. Defensive MVP is Micah Parsons.
All right. You have your own separate category for one?
Yeah, that was it right there. The offensive and defensive MVP. Now, one of the other ones I have here is the most surprising, and that was Jalen Brooks. I had no expectation for Jalen Brooks. If you would have stacked the receivers for me heading into this camp, he would have been like 9th. And you can make an argument that outside of like Cooks and Lamb, he had the best practices of any receiver, especially once the pads came on. The pads came on, and that's the thing. When you get the pads, it completely separates. Okay, this is different level. You start seeing where skill sets matter. NFL traits start to translate a little more. And as soon as the pads came on, he just started dominating these practices. Great catch radius, showed real route savvy, tough hands. So Jalen Brooks was the most surprising to me.
My most surprising, and I'm not saying he's going to ball out. I don't even know if he's going to make the team. But my most surprising was Nashawn Wright.
Ooh.
I was expecting to go here, and this was going to be Kelvin Joseph type treatment. Like, okay, 2 new corners. This is your last chance. You've been a big nothing. You've been an oversized nothing so far. Nashawn Wright was making plays. He was making some plays.
Yeah.
He came out with some interceptions. He used his length out there. I think he's got a better chance of Kelvin to make the team based upon play. I don't know about draft pick value, But Nashawn Wright, I was like, okay, this guy's not dead and gone yet.
All right.
Does he have a chance?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. And I think that there's been some criticism of Nashawn Wright on social media. That's just like Chop was saying earlier about Gilmore. They weren't throwing against Gilmore. Diggs wasn't out at practice the first few days. He saw high volume targets, but he was really strong, really solid. He has definitively been better than Kelvin Joseph at these practices.
My biggest eye-opener, that's the category I chose, was eye-opener. And it's not really a surprise because you knew it, but I don't think you know it until you see it in person. Brandon Cook's speed was the biggest surprise. Like I knew he was fast. I didn't realize he was dang near Tyreek Hill. Okay, I mean, that guy, you need to have every DB, every safety, they need to just have their hips already popped and ready to turn back when you know you're on his side. That was stunning to me. That was eye-opening. I don't think you could see it on the TV screen.
I feel good about saying this since we've already talked about these two guys. Gilmore and Cooks feel like absolute home run steals in watching them that we thought about when we saw the value of giving up fifths. If the Cowboys are going to take another step, it will be because of these two and what they bring that they showed off in Oxnard. Grand slam hits so far for both of them. The guy that I forgot about the most until I watched a few highlights is DaRon Bland. This was a Bobby Belt find last year, and none of us are talking about DaRon Bland. We're talking about Diggs, and we're talking about Gilmore, and Kelvin Joseph making it, and the edge of the roster guys. And there's a couple of practices out there. I'm like, okay, I forgot about DaRon Bland. He had an argument to be made as the second best corner on this team before they went and signed Gilmore. So I just wanted to show DaRon Bland a little bit of love. We said nothing about him while we were out there at all. And I said, okay, he needs a little bit. He needs a little bit because he had a fantastic season last year. And I did notice a few plays in camp from number 26.
He's very, very smart. His IQ and zone coverages especially is really high. Like you see him routinely spotting something, making the move, getting into position, making sure he is going to be just so solid for them. And I think you're right. Before the Gilmore acquisition, he was your number 2 corner, and he gives you a really, really strong trio with Diggs, Gilmore, and Bland there.
The Fannies training camp recap back from Oxnard here on your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan.
How about my most overhyped storyline?
Okay.
That's the Dak interceptions. These are also like in the first handful of days of camp.
Now, you were trashing him a lot out there.
Well, he deserved it on that Saturday. He was
fun
awful.
of him.
Okay, I mean, he had 6 overthrows of his wide receivers, like not even close, just sailing. And I was the only one who had a good vantage point because I was elevated. I was as high as the coach's film. Okay, and I saw all these, and they were terrible. But it's also early on in camp, which means it's highly overrated. He's a little bit rusty. Also, like you could point to any number of factors, including rust, bad luck, balls bouncing off guys' hands. They were largely overhyped. The interceptions early on. That one was bad. Then the left sideline where he underthrew the receiver. The safety picked it off. That was like on maybe on that Sunday or the Monday. That was a bad one. For the most part, though, they were fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, that the other problem is you're seeing the exact same down and distance scenarios over and over and over again. And so the defense knows, all right, we're practicing 3rd and 5 from the 20 over and over and over again. We know what's in their arsenal. We know how much the playbook shrinks in this instance, what they're willing to run. Some instances, they're running the same play 3 times in a row because they're getting the reps in. And so this is the time where, you're going to expect to see a little bit of this. You're going to see these moments where guys throw interceptions. That's why Lamar Jackson, as much as I'd like to spike the football and him throwing 4 interceptions over the weekend, I get this is what it is. This is training camp. Training camp interceptions is one of the most useless stats that I think we track, to be honest.
My feel sorry for moment is Tyron Smith. I need to watch future practices away from Bobby because he has it in my head that Tyron basically needs a wheelchair out there and a cane to get around. And watching him block Micah Parsons and Bobby zoom in on the video at Bobby Belt TX, just had me leaving practice feeling like I needed to escort my grandma across the road, because that's what Micah did after all the reps, patting him on the back like, it's okay, man. It's okay. I'm going to do this to everybody. You're still a Hall of Famer one day. You're still getting in. And I just left there saying to myself, and you asked Nick Eatman the question yesterday, take Micah out. Is the offensive line and Tyron getting whooped by everybody else? And Nick said, no, they're not getting whooped. But that was my sad, depressing fanny to go ahead and think and watch Micah versus 77.
Yeah, I mean, not every team has Micah. Everyone has an edge rusher. I'm pretty sure of that. I thought I saw that somewhere, that every depth chart employs at least one edge rusher.
We'll have to check, yeah.
But, the O-line to me was a major camp concern in general. Now, again, we asked Nick how much that was, Micah. Okay, it's a lot of Micah. The Myles Garrett's out there, and T.J. Watt's out there, and Nick Bosa's out there, and Joey Bosa. Those good players. So, I mean, they're all in the caliber, maybe not as good as, but they're all in the caliber of Micah, so they can all beat you. But Dak did not have a ton of time. There were plenty of times out there. Now, I don't know if it was coverage or it was rush or both, but he had to tuck and run or dump.
He did. To your point, the feel sorry for, I think he's so forgotten because we didn't even see him out there most of the time, and we're talking so much about the corners, and he's been such a mainstay of the culture and everything else over the last 6 years. I do feel bad for Jordan Lewis right now, and the fact that he has just been completely forgotten, and he's got to feel really isolated right now. My award or the Razzie, I guess, the negative award for the player who hurt his roster spot the most. Neville Gallimore's in trouble. That dude was ending up on the ground way too often. All the other defensive tackles have stepped up. We just talked about how the defensive line has gotten the better of the offensive line throughout camp. One area where it has not shown up consistently is when Gallimore's out there, because he's ending up on the ground when guys like TJ Bass, the undrafted free agent from Oregon, are blocking him. So that's somebody who, for me, I came out of camp going, that his roster spot is in trouble.
Fannies here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan with Sean RJ and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. What else you got?
Oh, I got plenty. Comeback player of the year so far. I think it's Michael Gallup. He showed that he seems to be over that knee mentally. Made a really nice one-handed catch in the corner of the end zone. Made a couple corner of the end zone catches. So from a comeback stand, there's not many comebacks to have. He didn't have a ton of injuries last year. I thought he was the comeback guy so far.
It's always interesting. Whenever you define comeback player of the year, do you define it as comeback or breakout? The guy who comes back from an injury or whatever else? Because if we're going to define it from who is overcoming and who's overcoming challenges and everything else, Jalen Tolbert could have very easily wilted in these practices. And he did not. And he's been incredibly tough. There was a video yesterday that John Machota tweeted out at practice of Stephon Gilmore absolutely draped all over him, hitting him in press coverage, wrapping over his back as soon as the pass gets there. And Jalen Tolbert made a tough catch, gathered it, collected it, held on. There was another play where Devin Harper basically clotheslined him across the middle of the field. He got right back up, held onto the ball. Last year, Brian and I have talked about this. He didn't fight for the ball. He looked afraid of the ball at times. He was fighting it rather than fighting for it. And this year, you're seeing him really fight for it. And I've been really impressed with his mental toughness and that bounce back.
My most fun storyline is the interview that I regret not taking because we took someone else, Deuce Vaughn. And I'm trying to figure out in my mind whether this is legit or just cute. When I see Deuce Vaughn out there running around, making moves, little Darren Sproles look-alike, is he really impressive? Or am I just tricking myself into saying, yes, go. He's the Rudy story. He's the little engine that could. But by far, and I asked Bobby, I asked John Machota, what's blowing up on your timelines? Deuce Vaughn highlights running behind all the big nasties and uglies. My most fun storyline.
Yeah, and he's somebody that, I'll put it to you this way. If you're wrestling with trying to figure out how much you believe it, is that think of the ways that he's impressing. It's the electricity, it's the jukes, it's the spins and stuff like that. Typically, when we've seen guys who do that, even in practice, that is something that carries over. When you're making people look silly and fall over themselves, we don't generally have a bunch of these guys who, oh my gosh, they made everybody look silly and then completely disappear in the regular season. If you can do that, if you can make NFL players with their athleticism, their discipline, their IQ, if you can make them look ridiculous falling over themselves, that's such a rare ability and so difficult to acquire that you're generally going to be okay there. And with that, similar line of thinking here. The most electric player, and I know you say I hate him, Sean, but the most electric player out of camp was Kevontae Turpin. More than Deuce Vaughn. When you see him get the ball in space, and
more than Cooks,
I think so. Cooks' speed is just, you marvel at it. It's just like, honestly, what it's like when you watch Cooks' speed. It's like watching a Usain Bolt race compared to everybody else out there. Where it looks easy for him. He looks like he's going half speed, and he's 20 feet in front of everybody else. But in terms of just the electricity, and when he touches the ball and he's in the open space, and you're going, oh, okay, this could be something serious. Kevontae Turpin was very impressive in that respect, just like he was last year.
All right, there it is. The Fannies here on DFW Sports Station. Knock out the rest of your list.
I got a couple more here. It's a concern, but it'll be fine. The kickers. It's always a concern, and it always is fine unless you have a really bad one. If you don't have a really bad one or a really elite one, you're just kind of lumped in with everybody else, and you'll generally be fine. They'll find somebody. And then the last one, you didn't know you had it until you missed it until you had it. That is the tri-tip sandwiches that they gave us over there. Okay, those things were to die for.
How many do you think you ate?
Let's see, I had 2 a day. So how many preds were out there? 6, 8 practices like that. So I had 16.
Oh, you're doing 2 a days, even when McCarthy is.
Yeah, and then, as preds was winding down, we're leaving, they gave us these little cards. Palomas to die for. It was fantastic. Thank you. City of Oxnard. You guys were the champ. They were the ones that invited us in. They were the ones. They said, the guy said to me, he goes, I heard you guys don't get food provided for you here at camp. And I go, never have. 20 years coming out here, never had it. He goes, really? Oh, no. He goes, all right, we're going to hook you guys up with food.
It was the roll and the horseradish and the onions.
Did you try the chimichurri sauce they had?
I did not.
Oh, it's good.
That's what really set it off. And to all the residents who live there, sorry about your luck, but the new structures they put up are so good.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Watching practice on that side. I never went up top. I didn't think we were allowed up there.
You're not.
Which RJ did. RJ just walks and asks questions later.
Yeah. Don't check. You just act like you own the place, right?
Act like you own the place.
Forgiveness, yeah.
But that side in front of all those apartments with that shade in the back and that elevated view, don't go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. There it is. A Sean and RJ training camp review with the Fannies on DFW Sports Station, also home of the Expressway giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Milwaukee Brewers next Saturday, August 19th. You want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Nolan Ryan baseball card bobblehead. Get tickets and information now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We took a week off because we had all these stories from California and all the shenanigans with all the shows out there. But it's Tuesday, so we are back with the Tuesday staple, Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the truckwreck.com fan text, where we will be soliciting your opinions here for the Ask Reddit segment. We will also get your thoughts on the Twitch and the YouTube. I know we always got a lot of people lurking in the YouTube. They're just watching, but you guys got that chat feature. Go ahead and drop in with us here. First question here. These are the questions that are going viral over on Reddit this week. RJ Choppy. And this is going to be tough for me because I'm obsessed with movies. What is a movie that everyone, quote unquote, has seen except for you?
He's got a decent amount of these.
Tombstone.
Oh.
Braveheart.
Oh, Braveheart's so good. And you'd love it. It's very masculine.
I know. Yeah. There's quite a bit of them. But I think those are the two big. I've probably seen all of Tombstone, but never in order all the way through.
Right.
So it's never really appealed to me to watch, but now I can see myself as I'm getting older. I would like grandfather loved Westerns, but he hated them as a kid. I guess because probably they didn't have him as a kid because he was he's 150.
I mean,
he was living the Westerns.
This is tailor-made for Peyton Russell with a shout out to Shy Anderson, Peyton's new favorite fan from the Jerry Party, saying, does Peyton really not know all those movies? Has he really not seen any of them. So I cannot wait to hear what his answer is to this. I'm not going to go with like an all-time classic. I'm going to go with one I even saw like a review of it, or for some reason it flashed across my social media the other day. I never saw Deadpool. Is that a big-time no-no?
I never saw it.
Everyone loved that, but I was like, this. I think I tried to watch like 3 or 4 minutes, and I was like, okay, this is dumb. Like, I'm not into this too much at all. But Deadpool for a newer one. I'd have to think about an older one that I never saw that everyone did.
Yeah, if we're gonna break it up like that, the newer one for me is Avatar. Like, I never had. There reached a point where I was so busy that when I had an awareness of everybody was watching it, at that point I was just turned off by the fact that everyone was watching it, and so I just didn't want to go.
I can also never recall, like, I can't tell you the orders of the Indiana Joneses. I can't tell you the Lethal Weapons orders. I can't tell you the Rocky orders. I can't be like, this happened in this one, that happened in that one. I've seen a lot of them, or the majority of them at times. It's not like I've never watched, but I can't recite them like that. But I'd like to just go down to top 10, top 50 movie lists of all time and see if Peyton has seen 40 of them. How many would he be missing?
I would say,
a lot.
A lot. Like, if you were just go down to just do the guy movies. Like, I'm not even going to count, like, Citizen Kane.
Is there such a thing as guys movies nowadays, RJ?
Wow. That's what the internet says.
Aggressive.
So, like, in some of these, there's no chance. Like, there's no chance he's ever seen Slapshot.
Oh, but I mean, I bet if you even went down the IMDb list of the top 20 most voted on movies of all time, I bet you he hasn't seen more than half of them.
I got a great list.
All right, go for it.
As soon as he goes ahead and takes the phone call for 30 minutes, apparently, for the winner, we'll get him.
Here's the one that you guys will probably kill me for that I've never seen that's an old one. I've never seen any of the Terminators, and I have zero interest, never cared to. And like, my whole way of watching older movies used to be, I literally, when I got Netflix, found the list of Best Picture nominees, and I immediately loaded up my queue. So I've seen most everything that's ever been nominated for Best Picture.
So the Terminator does. I mean, it holds up because it's like Arnold, but like a lot of the not the pyrotechnics, but the computer generated stuff. It's just very, very poor, right? So it's not going to hold up some of those explosions and stuff. But it's still, I mean, it's Arnold. It's a good movie.
What are the Tolos submitting?
Some of the ones on the YouTube, MPM says Napoleon Dynamite. Never seen that. The Twitch, we've got Mike Cowboy says Lord of the Rings. Jamario22 says Forrest Gump. On the truckwreck.com fan text, we've got a lot.
Man. Yeah.
214, never seen any of the Avenger movies. I've only seen two of them.
Me neither.
972, Goodfellas.
How many are there when you're like, I've only seen 2?
I mean, there's 4.
Okay, you've seen half of them.
I think 5, maybe. I don't know. I lost track. Kristen was yelling at me the other day because we never finished the Marvel
I'm
stuff.
sorry. Like, don't. Is that Marvel? The Avengers?
Yeah.
There's like 20 of them, right? Isn't that the Marvel?
The Marvel
movie
series. The
series.
universe is a bunch, but I'm talking about just the movies called The Avengers.
Oh, okay.
And so there's 4 or 5
Bassett came in here talking about Nick Eatman looking like someone on Napoleon Dynamite yesterday.
Don, the popular guy, Summer's boyfriend, which I don't totally see. Instacart John, one of our loyal listeners in Flower Mound, says he's 50 years old. He's never seen It's a Wonderful Life. I feel like that's just standard around Christmas. Like, you would be watching that.
It is. So. A lot of other people saying Top Gun, Mission Impossible, Scarface, Titanic.
Peyton, what's your number one most famous movie that you have not seen?
So I have not seen Catch Me If You Can. I've seen clips of it, have not watched it all the way through, and then I haven't seen anything past Fast and Furious 1.
Okay, I'm going to go down this list, and then we're going to move on. Ask Reddit. Shawshank.
Yes.
Godfather.
No.
None of the 3?
No.
Dark Knight.
Yes.
12 Angry Men.
Nope.
Schindler's List.
No idea.
Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
Pulp Fiction.
Yes, I have.
Forrest Gump.
Yes.
Fight Club.
No.
Oh my gosh. That needs to be a Peyton movie night. We need to have him watch that movie.
Let's have one this weekend.
Matrix.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Goodfellas. That's a no.
No, I don't.
Oh, it's on TV every day.
I love that you threw in 12 Angry Men. Okay, ask Reddit here. Sean Sharif, what is absolutely worth paying someone else to do? I feel like this is a good question for you. I feel like you pay people to do a lot of things for you.
Yes, that's true. Moving. I would say moving. Lawn, pool, yeah, you can get away. You can do it yourself. But I would say moving. Now, I don't know what this moving bill is going to be for this upcoming project. It's definitely going to be 4 figures. But I feel like after watching what RJ just went through, it's worth paying them to do it. I also, if I could go back, would probably pay a wedding planner. I fought the wife on that. Just the chaos of the day, getting people to organize. You think you're going to get certain help from family members, you don't get it. Instead you have to enlist friends. You got to go ahead and get 5 different people to help you out with things. And I fought her on that, and like the wedding video that I knew we would never watch. So I ended up winning those. I may reconsider the wedding planner, but I would say movers.
This one is easy for me. The first one that popped in my head: paying somebody to be your designated driver. Uber out of a bar rather than rely on somebody else to just, I'll come out and I won't have any drinks. Like, that one's just not reliable for me. To me, it's totally worth it. Just pay for the Uber, get out of there. On the YouTube, Gasol247 says putting furniture together. That's totally worth paying somebody to do that.
Is there someone to do that?
I mean, when you order it on like Wayfair or whatever, you could pay for assembly. That's relatively easy though. A lot of those are. Like I put together a lot of stuff in my furniture. It's for me. And I try to do a lot of this stuff my own. Anything outside the summer that requires manual labor in Texas is probably worth paying somebody to do for it.
I mean, you do it yourself.
I try to.
You don't practice it. You cut the lawn, the pool.
Oh, no, I mean like irrigation, like stuff where you got to dig. The lawn is one thing, but like if you got to do like, real digging manual labor outside, man, not in the summertime.
I was debating back and forth. This one comes down to Christmas lights and anything related like car mechanics.
Yes.
Oil change,
Chop's
tire
got a guy.
rotation.
Yes.
I do, yeah.
Chop's got a guy for Christmas lights if you need that. Yeah, the mechanic is a popular one on the text. Somebody, 682, says, I just paid $1,800 to get moved, worth every penny. 2 children, 2 dogs, so wife would be too busy to help. A night nanny, according to the 817. Pay someone to do your grocery shopping, 940.
Must be nice.
Yeah, right?
I mean, honestly, you can like order online and they'll deliver it. Like once you reach a certain amount, they'll deliver it for free. A lot of these places. So
taxes and fees.
We're doing Ask Reddit here. Next one, Peyton. I bet you've never done this, given your little FaceTime sessions. Why did you need to cut off a friend?
Because they didn't want to be part of my FaceTime calls. No, I mean, obviously the generic went down the wrong path, stopped answering text, stopped wanting to hang out. I know the phone works both ways here, but in a time, you got to kind of help each other out here. So, he wasn't willing to help me, so I kind of stopped reaching out to him, and then we just never talked again. So that's how we went.
Was he part of Los Hombres?
He was not, and good thing he wasn't.
Okay.
Los Hombres.
He was not part of it.
This was early high school.
It's I've talked before, or at least referenced it before, that my brother has struggled with substance abuse for a number of years. And when he first got into that, we shared a friend that I felt like was very responsible for helping to foster that. And so that was somebody that I had to cut off. And that one sucked. That was somebody I knew since I was like 5 years old. So, Sean, why'd you have to cut somebody off?
Selfishness. People are selfish. You do for them. They don't care about you. They lie. They give reasons why they're doing certain things. They're just not straight up and honest. You think you're boys. You think you're friends. And not the case. Does not happen. So, gots to go. See you later.
Chop, other than chicken money, why have you had to cut off a friend?
Honestly, that's the only friend I've ever cut off.
Really?
Is Big Chicken Guy, who refuses to pay his debts.
Have you ever been the friend that was cut off?
Yeah, I've been divorced.
No,
no, I'm serious. You have no idea the amount of people who aren't your real friends until you get divorced, and they're not your friends anymore. Because
like on the other side.
No, because I've talked to my ex-wife about this. It's amazing, like the couples that were our friends, and I was like really close to this one guy before we got married, before I even met my ex-wife, and we became like, they joined like the friend group, and now both are gone because, according to my ex-wife, women who are married don't like to be around women who are not married anymore, who are divorced for whatever stupid reason, and those women generally tell the guys, you can't hang out with the guy anymore. So it's amazing how many friends you lose when you get a divorce. So those
not because they're judging you or anything. It's just
it's probably
preventative measure.
It's self-preservation, and I don't have a problem. I don't blame him. Like, dude, you got to do your own thing. But like, several of them they don't really talk to me anymore. I only cut the one guy off, and that was Chicken Guy. And I tell you what, if he pays me, he's back. Okay,
your friendship can be bought, is what you're telling all of us.
Well,
it's not. I don't
kidding.
want to lose the friendship. I mean, he does give me free chicken, every 9 months.
Yeah,
and he's a good guy to play golf with. But hey, just lie to me about how much you owe me.
It takes a lot. It would take an awful lot for Choppy to cut you off. He is down to forgive.
Sure.
Just say it. He's. Let's move on. Bygones be bygones.
A couple from the text real quick as we wrap up here. 469, cut off a friend for cheating / collusion in fantasy football. Now, depending on the fantasy football pot, I know some of those get very expensive and get very competitive, and guys
whining nonstop like Wolchuk.
Guys will get very angry about that. My best friend from childhood's breath kept getting worse and worse, and when he laughed, it stunk so bad, so cut them out. 214 had to cut somebody off who was drinking 6 out of 7 days of the week. 817 threatened to tell my wife about past side chicks.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's a good cutoff.
That's Ask Reddit for you.
Ask Reddit every single Tuesday at this time. Thanks for being a Tolo. Congrats to the listener who won the Rangers Brewers 4-pack, and we're going to have it for you the rest of the week. We also have the former NFL agent. How could the Zack Martin mess get worked out, and what is the next Dak contract going to look like? The great Joel Corey from CBS Sports joins us next.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a Tolo Tuesday on your home of Dallas Cowboys football. First preseason game is on Saturday. We, of course, will have the coverage on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, who was able to book former agent and contributor to CBS, the great Joel Corey, from the agent perspective on all the deals that the Cowboys are trying to juggle. Good morning, Joel. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Title of the article is How Zack Martin and the Cowboys Can Find Common Ground in the Contract Dispute. So let's start off with that. How can they find this common ground to get Zack to finally join the team?
Well, one, it depends. First, Jerry's got to come off his hardline stance, which he hasn't been willing to do. There are a couple things people have done in the past where players who are disgruntled have multiple years left on their contracts. We just saw one a couple of weeks ago, Trey Hendrickson with the Bengals, 2 years left on his contract, gave him a 1-year extension at $21 million per year. You could go that route. Another route would be to add incentives to the contract and or base salary escalator where Zack could make more money based on how he does individually or the team. The only problem is there's not a lot statistically qualify with offensive linemen, so mostly beyond play time. And another thing teams have done is they've moved money from a future year into the current year to try to placate a player as well. So you could go some route or combination of those three different approaches.
Whose side of the argument do you agree with more here?
Well, if Jerry hadn't have set a precedent, I guess 4 years ago, in doing a contract with 2 years left, I would fall more on his side, but you already established that with Ezekiel Elliott. So you kick the can down the road for practically every contract you have. So you push cap obligations into tomorrow anyway. So doing something for Zack Martin, to me, would be sensible. You don't have to commit to a long-term extension. Maybe it's 2 years max on an extension. Maybe it's one. Maybe or you go the incentive route. But I would do something.
Joel, if they don't think that he's got 3 years left, let's just say they think he's got this year or next year at the current, level that he's playing at, which would, justify the salary. Do you still extend to that year and worry about the cap ramifications then, or do you, just kind of play it out and eat the $23 million next year of a cap hit?
Well, he plays on the offensive line. There's longevity of offensive linemen. I know it's a different position, but Trent Williams was a little bit older when he became the highest paid offensive lineman at left tackle. You don't need as much agility to be a left tackle. Zack Martin was arguably the best interior offensive lineman last year. It's not showing signs of slowing down. So I would think you get 3 years left. I know injuries can happen, but he seems like a pretty safe bet if you're going to go to someone who's going to be approaching their mid-30s.
We're talking with former agent and now CBS Sports contributor Joel Corey. He wrote about Zack Martin's contract situation. Joel, you mentioned in your article that August 9th, which is tomorrow, is an important day in terms of extra fines or extra dollars that could be on the table for Zack Martin. Why is tomorrow important? And is there a limit? Is there any point where he just gets capped in terms of penalties and then the Cowboys can't really collect anything else?
Well, there's a monkey wrench in this equation because of the way the Cowboys have their conversion rights in their contracts. And a lot of teams have the right to automatically convert salary into signing bonus. So they have to go to the player. If the player doesn't agree to do it, he's in breach of contract. Usually for the money that's converted, you limit forfeiture or the right to recover any money to that specific year. With the Cowboys, for every player except Dak Prescott, you have rights which go beyond the conversion year. It goes through the rest of the proration. So you've got Zack Martin, who's done multiple contract extensions, I think 4 of them now. So each time he's done that, he's given the Cowboys rights to money they wouldn't have had otherwise if it remained base salary. Now, once you miss 6 days of training camp, 15% of the prorated amount of your signing bonus, your team has the right to recover. It's not mandatory like the daily fine of $50,000, but that's an additional penalty, and we're going to hit – there's no more than 25% of the prorated amount in the preseason. We're going to hit that tomorrow. So there's $9.34 million of proration this year. So that's an additional $2.335 million the Cowboys could go after. And then if this extends into the regular season, that's another $2.335 million. And then once you get to a holdout past the 4th week, you lose 1/18 until you top out at the 9 point of proration this year. In addition to he's not making his weekly paycheck each time he doesn't play if it gets to that point. And one other thing, the Cowboys have these base salary escalators in their contract instead of workout bonuses. So even if you satisfy the workout percentage, you hit that amount, there's also a condition you have to show up to training camp on time and fully participate. So his base salary is dropping $500,000 as well because of the holdout.
We had a group dinner in California.
Yeah, could have used you for the bill.
And we had to do individual expenses. Could we have thrown that one large bill towards you and you could have broken it? Would you have gotten enjoyment out of breaking that down?
No, I waited tables 3 years as a summer job in college, so I don't want to have anything to do with breaking down any type of bills.
Joel, I'm curious, when you break down all those different ways that he could, lose money and eventually, this is costing him a serious amount, is there any point you think where the penalties incurred become so severe that it might start making sense for him to just say, all right, now retirement is a real threat?
No, you don't retire because every time you do the restructures the way the Cowboys have the language in, and it says maximum extent, forfeiture is the maximum extent permitted under that particular section of the CBA, they have the right to recoup all of that money that's prorated if you retire. They would only get it each year you stayed retired, the proration for 2024, if you stayed retired in 2024 and so forth. That's $28.66 million that Dallas could come after him for. He's not retiring.
Joel, how much do you think the $50,000 fine a day that they put in this CBA is going to impact these types of holdouts and contract disputes?
Well, it had been really impacting them a lot. You didn't see any last year. It's not forgivable for a player in a veteran contract. Nick Bosa on a rookie contract, it's $40,000 per day. It can be waived or reduced. That's why you started having players hold in, which is I'm going to come to camp. I'm either going to do nothing and tell you I'm doing nothing until I get a contract like T.J. Watt, or I'm going to come in, do nothing because I have some sort of injury you can't really prove whether it's real or not. I have a soft tissue injury. My back hurts, hamstring, groin. So that's the way people are getting around the daily fine of $50,000 per day.
Joel, how do you see the Cowboys juggling these upcoming contracts of Dak, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons?
Well, with Parsons, you won't have a huge cap hit for a couple of years if you don't want to. I'd get him done as soon as possible because the longer you wait for a great player, the more it's going to cost you. So it's basically going to be Nick Bosa plus whatever Bosa gets. You can just add a percentage to that. CeeDee Lamb obviously would like a contract now, but he's not stressing it. You're never getting him below what you signed Amari Cooper for, and you're probably going to have to go $25 million per year plus on him. And Dak has the hammer. The way this thing is set up, Dak Prescott has all the leverage in the world. So, to me, Dak said if he rebounds and isn't throwing interceptions all over the place, and he's more like the 2021 Dak than the 2022 Dak, might as well give him a Blake contract and have him fill it out because he's got a $59.45 million cap hit next year, second in the league.
Ooh.
You can't stick a franchise tag on him in 2024. He's got a no-trade clause, and if things go wrong, there's going to be almost $62 million in dead money. So you're caught between a rock and a hard place. And for those of you who are like, well, Tom Brady took massive discounts when he was a Patriot. Well, when he signed at 33 years old, he became the highest paid player in the league in 2010. Dak will be 31. Not the timing for Dak to be taking a big hometown discount.
We're talking with Joel Corey here from CBS Sports, former NFL agent, salary cap and contracts expert. Joel, specifically to the Dak question, then the way you mentioned there that Dak has all the leverage in these negotiations, and you say, if he bounces back and he doesn't have these interception issues, do you think it would be then the position for Dak at this point would be, you know what, I will just play this season out because my leverage is the same regardless, and so there is no drive for me to get a deal done. Right now, the drive is completely on the Cowboys side.
Yeah, his drive is he wants to be a Cowboy. Personally, and I would love to see him play it out, hit the open market, and we get an idea, if he's playing well, how much a quarterback unencumbered who is a top 10 quarterback could get on the open market. I'd love to see that. I don't think that happens. I think they work out an extension. So he never plays out the 2024 year. The last deal when he signed made him the second highest paid player in the league. He was third by the end of the year. You're going probably, we'll say Joe Burrow signs for 53. That's just $500,000 a year more than Justin Herbert. You're going to be over 50 a year for Dak. And if he plays great and if you win a Super Bowl, he can name his price.
Joel, why aren't, when it comes to the quarterback position specifically, why isn't there more pressure from the league for these guys like Burrow and Allen and Mahomes at the time, or Dak coming up, to hold out for a fully guaranteed contract?
Well, we've seen two fully guaranteed contracts under unusual circumstances. Kirk Cousins had to play out 2 franchise tags in order to get one. And Deshaun Watson was a quasi-free agent. He was never playing for Houston. They didn't want him. There was a bidding war. Cleveland was eliminated from contention, and it was basically, what do we have to do to get you to want to play here? They threw so much money at him. He had 4 years left on his contract. Voila, fully guaranteed contract. To me, the guy who dropped the ball was Russell Wilson. Those conditions were set up last year during training camp, to me, for a fully guaranteed contract. They gave up an arm and a leg to acquire him. New ownership group, which had extremely deep pockets. That's Walmart money. He didn't push for one. That meant Lamar Jackson was never going to get one because you had successive guys. Kyler Murray, cash poor team, wasn't getting one. Wilson didn't get one. Then once Jalen Hurts didn't get one, Lamar Jackson had to abandon that quest. Usually quarterbacks will play ball and do an extension in a contract year, or as we've seen with the first-round picks with 2 years left on their rookie deal. Nobody pushes the envelope. And Cousins, I don't think, set out to do it. The Commanders gave him a low-ball offer the first year, so he had no choice but to play on the tag. And then, from my understanding, the way talk started out, they just decided we're not going to engage the agent and Cousins. And we're going to test the market in free agency.
Joel, can the running back market be corrected or saved for the position, or is it a little, too little too late given how recently the last CBA negotiation was?
I think it's too late because the CBA runs through the decade. And this isn't the first time we've seen the running back market have a downturn. In 2011, you had Adrian Peterson at a little over $14 million per year. Chris Johnson at a shade under $13.5. When you got to 2016, the top of the market had dropped to $8.25 million. Then started rebounding with Todd Gurley. I don't think you're going to see that rebounding because the league's become more of a pass-centric league. Quarterbacks have become more important because of that. Wide receivers take on added importance as well. Running back, unfortunately, is going to get the short end of the stick. Maybe it changes if you have a high-priced running back win a Super Bowl, but the last rushing champion to get to a Super Bowl was Sean Alexander in 2005. And we saw the Chiefs last year have a 7th-round pick as a running back, as their starting running back. So I think this is here to stay for the running backs.
Joel, thank you so much for the expertise and the knowledge. As always, keep up the great work. We look forward to having you on again in the future.
Sure. Thanks for having me, guys.
Joe Corey, former NFL agent from CBS Sports on all the Cowboys contract drama. Even the Texas Rangers are supporting the biggest victim in baseball. The story that everyone is talking about, including your Rangers broadcasters, next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist owned store, Gilchrist Automotive. Gonna hook you up with that brand new Ford car.
The personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Here's the pitch, and that's hit high and deep to left center field by Mitch. Is going back, and he leaps and drops the ball at the wall. When his glove hit the wall, the ball came out. 1 run is home, and 2 runs are home, and Mitch Garver stands at second base. RBIs 25 and 26, and this is now a 1-run game, 3-2 Oakland.
Eric Nadell with the call. The Rangers have their first 7-game winning streak since 2018. Tied for their second best 113-game start in franchise history. Some Jared Sandler notes on the W last night. Heard right here on this station. Dane Dunning with a quality start. And the guy you just heard, his battery mate, Mitch Garver, 3 for 4 with 2 doubles and a single. And that leadoff single in the 8th led to the go-ahead run. Bullpen goes 3 scoreless, capped by Smith, not Aroldis, in the 9th inning. Aroldis, by the way, has 18 strikeouts over his last 8 innings pitched.
That's pretty good. That's more than 2 an inning. That's amazing.
His strikeouts per 9 with the Rangers so far is 17.3, which is absurd.
He's got a great butt.
Is that what you noticed?
Bunt?
Yes, butt. Oh, look at that. I mean, I would kill to have that butt. Like
Do you have no butt?
I am lacking in the butt area. Sarah reminds me of it every day. And she'll point out other guys' butts, and I'm like, well, you know.
Do you pick her apart like that?
She's not really picking me apart. It's more like it's a friendly tease.
Oh,
because I just say, yeah, but look down, like my calves, right? That's what I have going for me. Some people are blessed with calves. Some people are blessed with butts. I don't have a butt. All right, I work at it. Sometimes there's been times where I do butt, 2 days a week. It didn't come out the way I wanted it.
No, it didn't.
But congrats, right?
Congrats.
But yeah, Aroldis, amazing rear end. Like, again, I would kill to have those cheeks.
The amount that you notice the athlete butts definitely tells me this is something that weighs on your mind.
It does.
That you don't have it, because you notice it in many an athlete.
My 13-year-old now, huge butt, high butt too, very high butt, long legs. Like, that's a good butt. That's what you want as an athlete. It's power. It's a power bottom.
Max,
again,
power
didn't come out
bottom.
the way I wanted it to.
Max Scherzer on the mound tonight for Game 2 against the A's. The lead is 3, and Josh Young is having surgery. So they're talking about 6 weeks out for Josh Young, and he's a storyline on MLB Network that shows you how far the Rangers have come with the possible. Is this wipe him out of AL Rookie of the Year?
Man, Gunnar in Baltimore is going to be tough. He's been making a charge anyway. Yes, it probably does.
Yeah, he wasn't like running away with it up until now. And then if you miss 6 weeks, man, that's going to be difficult.
All right. the story of the sports world that everyone is commenting on, Kevin Brown, not the pitcher. He is a young announcer for the Baltimore Orioles. Listen to this entire clip. This was O's Rays pregame on the Orioles TV network, and apparently he got suspended and taken off the air for this.
This has been maybe the toughest ballpark to play in, but the Orioles have a chance to do something special today. They've already clinched at least a split in the series, winning 2 of the first 3, and they can pick up a series win behind Tyler Wells today. It's been a minute. The Orioles split a 2-gamer with the Rays in June. They had lost their last 15 series here at Tropicana Field. You have to go back to when our now colleague Brad Brock picked up the win in the series finale, June 25th, 2017, the last time the Orioles won a series here at St. Pete. Already got 3-2 at the Trop this year after winning 3 of 18 the previous 3 years combined. It is a stark difference, Ben, and it is not a bad Rays team. It's not like all of a sudden the Rays became slouches in the American League East. They've led this division every day but now 2, and the Orioles once again are back alone in first place.
Okay. That got him taken off the air.
I mean,
which
totally.
part? Which part? I'm confused.
Yeah,
there was something bad there?
The speaking. I think it was the speaking.
The speaking.
So the issue was he brought up the fact that they were 0-15-1 in their last 16 series against Tampa. Breaking news, Baltimore's been really bad. There's a reason they've got all this young talent. How do teams generally get a lot of young talent? They stink.
Yeah.
All right? It's, it's how the Astros got so much young talent. They were terrible, right? They were terrible. In part, how'd the Rangers get Josh Young? They weren't any good.
Yeah, this is, like, for instance, we made reference earlier today. If the Rangers win tonight, they equal their win total from 2022. Nobody, like we say that in amazement for how far they've come and how well they're playing. Like, what he's saying, the juxtaposition he's making is about praising them. And look how good this baseball team is playing right now relative to what's gone on in the past. This has got to be the most sensitive, thin-skinned management I've ever heard of in professional sports.
Peter Angelos, the baseball version of Dan Snyder. Holland texted, I have a good butt. Ladies have told me. Not enough ladies.
I ate his butt one time. He made some pork butt, and it was really good.
Jeez,
Bobby. he made it. It was good.
I don't know where to go from that.
I think you said it very well. Fantastic.
It was good. It was good stuff.
So it feels like every announcer in baseball, every person in the sports world is commenting on this and destroying the Orioles. And this topic and subject made its way to the Rangers broadcast last night.
I'll say it if you don't want to.
He was just doing his job.
Yeah, what the Orioles have done is absolute garbage, and it's a total embarrassment. Kevin read a graphic that was built by the production team promoting the great year the Orioles are having in comparison to some of their struggles in recent years. You can find it on social media. It's very easy, but essentially all he said was that the Orioles have had more success against the Rays this year in Tampa Bay than they've had the last 2 years combined.
But again, he's doing TV, and he essentially was just reading what was on the screen, right? I mean, it was not anything more than that.
And what was on the screen was not offensive at all. The Orioles, it's not a secret, they have not been very good in recent years, and they are having an outstanding year. And they're simply celebrating that by providing some context.
So, Rangers, Mets, Yankees that will play a little bit later going in on the Orioles.
Yeah, I mean...
and Jerry Jones got some praise yesterday as well from this.
Yeah. But look... The Orioles should be getting destroyed today.
Yes.
Absolutely destroyed. I didn't know they fired John Miller.
And it should be a lawsuit on top of it.
I assume he's not getting paid during the suspension. I mean, maybe if it's paid, then he's not going to get sued. But if he is not getting paid, absolutely a lost wage.
I don't care if I'm getting paid anyway. You've damaged my reputation. You've sat there and you've suspended me for no good reason. You can have a lawsuit just because you're getting paid on suspension if the suspension is unjust, which he should file.
Yeah,
if he wants to. Well, not if he wants to keep working with the team.
Well, and I mean it's absurd, and not that Jared was saying this at all, or anybody else who's made this point, because I've heard some people make the point where they're like, look, he was just reading a graphic that the production staff provided. Well, like, I mean, regardless of like who provided, I don't care if the production staff did, anybody else, like nobody should be blamed for just giving context to the improvements that they made. And like you said yesterday, Jerry getting praised for this, it's because Jerry's got big shoulders. Believe me when I say, I know some of you guys think he's super like, he must control everything that you say. I cannot communicate to you enough how much I think he enjoys the back and forth. I think he actually enjoys the criticism. I think he would be upset if we took it easy on him.
The people that should be getting criticized as well are the Bally's of the world.
Yeah.
You think that Jerry Jones controls a message? Watch, and I'm talking about in any market for the most part. Bally, Comcast, Masson, all these different ones throughout the years, they're the ones that control the message. You know how many more people would watch Bally's TV coverage if Bassick said on their TV airwaves what he said on the radio? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You want slanted bias.
Yes.
That comes from all of them. That goes for the Mavs, that goes for the Rangers, that goes for all of it. I can't even watch it. I like watching it for the game breakdowns, but if there's a topic, if there's a controversy, if there's a suspension, if there's an issue, no one goes near any of it. That is what we should be talking about.
I watch a lot of other teams broadcast on the extra innings package, and the Red Sox and the White Sox don't do it. They're homerish. The Giants do it a lot. The Yankees, the Mets, they destroy the team. It's almost as if they're not fans of the team when they do the broadcast. Yeah. Both the pre, the in-game, and the post. The in-game a little bit different, but definitely in the pre and the post. And it's, I think it's odd. It's different. I think it's the right way to do it, though. I think it's the way it should be done.
Yeah, look, I mean, in a way, you kind of understand what you're getting from coverage when it's team based. Like, you understand there's going to be a little bit of homerism or anything else, but like the complete inability to just ever reference any struggles or anything else. And I'm not saying I want even necessarily what you're talking about there, which is like go out of your way to criticize them and go out of your way to just let them talk about the team without having to walk on eggshells and fear for their job. That's ridiculous. That's chilling of free speech. Like that's absurd.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's
true.
true.
Free speech, man.
Be careful.
It's a buzzword now.
You packing in here too? All right, there it is. Rangers Athletics.
Not a Papacitos. Come on.
Game 2 tonight with Max Scherzer on the mound. So there you go. Little around the Rangers diamond on your home of Rangers baseball. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. 3 training camp questions coming out of our trip to Oxnard. That's next in Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
Chevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model, year, and savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Why Brian Schottenheimer just straightened out his limp and revealed himself to be Kaiser Soze.
Wow.
Oh, you'll see. We've been played.
Kaiser Soze is from?
He is from Goodfellas.
Gosh.
Well done. Well done.
Boy, Usual Suspects would blow his mind. He'd love that movie. All right, before we get to Brian Schottenheimer just making an all-time play on all of us, I got some training camp questions for you guys coming out of our trip to Oxnard. We did the fannies a little bit earlier. This is more stuff that
after you ate Derek's butt. No, before you ate Derek's butt.
Yeah, that had me referencing it. I actually ate Derek's butt back in like May when he made the pork butt with the Pepsi Cola poured on the outside. It was very, very good, very tender. All right, so I got 3 questions here for you guys. RJ Choppy.
Yes.
Looked a little dry, but anyway.
Could you tell it was Pepsi and not Coke?
I couldn't.
Good callbacks everywhere.
Yeah, I was very upset.
Yeah.
I don't like that reference. That one makes me upset. RJ Choppy, now that we have left Oxnard, California. Oh, look at this as they just throw up best cornerback duo in the league on NFL Network. What is the strongest position group on the Dallas Cowboys?
Wide receiver.
Okay. You feel good about the depth behind those top 3? Feel good about a Michael Gallup bounce back?
I do. I feel good about a Gallup bounce back. And besides, like, I mean, if you wanted to get into depth, like, you get in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th string. But, yeah, I mean, I think if you're just going from a starter perspective, that's a really good. If Gallup is back, big if, right? But, I mean, it seemed from the short time that we saw him, that's a pretty big set of mismatches that they're going to have at wide receiver. I mean, Brandon Cooks is he's better than most 2s.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's fair. He's not necessarily a 1, but he's better than most 2s.
Cornerback. Diggs. You're talking about depth?
Yeah, well, just in general, strongest position group you feel best about.
Position group. Let's just name the 1s and 2s at receiver and corner to try to figure it out. Diggs and Gilmore, CD and Cooks. That's pretty strong, 2 versus 2.
Mm-hmm.
Who's better at what they do? Lamb or Diggs?
Lamb.
Yep, I agree. Cooks or Gilmore?
Gilmore.
Gilmore.
I think you're right.
And so, I think what if it's CD and Gilmore?
CD.
Okay.
CD's if you were to rank them 1 through 4,
yeah,
CD's the best.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Now, once you break it down and you get to the 3rd corner and you get to the 3rd receiver, I think Bland right now is ahead of Gallup.
I didn't know Bland at all in camp. Did you?
I did an hour ago when I talked about him.
Yeah, he cited him as one of his favorites.
So Bland and Lewis versus Gallup and
Tolbert.
I'll go corner.
And that's the thing is that when you look at Lewis, once he gets healthy, and we just talked about, you said Nashawn Wright was one of your Choppy. He mentioned last hour that Nashawn Wright was one of his surprising ones from camp. Yeah. Nashawn Wright, once Jordan Lewis is healthy, Nashawn Wright is probably your 5th corner. And Kelvin Joseph is like your 6th. In general, my answer is, and I would have said secondary as a whole, but since Sean said corner, I'll point to safety. The fact that Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker, J-Ron Curse, they've all been very stable now for the last couple of years. And the depth behind it is something that they've never had before. They like Marquise Bell a lot as the future J-Ron Curse replacement. Wanye Thomas, who was an undrafted free agent from Georgia Tech last year, has been one of the surprises out at camp and somebody who stepped in and has played really well getting first-team snaps with Donovan Wilson out. And then they like Tyler Coyle behind him. I mean, they go 6 deep, arguably, in terms of realistic depth at safety, and they go 5 or 6 deep at corner. I mean, the secondary is absolutely loaded, and there's going to reach a point where they say, we probably should trade off some of this at the end of camp. We got to find depth from another team. Let's find somebody who really needs pieces in the secondary. All right, Sean Sharif, what is the most concerning position group on this team?
Offensive line. Zach missing. Tyron at tackle. Who are you going to replace him with? It's offensive line. I don't even know if it's close.
I don't think it's close at all. I think it's O-line. And that's I mean, that may be with Zach. I mean, the way, but without him for sure. Like, he stabilizes so much. And then, I do wonder if we're giving Tyron a bad break here because of who he's going up against. Like, just because he can't stop Micah Parsons doesn't mean he can't stop 85% of the other defensive ends in the league.
Right.
True. But at the end of 21, you saw him have issues with Charles Omenihu in San Francisco. At the end of 22, you saw him have issues against, various opponents over the final few weeks. And even though it hasn't been as consistent with Micah, or as it has been with Micah, it is still, he has gotten beat a few times by a Sam Williams or by a Dante Fowler, and that would have never happened in the past. That was something that would have been unheard of to even see him get beat once by a guy like that out there in practice. But I do think it's the offensive line. It's interesting. Tyler Biadasz is a guy it's felt like the fan base has tried to replace, and then some of us as well have tried to replace for a couple years now. Like, you could get better at safety. Go draft Tyler Linderbaum from Iowa. Get better on the interior. Given that Tyler Smith is bumping inside and playing guard and having to basically refresh his position again, Terrence Steele coming off ACL, you don't know who the right guard is. Tyron Smith with his issues. You can make an argument that the most stable player that you trust right now along the offensive line is Tyler Biadasz. That he's the one that you feel the best about, the most confident in giving you consistent play right now, which is a little wild to think about. But I do agree. I think it's the offensive line. That was the one position group that I came away with going, I don't know that I feel good about that entire unit. There's questions about just about everybody. All right, Chop. Those are what we have answers to. What is the biggest unanswered question remaining? So you go out there at camp, you're looking for answers. What did you leave camp going? I still don't know. I have no clue.
Oh, I mean, I think kicker, unless you want to leave kicker out of this.
No, you can answer kicker.
I mean, we just don't know. We don't know about that position. And I'm not going to sit here and break down the kicker game anyway. But I think kicker's one that there's a lot of questions that we just don't know to. Other than that, what is there? That's the thing. This team doesn't have a lot of question marks.
Right.
This is a good roster. Like, overall, they've been a good roster for a lot of years.
Sean?
I still don't really know anything about Mozzie.
Good point.
Yeah,
he did not.
I said it, so it's a great point.
Yeah.
BK tweeted and not a single mention of Mozzie, so he was talking to us about that. So I don't know that much about Mozzie, and Tyron is. We just talked about it. Humongous mystery. I'm not even going to say question mark because that's more insulting. Mystery as to what he really is and whether they're making the right decision on having him be the starting left tackle versus the swing tackle and having Tyler Smith play outside.
Now, obviously, the biggest unanswered question in general is about the offensive scheme, but we didn't expect to have all the answers of, is this offense going to work by the time we left training camp? I don't know that we have a good answer, though, on the level of comfort that they all have in the scheme yet. I feel like there were some days where it was difficult to tell if they were struggling with adapting to the scheme or if it was just regular communication stuff. Some days it would look really good. Some days it would look really bad. So we don't know if the scheme will be successful, but the general adjustment to the scheme is something that I was hoping to have a little bit better clarity on or better understanding of.
And while speaking of Micah, he came in number 9 on the top 100 list with Pat Mahomes number 1. Micah was the highest rated Cowboy. We do need to knock this out today before it becomes a really old, stale topic. You did a little RJ Choppy research project based upon Nick Eatman yesterday.
Yeah, very, there's not a lot that I could do with DeMarcus Ware and some of the numbers and the metrics because they weren't really around, back in his early parts.
Counting numbers.
Because Eatman made a Luka Dirkish statement.
Yeah, and he said that, Micah's, a better player than Ware, basically already. And I was like, okay, let me go check that out. Now, we had talked about in the car. I don't think you guys were there. I think it was Broadus and Zach and Eric and I going to dinner one night where we were talking about DeMarcus Ware, like his first 2 years, we were like, man, we thought we got that one wrong. Because Sean Merriman was the guy that, they chose Ware over. And everyone was like, oh, because Merriman had a really good first 2 years. And then you realize.
Steroids will do that for you.
You realize why. So, that kind of got into this. And, Micah's sack totals are higher than Ware's through his first 2 years. DeMarcus had 19.5, and Micah has got 26.5. So it's not really even that close. Now one major difference is that we didn't have all these like fancy stats like pass rush win rate back in DeMarcus Ware's first couple years. I went back and I couldn't find them. I did find though PFF, Bobby's favorite.
Love him.
Said back in 2009, which is Ware's like fourth or fifth year in the league. He applied pressure once every 7 plays. I thought that'd be pretty cool. Second in the league to Dwight Freeney. He had 85 total QB pressures that year in a 16-game season. Micah this year had 72. That's quite a bit of difference. Now, again, this is subjective. It's PFF. What's a pressure? You know what a hit is. You know what a sack is. What's a pressure? And then, how much of DeMarcus Ware's, sack totals were the fact that, and to Micah's credit, too. He's got Tank on the other side, and DeMarcus had Anthony Spencer, who led the league in quarterback hits in 2009 with 26. So maybe Ware could have had many more.
Almost Anthony.
That was
right? His nickname.
Ton of quarterback hits. Never got to the quarterback from sacking him. So Parsons' first 2 years, undeniably better than Ware's from a sack perspective. We just don't have the numbers that we have now from the analytics to see exactly how many pressures, how much win rate, what's his win rate, stuff like that.
I'm going to read a quote to you really quickly from Brian Schottenheimer. If you put a number, this is talking about offensive changes. If you put a number on it, I'd say it's probably 70% of what they've done here, and then maybe 30% of ideas from Mike Solari and myself and some of the new guys. It'd be crazy to ask some of the guys to learn a completely new system. I've been working extremely hard trying to get up to speed with the way they've done things. They've had so much success here. That was easy for me to do. Sounds very familiar. So what? How long ago do you think that quote was? 2 months ago?
Yeah.
It was from May of 2018. He said this when he was with the Seattle Seahawks. He has been reading a script to us, guys, and I respect the
First
savvy.
15 plays scripted?
I respect the savvy of not wanting to reveal anything and just recycling quotes. He is Ari Myrov self-aggregating himself here. You've got he made the 30% reference, which he did. He made the whole reference of, the offense has been great. Why would I need to change much? This hasn't been broken. And it's funny, we heard we want to run the damn ball. This quote from Dan Graziano yesterday in his ESPN piece after going to Cowboys training camp when we saw him out there. He goes, unless you've been living under a rock, the Cowboys made a coaching change on offense this season. And he jumps down there and says, the Cowboys aren't changing a ton of the offense, and they aren't going to be run heavy in spite of the external narratives. One Cowboys official told him, look at our personnel. Do we look like we're built to be a run-first team?
Wow. And personnel-wise,
guess that quote.
The answer is no right now.
Yeah.
Without maybe the best guard in football.
Right.
Below the belt every single morning at this time here on Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider, Roberto Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy is going to try to prove that championships are overrated and will bring in some insider and expert on urine analysis for the best bathrooms in all of sports. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday after this.
Let's get you over.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time. Get it, pay, Ryan in the back. We got Bobby, we got Choppy. I'm Sean Sharif. This is the final hour on a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station. Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com will be joining us from Oxnard, and then crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. What a big night, big day, audio-wise, and we need to bring it all to you tomorrow. We got the Hard Knocks debut tonight with the New York Jets. We got Johnny Manziel Untold on Netflix after I watched the Jake Paul one and really liked it. And Dirk's press conference to discuss his Hall of Fame induction is taking place this morning. So all these things everyone needs to be aware of. We will be grabbing the audio and bringing it to you tomorrow. But that's a big day of television events.
Yeah, and I missed a big one over the weekend. I don't know if it was the flurry of coming back from Oxnard, and you may have already seen, but we missed the debut of season 2 of Winning Time. That's back. So that's gonna.
It's already out?
Yeah, that was Sunday night, first episode.
I think I might have got kicked out of my HBO. I think.
I got you.
I'm not sure. But I got the Netflix covered. But I need that for Hard Knocks and Winning Time. I got Manziel, and obviously the Dirk presser we'll have tomorrow morning. Interest level is what in those? In order.
I would say I don't have Netflix anymore. I am not interested in the Winning Time at all. Zero interest.
Why?
I never cared for the team. It was before my time for the most part. I'm not the hugest NBA fan. I don't even think hugest is a word.
Or vocabulary fan.
Yeah, or vocab fan. So I would say the Hard Knocks, then Manziel, then Winning Time.
Dirk, you didn't care about. You said you didn't care about the Manziel before.
I mean, I don't. I mean, but I didn't even think of Dirk in there.
Wow. Shots fired at Dirk.
No, it's not that. It's just, press conferences about Hall of Fame. That's not my thing. So I would say Hard Knocks, Manziel, Dirk, Winning Time.
Hard Knocks. Well, if we're including Winning Time, I do want to that's a separate thing. I do want to watch that a ton. But the others, I would go Hard Knocks, Dirk, and then Manziel. The Hard Knocks thing, I'm fascinated to see how. I want to see if I can pick up on them being subtly difficult. Since they made such a big fuss about it, I want to see if there's noticeably absent individuals in this. Like, why is Robert Saleh not in this at all?
Right.
Or why is Aaron Rodgers only briefly in it and seems like he's side-eyeing somebody?
So one of the things the Jets said they were going to do is they were going to not allow the cameras for the cuts. We won't see cuts episode 1, right? That doesn't happen to episode 2 or 3 of the 4. There won't be any cuts because they haven't done anything yet.
Yeah, they haven't cut anyone. So, the fact that they've already produced the first episode, they wouldn't. But, we're not going to see him anyway, I would guess. The biggest thing that I'm interested in is the one who everybody's going to fall in love with, and people already love him. The one who people are going to fall in love with through this series is Sauce Gardner. That dude is so confident and so funny, and he is going to become an even bigger superstar through this.
The Hard Knocks is last for me because of what they're going to show.
So Rodgers being washed, yeah.
Therefore, we'll see. 1 or 2 is Winning Time or Manziel, and then Dirk will be 3. We've heard all the stories before. We're going to hear him getting close with Dwayne Wade, or closer. Yes, he said when the families got together, they kind of buried the hatchet. So Hard Knocks 4, Dirk 3, and then Manziel or Winning Time 1 and 2. The guys they got to play, Bird. It's frightening how good of a match they got for the Bird character, and then Magic as well. And season 1 was fantastic. It's excellent.
Yeah, I loved it. I've got a couple things backing up finally. We ran out of things to watch, and now I've got Winning Time I got to do, and then tonight, Hulu, Only Murders in the Building. Season 3 is back, baby, with Paul Rudd and Meryl Streep in this season.
Oh, is that the one that's helping out your marriage so much?
No, that was Why Women Kill. That was the one that in the middle of episode 9, that was the one Corey recommended, that I was like, this is literally causing a marital fight between us, and I don't feel like having it anymore, so I'm done watching the show.
Then we got to play the lottery again.
We do.
Billion?
1.4.
I only played at 1.5.
And then the other one is already up to like 140, 150 million.
So is it the Powerball that's 1.4?
No,
Mega. Mega, which is Tuesdays and Thursdays. Powerball we get 3 times a week. Mega we only get twice a week. So I feel like this is our one. Like I feel like we're going to win this one. We've tried a lot of different ways before, but Choppy's going with the interesting method. He wants us to buy all our tickets separately and go honor system.
It's not that I want. I just was in the gas station yesterday, and I was like, "Hey," or the grocery store, like, "Hey, you guys do lotto tickets here?" I was there. I was like, "I'll just pick them up," and then I was like, "All right, let's have the guys do their own, with honor system here."
What's interesting is, and it used to be a law. I don't think it's a law anymore. You can't pay with like a debit card for lottery tickets.
Yeah,
Why is that?
I did yesterday.
No, you used to not be able to, and now most stores still have it in place as a policy. But I know when Powerball started going up, I went in there and I forgot you needed cash. And at first they were like, no. It's like, all I've got is the card. And they're like, fine, just swipe it. And so I think they were accepting anything because they knew all the business was coming in.
Now, Peyton, we were buying tickets while you were on vacation in Vancouver for the last big one. And we had kind of did we decide to include them or not?
We decided we would give them like $5 million.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you guys.
Yeah, if we won. Canadian dollars.
But it wasn't going to be an even split because you weren't participating. We didn't know. We sometimes you're in, sometimes you're out.
Could we bargain maybe? Maybe I get like 7.5 if we had talked about it a little bit. If you guys had won, obviously.
Right. Well, now we need to decide what to do today.
Oh.
Are you in or not with all your extra Choctaw money? Because I'm not going. We're not all going to individually go to the store. But
I'm in. I'm in. Let's do it.
You're in.
20.
I'll do it
again.
Again. And ask Ryan if he's in. Ask Ryan if he wants to throw 20.
Are you in? In for the lotto.
I haven't paid attention.
He says yes.
Yeah, all right, $100 bucks. We got $100 down here, and
Okay.
the only wild card here is Chop with his own ticket. So if he's off to Belize or whatever tomorrow, we'll know why.
Off to Gaylord.
That's next week.
Never comes back from Gaylord, Michigan.
GaylordGolfMecca.com.
All right, so we're in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All 5. Watch it be Ryan. He'll figure out a way to get the money and he'll dip. He'll dip on all of us. All right, final hour. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Championships do not matter. A longtime mantra of RJ Choppy.
This is from Complex Magazine. Did an interview with Jeff Teague. Now, Jeff has talked about this on his podcast about how...
Pretty entertaining. Former NBA player, or I don't even know he's former. Atlanta Hawks is what I remember him from. Is he still playing?
He was with Milwaukee on their title team most recently. So he had said in the article they asked him about his take on ring culture, and people say it's the be all end all to evaluating a career, and he was like, not to describe myself, but I won a ring, and it was like getting an A on the group project. That was Giannis's ring. It was Drew Holiday's ring. And then he was asked a question about D. Wade or Harden. Now, he puts James Harden ahead of Dwayne Wade.
All time?
All time.
There we go.
And he says, I'm biased because, A, James in my draft class, I played against him more. I played against Wade. But I remember when James was James, 38 and 11. Prime Wade gets 36 and 5. James would average 34, 36, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think people were putting enough respect on James's name. They're acting like I said D. Wade's a bum, Dwayne's a goat, but I think James is up there. You just have the rings to show for it, but rings don't matter to me. When I go to the park, I see a little kid playing like James Harden. I don't see kids playing like Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, kids travel all the time.
Hog the ball. I mean, he did pass the ball, but, ISO step backs. Dwayne Wade didn't really have something that identifiable with his game.
Right.
Except
Free
for
throws.
Free throws.
Yeah. Free throws. Getting carted off on a wheelchair because of a separated shoulder.
Sure. Four of those 36 points he would have put up would have actually been from the field.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he was asked his top 5 shooting guards of all time. He said MJ, Kobe, Harden, Wade, Ray Allen. And look.
No AI.
I count him as kind of a 1.
Yeah, I do too.
1 or 2. No Jerry West.
I mean, Harden was more of a distributor than AI was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I mean, I could count James as a 1.
Yes, absolutely. So and this whole thing, the rings don't matter. And look, that's you can't say they don't matter, and you can't say they only matter. There's a.
I mean, they don't matter for some people. If you're a role player and you didn't do anything. I don't care. You're not a champion. I'm not going to call you a champion because you were on the roster.
I think they matter way more in the NBA than any other sport because an individual player can impact the outcome of their team more in the NBA than anyone else, even more than the quarterback, the individually all-time great player.
Who's most been, to figure out the weight between the sports, who's most been impacted by the lack of a title in the NBA? Barkley? Like their legacy had it most dragged? Who is it in the NFL?
Barkley, Marino maybe.
And I feel like Marino's stigma is stronger than Barkley's. I feel like now as a player in the NFL, you're probably right. But as a position-specific thing, if you're a quarterback without a Super Bowl, they will hold that against you forever.
Also because Marino is better than Barkley.
Yeah.
Right.
Like in terms of what he did.
Right.
Don't ever put Tony Romo on a damn
No. I was throwing out Dave Rivers.
I got chills just hearing his
Ryan.
name.
They all got dinged for not having a ring.
Yeah, but all-time Marino. And then to the NBA, to your point, Barkley, Ewing, Malone, Stockton. Reggie Miller. Farther down that category.
You could say Harden. Like if LeBron decided to go play with James Harden instead of Dwayne Wade, then Harden has a couple of rings. You probably know what I mean. And now Wade had one, but we all look at that ring a little sideways.
Which one?
The one in 06.
Okay.
We all look at that ring a little sideways. That was a Bennett Salvatore special.
I don't think anyone outside of Dallas does, though. I don't think anyone outside of Dallas thinks of the referees first with that. They think of Shaq, Gary Payton, and Miami winning that.
I think of the refs first. I think of Dwayne Wade taking 25 free throws.
I said outside. Do you guys listen to anything?
I do.
Do you guys listen to anything I say on the show?
I do. Yes, I do. But I'm just saying that.
And I just said outside of Dallas.
But I'm saying, go look up the Bill Simmons article. Bill Simmons wrote the most blistering article after Game 5 that still lives on to this day, where he wrote it for Page 2, and he spent about 30,000 words just basically talking about that the officiating was going to send the NBA back to the 90s.
And Bill Simmons' article on that, being a diehard basketball nerd, makes no impact on my statement. If you go and sit in the airport bar when we're traveling around and talk about Dwayne Wade's first title, I don't believe someone outside of the Metroplex. I'm not saying it's not wrong. It was crooked. It was messed up. But I don't think that they're dinging
I think you're right.
Wade to Miami because of that.
No, I think you're probably right. It doesn't mean you discount the ring fully. I discount it a little bit. Obviously, I discount it.
To your point, you know what probably gets remembered more as a discussion point for people nationally is Dallas was planning the parade, and Wade he would not allow them to the offense. They went 4-0 after the parade was planned, which is ridiculous because every city plans the parade a few days out. But still, I don't know. When you mentioned Harden not having a ring, though, I still to this day go, the only reason Harden doesn't have a ring is because Sam Presti blew it up. Like, if Sam Presti just keeps Harden, Westbrook, and Durant together for those 5 years or whatever, they do win.
Yeah.
I mean, I think of first, you would have finished off the Warriors like you.
Did Paul get hurt? Is that what happened? Did Chris Paul get hurt in that series? And that they were up 3-1? I thought he did.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. I just remember being in a Michigan bar.
Yep.
And I'm like, the Warriors, they're going to blow this.
Yeah.
Like, this is the chance to take them out, and it's not happening. So there was Jeff Teague becoming RJ's new favorite player for saying championships a little bit overrated. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Let's head back on out to Cowboys camp for one of our insiders, Patrick Walker, talking about the kicker that was cut, the debut of Schoon, and who's going to have more of an impact on the offense, Turpin or Deuce. Patrick Walker from Cali after this.
After we get you over to
Our weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today for free or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Every Tuesday and Thursday here on Sean and RJ, we're joined by our Dallas Cowboys insider Patrick Walker from Oxnard, California, and it's brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Patrick, good morning. Thanks for joining us again. You have the lead article on the draft pick, Bobby's favorite draft pick out of the University of Michigan. Recap for us, if you can, the debut of Luke Schoonmaker.
Absolutely. Schoonmaker was removed, or so to say, activated from the NFI list, non-football injury list, on yesterday, and he returned to Cowboys practice, but it made for his debut at training camp. And obviously a lot of eyes are on the former, or the rookie second-round pick, former Wolverine, to get out there and start making some moves. But everyone needs to understand that the Cowboys are being deliberate in how they're going to bring him along. So he did do individual work with the tight end group, but he was held out of team drills as expected. Mike McCarthy was asked if Luke Schoonmaker has an opportunity to play this Saturday when the Cowboys host the Jacksonville Jaguars. And McCarthy kind of shrugged the idea off and said, hey, I'm excited to see him in practice today. Spoke with Luke Schoonmaker after practice. He said, quote unquote, it felt good to play football again. Keep in mind, same guy who did not participate in OTAs or minicamp because he had the boot on his foot with the plantar fasciitis. And he himself, Schoonmaker, said that he doesn't anticipate that he'll be on the field for Saturday's game. So it all makes sense. It's all lining up. But good news is he's back on the field, and he at least has a shot, barring a setback, of being on the field week 1 against the New York Giants.
Is that an injury that has a history of reoccurring?
Yes, it is. It is until it's completely healed, and that's why it's dangerous to push that type of injury. Plantar fasciitis is what we're discussing, and that's because unless there's a clean tear, it actually becomes a little bit of a nagging injury that requires that much more rest. So it's a little tricky in that regard, but that's why the Cowboys held him out of minicamp, and that's why the Cowboys, although in minicamp, they were pretty decisive in saying that he'd be ready for day 1 of training camp. He himself was pretty decisive in saying he'd be ready day 1 of training camp. Day 1 of training camp comes around, guys, and guess what? He's on the NFI list. So that tells me that the Cowboys are, in fact, being cautious with it, because they know if you cause that to inflame, then, yes, you're going to suffer a major setback, not just the minor setback that kept him from debuting on Saturday in the blue-white practice and held him out only 2 more days.
Pat, when you look at the way things went for Jalen Tolbert last year, and during OTA's minicamp, he had, I think it was a calf injury. There was an issue with his lower leg, and I know that when he got there to camp, they kind of threw him in the deep end and asked him to do a lot of different stuff, and maybe rushed him a little bit. I think Stephen Jones even said late last season, he's like, maybe we wouldn't have asked him to do as much. Do you think the approach with Schoonmaker, kind of slow playing this a little bit, is a learning moment from how things went with Tolbert after Tolbert had missed some of the offseason program?
I think it absolutely is, Bobby, and that's a great point. I think this team has done a fantastic job recently of learning from previous mistakes as far as potentially rushing injuries. Hey, look at the Ezekiel Elliott sprained PCL or torn PCL that he had that hampered him a couple of seasons ago. He suffers a little bit of a knee injury last year, and they said, hey, let's kind of pull back. Let's give Tony Pollard more reps. So they kind of played it that way. This is no different when you compare Schoonmaker now to Tolbert then. They're looking at it as, hey, we need this guy to come in and make an impact, but you can't make an impact if you're hampered or if you're not available at all. And then when you look at the tight end room, Jake Ferguson, he's looking good. Peyton Hendershot, kind of up and down, but he's starting to kind of string it together. But then you got a guy like John Stevens Jr., yes, undrafted, but he's making impact. But John Stevens Jr. is also unproven. Hendershot has only 1 year under his belt. Ferguson has only 1 year under his belt. Sean McEwen is more of the blocker than the playmaker. You need Schoonmaker to come in and be that definitive blocker and all-around great tight end, but you would like for that to happen in year one. So there's no reason to push him unnecessarily right now. Yes, he's behind the curve right now because he's not been on the field until yesterday. But again, because of his value coming into this season and going forward, there's no reason to push it unnecessarily right now.
Patrick Walker every single Tuesday from DallasCowboys.com in Oxnard, California here on 105.3 The Fan. What happened at kicker yesterday?
One right thing happened. So the Cowboys.
How far right?
Yeah.
into the bleachers. The Cowboys opted to release one of their kickers, namely Tristan Vizcaino. On yesterday, it wasn't Vizcaino's first attempt to stick with the team. He was unsuccessful again. For those of you that watched the blue-white practice on Saturday, you know that between Aubrey and Vizcaino, it was a very poor showing. The mojo moment. 6 attempts, only 1 attempt was made. One of the attempts looked as if it hit a duck in midair, but I looked up and I saw no duck. So weird what happened there. But that leaves Brandon Aubrey as the sole kicker on the roster right now, and I have to specify right now. Kudos to Aubrey for bouncing back yesterday. I charted him at 7 for 9, so he did have a strong day yesterday, but I am still of the opinion that the Cowboys should bring in another body. I'm one of the main persons who said, hey, you should have 3 kickers and sort it out that way, one being a veteran, Mason Crosby. But the Cowboys are sticking to their current plan, which is they want to see the young guys. It was Vizcaino and Aubrey, now just Aubrey. They want to see what they can do before they put in the call to some of these veterans. And speaking with Jerry Jones yesterday, he said, quote unquote, we're very comfortable with Aubrey going into 2023 as the kicker. I would put a pin in that. I think that's, kind of leveraging in the media to keep the price of the free agents down, because Mike McCarthy, not a couple hours before practice, reiterated that they are still open for business in that capacity, but not quite yet because they want to see what Aubrey can do now with more reps with Vizcaino out of the building.
A few veterans here who were on the bubble, it felt like, heading into camp. Handicap for me the likelihood that the following 3 guys are on the roster: Neville Gallimore, Kelvin Joseph, Simi Fehoko.
Of those 3, lead horse is Neville Gallimore. Gallimore has come in and come on strong in training camp. He's put on some muscle mass. Yes, he's lost a few battles, but so has everyone. Tyler Smith has lost a few battles, for example. Hell, and speaking of Tyler Smith, one of the battles he lost was to Neville Gallimore, who basically sat him down, threw him out of the club on one of those reps and got into the backfield. Gallimore has been disruptive. We have been kind of seen him pop off on the field, or stand out on the field, I should say, far more often than not. But when you look at someone like Simi Fehoko, who had the drop that kind of went viral because it turned into Eric Scott's interception, he bounced back, but then he battled the quad contusion, but then he came back and he had a touchdown in the red zone with that quad contusion, so then that's great news. But then yesterday he has the drop in coverage with Gilmore on his hip. The ball could not have been placed any better from Dak Prescott. You got to bring those in, and he'll be the first to admit that he has to. But it's kind of that uneven camp for him that's causing the struggle. And then Kelvin Joseph, I'm pressed to find something exceedingly positive that will compare him to even the median for Fehoko, or certainly a great day for Gallimore. Joseph is trying his hand at nickel, and he's really having a hard time against those nickels, especially when it's Kevontae Turpin at nickel. There's plenty of footage out there of Turpin just kind of having his way. Yesterday was another struggle day for Kelvin Joseph. So he's made a couple of plays, but more often than not, you're starting to see footage of Dak Prescott, red zone, touchdown, Lamb. What does he do when Kelvin Joseph is in coverage? He looks at him and says, that's what you wanted me to do, right? Oh, okay then, right? So that tells me that, hey, Joseph is inviting it, but when you get what you order, you're not really eating, right? So of those 3, best case scenario would be Neville Gallimore, and I really do see Neville Gallimore being on this roster. Fehoko, verdict still out right now. Plenty of camp left for him. Kelvin Joseph, I don't see it right now. He really has to come on strong in the preseason to stick.
So you can't just be arguably the best special teams player and make it. He's going to have to offer him something else.
Well, if you consider special teams, then yes, he has an avenue there. But then you also have to look at the penalties when it comes to special teams as well, because you can't have it both ways. If you're going to be the best special teams player, especially as they're looking for someone to replace Luke Gifford and Noah Brown in that capacity, they were able to get C.J. Goodwin back. But if you're going to
Overshown, our guy
Overshown is one. He's going to be a big special teams guy. But then Deuce Vaughn is going to play a role in special teams. Hunter Lipke is going to play a role in special teams, and then Jalen Brooks, they're going to have to carve a role out for him, because I think that as it stands, he's making a case for himself to be on the roster, but it's going to have to be special teams value as well. Same goes for Moreno Cropper. When you start throwing these names in there, yes, Joseph has some skins on the wall as far as a special teams guy, but those skins come accompanied with brutal penalties. So you can't be the best at something and be the worst at something at the same time. You have to choose one, and hopefully he chooses to do away with the penalties and become that special teams ace alongside C.J. Goodwin, so that at least he can find a role here. So that's a good point. It will have to be special teams, because from a cornerback depth perspective, when you have behind Gilmore and Diggs, you got DeRon Bland. Jordan Lewis is not far off. Eric Scott, whom I named as the steal of the draft, and I think everyone will find that out soon enough if they're not seeing it already. Joseph is going to have a hard time getting on the field as a cornerback. So it's going to have to be special teams. And the only way that happens, in my opinion, is if he does away with the yellow flags.
How does your running back depth chart look right now behind Pollard?
As of this moment, money on the table, I'm going Rico Dowdle as RB2. And then it gets kind of interesting at RB3, because obviously Malik Davis, I feel like he's worthy. I think that the lead runner between he and Rico is Rico, which was the same case last year before Rico suffered injury. So I'm going to go RB3 is Malik Davis, but no, ladies and gentlemen, that is not me saying Deuce Vaughn would not make the roster. I think Deuce Vaughn still makes the roster. And you're going to carry 4 running backs. Maybe you don't look at Deuce as a running back. Maybe you look at him as a flex player, and then you could assign him to the wide receiver room, which now, yes, that puts him in competition with Kevontae Turpin. That RB3 conversation / RB4 conversation gets very robust. But I want everyone to keep in mind, not a year ago, we were all saying there's no way you could release Malik Davis and he'll clear waivers. You got to keep him, and he cleared, and he was on the practice squad, and it all worked out. So
more offensive contribution for this upcoming season between Deuce or Turpin?
As we have this conversation, it's Turpin.
Okay.
Looking at what both have been able to do in their camp practices so far, Deuce is right now making waves. He's making waves as a runner between the A and B gap. Not surprising to me, but surprising to a lot of people. He's making waves as a receiver out of the backfield, and he's gotten some slot duty. But then when you look at what Turpin has been able to do once he returned from the birth of his newborn daughter, he looks recharged. Like that battery in his back is at 100%, because guess what, fellas? He's not coming off of a season from another league wherein he was the MVP. He actually got rest. He actually had time to recharge, and he just looks rather unstoppable. The only thing right now that's stopping Kevontae Turpin is maybe a couple of inches of catch radius, right? Because he's in the spots he needs to be. His routes are just absolutely phenomenal. I've even seen him high point against bigger DBs and win those battles to come down with the ball. So head to head, I'm going Kevontae Turpin right now, but I'm confident the Cowboys are going to find a way to utilize both of them going forward.
Fantastic stuff and appearance. Thank you as always, and we'll talk again on Thursday. Appreciate it, Patrick.
Absolutely. Talk to you guys soon.
At Voice of the Star, Patrick Walker, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next.
But let's get you over to the
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
2-1, and a ground ball hit to third. Dropped by Duran, but he throws the second in time for the out to end the ball game. Final play goes 5-4. The Rangers win the game 5-3. They have won 7 games in a row and extended their lead over the Astros to 3 games in the West.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece on your home for Rangers baseball with Kevin Hagman, Mike Bassick, Corey Majors. Good morning. What is coming up?
Guys, the Rangers just keep winning, and Kevin continues to ask the question, how many games will we go on this streak?
Oh, yeah. What do you think they'll get up to?
163.
There you go.
So into next year?
What I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, 8 after tonight, my boy Max. And then what's the matchup after
and then that?
9.
I mean, it's still
Oakland.
Oakland.
How many games are left in the series?
How old are you?
41.
Okay.
Damn.
Why?
Well, I was wondering when you said my boy Max Scherzer, he's 39. I was like, could you call somebody my boy if they're older than you?
Oh, yeah.
You're older
my
than
boy.
me.
Well, are you? Meh. I guess not. No, you can.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're tight, if you're close by one or 2 years. How old are you?
45.
45.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do that.
Why do you say
That's
damn
just,
like
I
that?
don't know. That's
45 is not that old.
Said in stark terms. It's just. I mean, I'm 34. That's very old to me. So.
Yeah,
That's why you like Dak and Tony Romo
way
so
that you
much.
said
You
it.
never actually saw the Cowboys winning.
Damn right.
It's the way damn came out of your mouth is the problem.
I know. I did it to Sean, and Sean didn't react, so I had to go that one.
Also at 11:20, what's the most ridiculous thing you or your significant other is afraid of?
Oh, snakes.
Is that ridiculous?
Oh, the most ridiculous thing?
Yeah.
Sorry. Because you had a scorpion incident.
Yeah, he walked
That's
right through the front door.
That's legit.
It's
Hold
legit.
on, a scorpion walked through the front
He's like-
door?
Yeah.
Coming
That's
in.
what Peyton thought.
So he just knocked with a stinger and then you let him in.
We're in the meeting yesterday, and Sarah texted me that there's a photo of a scorpion in the shower. And she had just got out of the shower, like, not too long before. And it was like, this thing I was in the shower with this thing, apparently.
Whoa.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry,
I know.
Choff. How
And
are you holding up?
I'm fine. And I was like, okay, so what'd you do with it? She goes, I flushed it down the toilet. I was like, oh, great. You step on it, you clean it up. She goes, no. I just picked it up by hand and squeezed it and killed it.
God.
And I was like, I'm sorry. What was that?
Wow.
It appears there's a new man in the house because sure as hell wasn't me. Because I was like, you're aware those things have venom and they sting, right? She goes, oh, I didn't know it was a scorpion. I go, what do you mean it was a scorpion?
What did she think it was?
I don't know, but it had like the clear, like translucent. It had and she goes, I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. But it had like the stinger coming out of the back, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a scorpion.
Was
And
it
those
big
things,
or small?
It looked like it was like maybe like 2 inches long.
Okay,
3
the
inches
small because
long.
the smaller the more venomous. The bigger the less dangerous. Those
Really?
smaller, the smaller ones are the most venomous.
Yeah, it was like one of those small, like kind of it was dark, but it also had like kind of a translucent look to it.
I don't know what animal I would ever confuse a scorpion for. Like a scorpion's kind of a scorpion. Like I feel like that as soon as you see it, you're like,
Well,
yeah,
she's
that's
not
definitely a
Bear
scorpion.
Grylls. I mean, she doesn't like go and look.
Singing
study
Rocky
it.
like a hurricane.
Been afraid of scorpions since Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
I have no clue what poison ivy looks like. So if I'm playing golf and my
no.
ball goes into
She's
the
really
woods and
attractive.
somebody's like, I'm not going in there, poison ivy. I'm like, I guess I'm not going in there either, but I'm not sure what the leaf looks like. That's poison ivy.
Yeah, poison ivy's got a shinier look to it.
But this most ridiculous fear question is like perfect for the Belt household.
Yeah.
Like, because they are afraid and have this and that towards everything. Convertibles.
What?
Yeah,
You're
I mean
scared of
her
T-tops.
No. Well, it wasn't convertibles.
Tops?
She was. She didn't want the sunroof in the car because she's like, I've seen way too many like Facebook reels of somebody's
And you had a better deal
thing
on it?
malfunctioning. Yeah, and
They
so
had
she
a better deal
she
on a
took
car
it.
with a sunroof, Kevin.
But she was initially not going to take it, and then they were like, "Well, we won't charge you for the sunroof." So then she was like, "Okay, fine." Like,
What's the malfunction? It just stays open?
like
or?
it leaks in a car wash or something. So she's got a paranoia of like, "Can I take this in a car wash ever?" So that's her thing. Her most ridiculous fear is probably that I want a baby bad enough that like I'll just go, "All right, I'm going to go marry somebody else then."
oh my gosh.
Wow.
Holy
I mean, I guess it's not that
moly.
ridiculous.
You know you
when
don't have to marry
explain
somebody
it.
else to have a baby.
I mean, you don't have to.
No, you don't.
What was the launching point for this?
Yesterday, I was riding up to work with my wife because, our car got totaled before. Didn't I tell you that story? Yeah,
Like a week
okay?
before we left, right?
Yeah, I need to edit myself. Smashed into her and baby Noah on the highway and smashed her up against the wall on the highway. So
That's right, because during the Frankel ad, you said somebody smashed your wife.
yes,
Yeah,
and I
that's
do
right, yeah.
regret saying it like that.
Rear end or
No,
like to
no,
the side?
like side to side. And I don't know what in the world was happening. And so
Did that person stick around?
Of course not.
Of course not. So you think it was like a purposeful?
No.
Yeah.
I just think they were, I don't know, perhaps not in the right state of mind or not paying attention or whatever. And of course, somehow their
They
car
either
was
were
able to.
drunk, high, or don't have insurance.
Probably.
I think usually hit and runs, that's
I got a fake
99% of the
insurance card.
time.
Give it
They
to
either
me.
don't have insurance, so they're leaving, or they are drunk or high. And so they're like, I can't stay around for this.
Or
'cause I'll be
totally
in-
at fault.
Yes. Which they were. And so
I think most people totally at fault that have insurance and aren't drunk or high will stick around.
okay, you would hope. But yeah. And so
And
we've
what
been.
type of car was she in?
She was in a Trailblazer from Platinum Chevrolet.
Platinum
Okay.
Chevrolet.
So SUV got totaled.
Yeah,
Very, very
and so we've been riding up to work the last couple of days, and we stopped, and there's like all these birds by the car, and she goes, "Oh my God, what are those birds doing?" And then she told a story about her little niece at the zoo, and she said she had to stay strong for her in front of the birds. And then I learned at that moment that my wife was not scared, but terrified of birds. Even though birds aren't real.
All birds. Not like specific one, like any of them?
It doesn't seem like she quantifies the differences. She's just scared of birds.
Troy he freaked out at the sound of like alligators or crocodiles.
Then
Like us just talking about them, he had to take off his headphones.
If you said the word alligator,
sparkles.
crocodile. I don't know if he said anything about black caimans, though. I think you could talk about a black caiman and he'd be okay. But if you say alligator, crocodile, or you see the photo of them, I don't know what he would do if A&M played Florida.
Oh,
that's right.
Tough.
In the swamp.
In the swamp.
You'd be in a lot of trouble.
He'd probably cry
Why do you know what a
tears.
black caiman is?
I don't know what that is.
Kevin and I both didn't have a clue.
Oh, it's one of the largest alligator family.
Mike,
just vicious species.
This may be
Right in the Amazon.
uncomfortable.
But y'all struggle to identify a
Maybe
scorpion.
uncomfortable. Shut up. Uncomfortable for you to answer. This Orioles broadcaster thing.
Kevin Brown.
Yeah.
Former Ranger. Yeah.
Not him.
Great sinker.
Different Kevin Brown.
Can you
1990 rotation was good.
Can you figure out what the executives or team could have been mad about from their perspective?
Nothing. It's horrible. The only thing, and I'm going to talk about it more at 1040, is maybe the owner or somebody way up high, president. I think it's John Ambrose is the owner, if I have his name right.
Angelos, sorry.
Peter
Angelos, John. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. And they must not like this guy, and they're looking to get rid of him. That's the only thing I can think of, is that they just don't like the way he broadcast, and they don't want him in the future, and they're trying to figure out a way to fire him with cause so they don't have to possibly pay out a contract. I honestly have no clue what TV contracts are like with a Dave Raymond. Like, I don't know if he signs a 3-year deal with the Rangers or if it's just a year to year. I have no clue. But let's just say you owe him another year on a contract. They're just trying to get rid of him because he didn't do anything wrong. And if he did something wrong, then you have to fire like 12 other people who put it in your game notes, who produce that show, because you have all of that information. What he did, that information is given to you at about 10 a.m. or noon.
So you are, when you're doing Bally pre-post, you're reading someone else's copy? Like, how does that work?
So I'm trying to see if I have, because I was actually asking my man Clarky to send me. I said it helps me out if you just send me, since I don't do as many pre-games anymore. I'm like, sometimes if you send me your run sheet, it can help me like have another topic during the radio show. But usually what it'll say is, here's the A block. You might review what happened in last night's game for the first 2 minutes, review the streak, what they've done. Let's just say they were playing in a place that they haven't won in a long time, which I believe, like the Houston Astros. Like, the Rangers, for the most part, over the last 5 years have stunk against the Houston Astros in Houston.
Suspended.
Well, it makes a lot of sense because the Astros keep winning the division and the Rangers have been somewhat picking in the top 5 in the MLB draft a lot. So you're probably not going to have the best record against the good teams. Like, Tampa's been pretty good for a while. Baltimore hasn't. So they'll actually have that at 11 a.m. that we're going to go over. Okay. The Rangers could possibly have a winning record in Houston this year. The first time since 2016 for the Texas Rangers. Well, that's in the notes at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Like, you're not doing anything wrong. It's just the person stating, like, if they do this is positive because they haven't accomplished this in a 5 or 6 year period. But you get all that stuff at 10:30 or 11, and then you might respond by saying, hey, is there any time to talk about this? I think this is a good topic for the pregame show today based off of something I saw last night or based off of somebody who's hot right now. And so that's what you go through. So you'd have to fire the person who produces the pregame show or suspend him indefinitely without pay. You'd have to suspend everybody who might have command or control. You'd have to suspend Ben McDonald for allowing that, because he's the guy next to Kevin Brown. He's like one of their analysts. You'd have to suspend him going, you knew better. Why didn't you say anything? Like, hey, we can't talk about the factual records of the Baltimore Orioles through the last 8 years.
I didn't understand it either because I thought he was putting it in a positive light. It was more like, how kick-ass is this team this year?
It's ridiculous. It's soft. That's all it is. It's one of the softest things I've seen in this type of situation. I mean, like, there's nothing offensive about facts. when it comes to your record against another team. It's not. I'm sorry. Like, that's your record. What do you want him to do? Lie? Do you want him to say, like, the last time the Orioles played a real season was 2012? Is that what you want him to say?
I would have been fired 100 times if that would be the line. If that was the bar.
And 300 here.
Yeah. Like, that I couldn't do this.
Did you play under the Lerner family?
Yes.
Growing up around there, they were like it wasn't too far off from the Angelos family of how bad they were thought of in DC.
They just had when I was there, it was very early in their ownership. They had just bought it from Major League Baseball, and they had no clue how anything worked. They wanted us to do all of these appearances around the community for free, and we're like, look, if we're going to wake up at 9 a.m. to be at, I'm just naming Whataburger, they don't have those in DC, but if I'm going to do that, like, that's like a $500 appearance or $1,000 appearance fee. I'm not just going around once a week everywhere around the community, just like. And then they didn't know they had to pay.
Nice thought, nice sentiment.
They didn't know they had to pay minor league players. They're like, no, the Harrisburg senator, like Harrisburg pays for the guys. Like, no, you actually own these players. They're under your. You draft our organization drafted them. We have control of them. They can't just go to the Texas Rangers if they want to go to the Rangers. They're under our control, and you have to pay these players. And they're like, no, and literally to pay like a AA team is $20,000 a year. And they're like, yeah, we don't want to do it. And like, no, you have to. There's not like, you don't. It's like they were struggling with like what they have to pay. Like, no, like you have to. And then
more cluelessness versus like being bad people.
And they might have been, but I was there early on in their ownership in 07, 08. So I don't know if they got better. Obviously, they won a championship in 19 and now have recently sold. But I don't know if they got better or worse. But they were just kind of clueless coming in and buying the team and having no clue how baseball worked.
All right, tomorrow we'll have Hard Knocks, Dirk Hall of Fame, Manziel, Winning Time, all on TV to talk about. You saw episode 1?
Mm-hmm.
Was it good?
I did. It seemed shockingly like kind of toned down from season 1.
Really?
Not all the way toned down, but a little bit.
Jerry West crying about it. What a whiner. We're back tomorrow morning. Did you see it?
I've read the book and I've seen season 1. I have not seen the first episode of this one, but they are definitely taking liberties in that show.
Yes.
My wife asked me, she goes, didn't you say this is like really true to life? And I laughed and I said, nope.
Well, Magic's may not have been. You know what I mean?
No, what do you mean?
KMC's next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show.
something
So
to
hold on,
hear.
we're at men's tea tomorrow.
That is correct.
In
Frisco.
In Frisco.
What are we going to be doing there? Men's teeing it up?
I mean, probably the show, but
Teeing it up.
I guess we can tee it up too.
I'm gonna take a shot every hour.
Well, I did see that we have some access to some of those shots.
I'm gonna
So
be-
like some of their
I'm gonna be the Incredible Hulk.
I'm just nervous about Mike anyway, let alone when he's like, yeah, let me take this new shot. And you're just like, hey, do you want to hear what it does first? Nope, tee me up.
I'm pretty honest about this. It usually takes 2 shots, not like back to back on the same day. But like if you've never done testosterone therapy, hopefully you can come see us tomorrow, get your numbers checked. Hopefully it's covered by your insurance. If not, they have cash options available. And then you get the first shot. You're not going to notice much, honestly. Now, maybe some guys do, but for the most part, no. But then the next week you're going to come in, you're going to get your next shot, and then you're going to the next day or even later in that afternoon go, whoa, my energy level just went up.
So with that in mind, let's hear the promo hyping our appearance at Men's Tea tomorrow.
Join the fan as they broadcast live from Men's Tea Clinic August 9th from 10 to 2 at the Frisco location off 121 and Independence. Men's Tea Clinic has been the authority for testosterone and total wellness optimization for Tolos since 2013. Join Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece Wednesday and get back to being you.
Join Mike.
Yeah, it's me.
And Casey and the Masterpiece.
Join Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece.
Who's KC? Like Casey Jones, the former coach of the Boston Celtics?
Casey and JoJo.
Who put this together? That person had never heard our show in their life.
Join Mike and the Sunshine Band.
Mike, Casey, and the Sunshine Band Masterpiece. I'm sorry, Reggie. Can you play that last part just one more time so we can really revel in where we sit in the pecking order of this show, too?
Join Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece.
Sounds like they had to read it really fast, too.
And get back to being you.
Okay. All right.
They're asking you
that part.
I love that part.
You guys aren't part of testosterone therapy at Men's Tea Clinic. They're like, you don't even know who you are right now. One of you's KC and one of you's the Masterpiece.
So
from the 469, I'm on my third shot, and KMC ain't lying. You can definitely tell a difference.
Okay, good. Okay, good. I think it's now Mike and KNC.
Casey and the Masterpiece.
So come check us out at the Men's Tea. Look, the point is that promo's terrible. The second point The second point is we will be at Men's Tea in Frisco
Wednesday.
I know, in Frisco tomorrow. So if you want to see Mike or Casey and the Masterpiece
Wednesday.
I know, promo. I heard it.
I feel like you guys need a Royals hat.
And get back to being you.
Yes, I will. Tomorrow. I can't do it today. I'll do it tomorrow.
Ask for autographs, please. Ask one of these two clowns for their Casey autograph.
And multiple people are asking if that makes Reggie the Masterpiece.
He's always been the Masterpiece.
And then from the 806, it's Mike's world. You're just living in it. You didn't need to tell me that. I was already aware. That was
from the 214. I almost can't drive. From the 214, I got milk coming out of my nose.
All right. So I have a feeling we might hear that again, but can we just isolate once again the pertinent part of who we are and what we'll be doing tomorrow?
Yeah.
Join Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece Wednesday and get back to being you.
Here we go, Mike.
Wednesday at the Frisco location of Men's Tea. If you're new to the KNC Masterpiece or Mike and Casey and the Masterpiece,
we're doing it, man.
Whatever the case is, you guys are listening, and I appreciate that very much. You guys are clearly familiar with our show. You've heard our show before. You know the name of our show. So thank you very much for checking it out.
I don't know that I've seen Reggie this amped up this early in the show, but he definitely is enjoying himself right now.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, anytime you change the name of a show, it's a big day. It's a big day.
I'm excited though. I'm excited to be out there, Mike, and get one of those. Is it the in-body injectors or igniter injectors, something like that.
There's different therapies there than just testosterone.
Yeah, I'm excited about it, man. It'll be fun.
Okay, but just talk to
Can
somebody
I get all
first.
of them at the same time? Like the in-body, the B12, or the...
Don't take Mike's advice
Is that
where
called
he
the
just shrugged
suicide
his
shot?
shoulders.
Is that like when you go to 7-Eleven and you just get a little bit of everything?
I'm sure you can talk to the trained professionals at Men's T.
I don't
and
go
not
back to being you.
I know where we're gonna be tomorrow.
I don't go to the gym to lift weights. I go to the gym to lift all the weights.
Okay, well that's fantastic.
Yeah,
I guess
I'm there to lift the gym.
Okay, so let's go ahead and fire off cut.
Adrian, I'll be home soon.
Jeez. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 2 if we can, because the Rangers winning streak, I hate you guys, is up to 7.
The 1-0 pitch, swung on a ground ball over the mound, backhanded by Geloff. He throws home, and it's way late, and the Rangers take the lead. And Geloff's play should have been to first to at least get an out, but they got nobody, and there are runners at first and third, and it's 4-3 Texas.
From the 817, Reggie is now and forever the masterpiece. Yeah. And from the 469, the Mike and KC and the masterpiece should be the new intro. That is a fair point. But
the show has got off to a great start on this fine Tuesday.
Somebody asked if AI wrote that. That is a great question.
That's possible.
That is a great question.
That is
All
possible.
Right. 7 in a row. And I know we had joked about, and I'm still curious what you think the winning streak will get up to, which I know some people will say jinxes it.
I said 10.
Yes. We had to cajole you into it,
You
but we got it done.
10. You wanted 11. I said 10.
You are up to 7, and yet again, this team has shown the capability. I realize it's the A's. The A's are not just terrible, historically terrible, but they had just beat the Giants 2 games in a row. And once again, you showed the ability to come back. Whether it's over the weekend, you came back from a 5-0 deficit. Yesterday, you were down 3-0. I do appreciate not only the offensive capabilities, but the pitching capabilities it's taken to facilitate some of these comebacks.
Yeah, obviously for Dane Dunning, he had a rough double go down the right field line for 2 runs, obviously.
Grossman fell on his face,
Yes,
Mike.
that was another double. That was an earlier double. That wasn't his fault.
Right, yeah.
That was the Baydoo.
Yeah.
That got us on the ground right there.
Oh, you're talking about the one out to right field.
Yeah, the one to right field.
The dew on the grass from the Bays.
Yeah.
Adolis relayed it to Simeon. Simeon threw it. Unfortunately, it wasn't the most accurate throw. It was on the first base side of home plate instead of the third base side, which allowed it to become 3-0 in that. But from there, Dane Dunning was able to give you a strong, I believe, 6 innings, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, and then I just remember when Chapman came in the 8th inning, I was like, oh my God, they're done. And also their confidence was beaten. They're like, we stink at baseball. Like at that point, like just like that call that Eric Nadel had, like I wonder if Mark Kotsay's the manager of Oakland, if he's like, do these guys not know if infield's in that you don't have to throw it home? Like if you have to take 5 steps up the middle to get a chopper, and there's a dude who runs really well. They actually pinch ran for Mitch Garver and put in a really fast guy named Bubba Thompson. Like this is where you're watching guys, and I hate saying this because they are major leaguers. They're getting paid as major leaguers. They're getting service time as major leaguers. If the Oakland Athletics got released today, if they're like, we've released the Oakland Athletics from baseball, I don't know if 10 of those guys get picked up to be on a major league team. Like that, you got to use your brain at some point. No, I'm glad they didn't, because when you don't use your brain and you throw the ball home and Bubba Thompson's safe by 20 steps, then you have first and third and 1 out. So then when you hit the fly ball to center field, it's not the 3rd out of the inning. It's only the 2nd out of the inning, which gives the Rangers that extra insurance run to make it 5-3 instead of 4-3. So, I mean, it's just small things like that when you're watching Oakland and you're just like, God, they're horrible.
Do you think, we'll have to double check it, but they remain on pace to be in conversation to have the worst record of all time. Do you watch this team? I know you haven't seen all the baseball over the years. Do you watch this team and think, I think this is the worst team I've ever seen?
I think so.
Oh, my God.
I do. I think this is now. I will say this, sorry, it's not off the top of my head. The lefty who was pitching yesterday, I kind of liked his stuff. Now, he was erratic. Like, I was like, like I wouldn't put him, like he'd be in AAA for me. I don't know his age, but I'd be like, I'd like him in AAA for me. And a guy that I needed.
Was that Waldachuk?
Yeah. And I'd be like, hey, let's develop him a little bit more. He throws in the mid-90s, has a pretty good changeup, has a breaking ball that I kind of like. I thought it was a little bit too big, but I was like, we can clean that up. But for them, he might be their best pitcher with a 6.5 ERA. So it's just amazing that you're just watching this team, and I'm just like, don't want him, don't want him, don't want him. Maybe, don't want him, don't want him. Probably not. Definitely no, definitely no. And you're just like, yeah, this makes up a major league team.
So it's not a matter of they've just had an unbelievable run of bad luck or anything like that you're watching and you're like, I get it.
No, this is, what's interesting is it's been 20 years now since the movie Moneyball came out, and obviously the book too, and there was a philosophy that they had there. We're not going to have money to keep our players. So when Jason Giambi, Miguel Tejada, Barry Zito, all of these guys become free agents, we will not be able to sign them because people will offer them $20+ million per year, and we won't keep them. So we have to do a good job of drafting and developing. And they've had about a 5 or 6 year stretch of drafting as bad as you can possibly draft. They drafted a quarterback at one point with the 9th overall pick.
Yeah.
They forgot that he played quarterback. So you just look at it, and because they haven't drafted and developed anything, the people that they traded to other organizations, like let's say Matt Olson to the Atlanta Braves, they got nothing in return. They got Christian Pache, who can't play in the major league. So they've screwed up in every which way you can as a low budget team. And it makes me think, like, is Billy Beane done? And is him and the way that he does things, like, he obviously is his scouts, or he's fired most of his scouts and just has analytic people trying to pick college players and high school players. Has it run full circle where, like, you know what? Now that you fired everybody who actually can watch a baseball game, you've now proven that this doesn't work at all.
It's also possible that, like, the market inefficiency that he was trading on, the rest of the league is caught up to.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
so, like, the rest of the league still has scouts, but also has enough people with the numbers situation where you're not getting enough value to not do the scout.
I could see that for sure. That is an excellent point. And I know this isn't our primary concern, but while the Rangers are up to 7 wins in a row, the Angels lose again. They're up to 7 losses in a row. And it has just been astonishing, their fall. They're now 11.5 games back as the Rangers hold a 3-game lead over the Astros.
And real quick, that's really important because the Astros have already won 6 games against the Rangers. It's a 12-game series. The Rangers can't win the tiebreaker head-to-head. That's the tiebreaker if you have the same record as the Astros at the end. So most likely in that 3-game series, September 4th, 5th, and 6th, the Astros are going to win one of those games, which means they're going to hold the ultimate tiebreaker. So you're going to have to finish with a better record than the Astros, because if you have the same record, they will hold the tiebreaker. So as we're watching these are so important, fun to watch. You have to have a better record than the Astros because they will hold the tiebreaker.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, with all the NCAA conference realignment, what rivalries are you sad to potentially see go away? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
KC and the Masterpiece.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have a special guest in for this segment.
Is it me?
You're here already.
Oh.
I would like to welcome Reggie to the show.
Thanks, man.
Welcome to the show, Reggie. Can't wait to work with you the rest of the week. With all the NCAA conference realignment.
Do you want to have Mike Bassick and the KC boys on the show?
Yeah, actually, I guess if we listen to that promo, we're the special guests.
Yeah, we're the special guests, Mike.
With all the NCAA conference realignment, what rivalries are you sad to potentially see go away? Now, with that in mind, we are going to bring on our special guest. I guess another
Reggie.
special guest. It's not Reggie.
All right.
He's just on the show when he's
Very
not
not
on with the
special.
Get Right.
Okay.
It's Carter Freeman, our college sports expert. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thanks for having me on the KC and the Masterpiece. It's an honor.
You know, Carter, we can end your broadcast.
KC and the Masterpiece.
Damn it! As soon as it begins so we joked yesterday, by the way, about the Pac-4, and it could be down to the Pac-2 because ACC is talking to Cal and Stanford as we speak.
The All Coast Conference.
To go pick them up. So I would really like it if it was just the Pac-2 and they played each other like 8 times.
It's going to be the Southwest Conference. It died,
for sure.
and this is the last year ever of the Pac.
I think you're probably right about that. So my question was going to be, is there a rivalry that you're sad that is going away? Like, it's a tough spot for me because I was sad we lost A&M and UT, but now it's coming back. So I don't hate that element of realignment.
Yeah, it's like the first time in this modern realignment that we're getting some rivalries back.
Yeah.
I guess with Nebraska going to the Big Ten back in the day, you got the quadrangle of hate with them, Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin. That is definitely a thing. You should look that up. But
Did you know about the quadrangle of hate?
I didn't know what
you guys are about to be
was.
dragged into the deep waters of sicko college football. I hope you're ready for this.
It's a quadrangle. Is that 4 angles?
That makes sense.
So is
I think
that
it's 8.
Okay? Is that like Utah and?
I was an art major, so don't ask me.
Okay. Thanks.
Did you
Carter.
say you think it's 8, Mike?
Yeah.
Do you think a stop sign has 4 sides?
No, stop sign has 8 signs.
Okay. Yeah,
So it's 4 squares, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay. I was just trying to make sure.
Sure.
Thank you. All right. The quadrangle of hate.
Let's go with that.
Are we going to lose Army Navy? Because I heard that's the best one.
Man, you're salty about Army Navy, aren't you?
Listen, there's a lot of, I admire that our forces get to do that they have the academies to do that, and that we represent that game. We get to see it. Staubach's always there. It's always awesome.
Okay. Are you going to be sad to see Bedlam go away?
I am, as a matter of fact, because that's
you too.
Yeah.
You guys are both Oklahoma
Carter went
guys.
to OU. We do share the OU adoration. My wife went to OU. Her first year, Carter, was the year they won the championship with Stoops and Heupel.
I'm
And
jealous.
so that was an awesome year. I got to celebrate it with her. Then we broke up.
And well,
because of the game, right?
No, not because of the game. It was other reasons.
Yes, and we have discussed some of those reasons actually in more detail than you might imagine. Some of them are probably not
Back
fit
together,
forever.
though.
Okay, that's
Forever. I'm
yes,
happy for you.
no, I agree with that. But I want to play cut number 10 right here. This is Nick Saban talking about losing some of those rivalries. Take it away, Coach.
There's a lot of traditions that we've had for a long time in college football, and I think we're in a time of evolution for whatever reasons, and some of those traditions are going to get sort of pushed by the wayside, I think, and it's sad. Whether it's good, bad, or indifferent for college football, I guess you have to define what is good, bad, what is good and bad for college football. So I think one thing I would just hope that we would keep in mind in all the choices and decisions we make relative to what we do in college athletics is the student athlete. They're here to get an education. We want to try to help them develop careers on and off the field. And hopefully some of the choices and decisions that we make for college athletics in the future will impact them in a positive way. And I hope that we can keep that as a priority in terms of whatever we decide to do in the future of college football.
All right. I don't know if he was taking questions, but I would have hoped the first question would be, maybe you do, but what part of you thinks that the NCAA cares about the student athlete? Because when he said, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, we'd have to define those things.
Maybe it's good, bad.
Yeah, maybe it is good, bad. Maybe it's bad, good. Is the NCAA defines it by what is the way we can make the most money? And I'm sure with the TV contracts, you would assume escalating with the larger conferences and everything like that. I am guessing that they view this as a net positive.
Yes, because they have more options to make that amount of money.
Yep.
I think there is this reality of if the guys get jobs and get jobs in coaching, go on to play in the NFL, that makes us look good. Like that is Nick Saban, I think he's telling the truth on that is a benefit to them, not as much of a let's keep that in mind on let's pursue that, but it's a benefit to them if those guys move on and do something better after their college career is over. That's something that I don't think he's lying about, but it is a beneficial to the program just as much as it's beneficial to the player,
And
the student athlete.
It is tough because, like, if you went to Nick Saban and you're like, would you rather that kid become an amazing doctor or you have a quarterback that's going to guarantee you win 3 straight national championships? But again, his job success is not based off of going out into the medical field and solving major diseases.
Yeah.
So I could see why he would pick the quarterback. Somebody said Texas and Texas Tech is the rivalry that you're going to miss. And so I know we just threw out OU and OSU. Are there other rivalries that you're going to miss that are being broken apart by all of this?
I mean, Oregon State and Oregon is a really underrated rivalry to me.
Is it?
Apple Cup, baby.
Both, so Civil
Did you
War
bring
and the
on our
Apple Cup
guest
are both
just so
really
you
fun.
could berate him? Is that what's happening right
Have you ever
now?
heard this show before?
Okay.
Yeah, well, I know you guys get the calls after the show, so I'm just getting it during the show. You know?
Oh, yeah, that's true. I'm
Or
going
it's
to add you to the list.
Casey and the Masterpiece today, so we're blazing new trails. But over the past couple
Casey
of
and the
years,
Masterpiece.
There we
Shut
go.
up, promo!
Both Oregon State and Washington State have been very, very fun games. And generally, Oregon and Washington will win them. But it's a lot like where Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, they play a very, very close game. The better, I have to say, OU.
You could say the better
'cause they're
team.
my
It's fine.
school,
You can be
but
biased.
They'll generally end up winning. But both of those West Coast rivalries have been really, really fun. And both the schools leaving Oregon and Washington say they want to continue them. But, who knows if that's actually going to happen or not.
Are you going to be sad at the disappearance? Reggie, I don't know if you fall into this category as well with all your TVs. Are you going to be sad of the disappearance of Pac-12 After Dark?
Yeah, Big 12 After Dark just doesn't have the same ring to it.
Yeah.
Big 10 After Dark, I don't like that as much.
I always loved it. They started a game at 9 p.m. and
Yes!
ended at 4 a.m. It was great.
Yeah, football from 11 in the morning to basically 2 in the morning.
That is a weird thing, and we might talk about this even more tomorrow with the late start times, but how early things start when you're on the West Coast. And I was just thinking, like, your Sunday Night Football starts at 5:20, and you're like, oh, great. Well, this isn't particularly particularly late at all.
Sunday mid-afternoon football.
Yeah. It doesn't have the same ring to it. Do you anticipate, especially since y'all are OU guys, new rivalries? I mean, I know Texas is there.
Definitely. I think Texas and Arkansas.
Okay.
For Arkansas, for sure.
Yeah,
Arkansas has always felt that rivalry really deeply in a way that it's almost like big brother, little brother, and I hate to do that to Arkansas fans, but like UT doesn't care as much about Arkansas nearly in the same way that Arkansas cares about Texas, and so it'll be good for Arkansas to get that one back.
I would probably say LSU in Oklahoma is going to become something. I mean, like it's going to be everybody's fighting to beat Alabama, right?
Sure.
Like that's what it's ultimately
or Georgia.
Georgia. That's what it's ultimately going to be. How long Georgia can stay there? Like Alabama's success over time has been fascinating.
Okay, and that's why I'm interested that you brought up LSU, because that was the replacement that A&M tried to make happen, right? Like they started moving the game to Thanksgiving or the night after Thanksgiving or Thanksgiving weekend. And that was clearly their replacement for Texas. And I don't know, it probably didn't turn into a rivalry because A&M lost most of the time, or it could just be that like it wasn't the same. So I am curious based on that if it's going to turn into like Texas versus Georgia or OU versus Alabama, or you're going to be like, yeah, I need to win that game to get into the playoff, but it's still down to Texas OU, and that's the rival.
And the SEC needs to figure out what their future schedule is going to be. So for any of these rivalries to actually form, they have the protected or like the certain matchups for, I guess, 2024 and maybe 2025, but they have to figure out if they're going to 8 games or 9 games, because once you get like the permanent opponents, which are like for OU, it'll probably be Texas, Mizzou, and maybe A&M, maybe LSU. Because with that third game, they could just, give them like a Florida and like try and like force a rivalry, kind of like the Texas A&M and South Carolina that they did, which was never made any sense to me, but they played every year over the last 10 years. But they need to figure that out first before I think any of those can really sort to happen.
Now, I know, Corey.
What about UT?
Against Tennessee?
Yeah, is that a significant thing? Because we won't be able to tell. Like we're looking at it going, which one was the right orange?
I swear I'm going to be so tired about hearing what's the right orange. I swear. It's going to be the most annoying thing that we ever did.
3 segments about that every year when they play.
All right, I'm butting in here, and you guys are going to be upset about this, but this is only my opinion. I think OU's in a world of hurt here. I get why they went to the SEC. I totally get why they followed UT. I think they're going to become irrelevant in college football. They're never going to make the playoff. They're not really going to have rivalries. They're not going to be able to dominate a division/conference.
Carter, zoom in on your own face right now.
And then I'm not against OU, but I'm just wondering how OU, without the coaching staff that they have now, that's gone. They went to USC. I just don't see. I think OU's going to fall into this 500 window for about a decade, and I don't know how they get out of it.
Venables didn't give me a lot of hope last year, but I know there was a lot going on there. So I like the dude as a coach. I loved him when he was a co-defensive coordinator here, and I loved what he did with
Clemson.
Clemson, thank you. But the first year there was a lot of stuff that went missing. I got to figure out how they're going to get that all back and look really good against these teams.
So clearly no bias here because I went there. So, no bias in the statement. They have to show me this year that they're good going into the SEC, because there was a lot going on last year, but they've recruited well. Every game, the 4 of the 7 games they lost last year were 1-score games. So you flip those, they go 10-3. So if the coaching can figure out late game decisions and continue playing these close games and get that right, I think they have a chance to be fine this year and going into next year. But to go off that point, I'm curious whenever these next TV deals way down the line come in, OU and Texas are used to winning 10 or 11 games every year in a conference that they run. And same with Oregon, Washington, USC. They're going into conferences where they're probably going to go 8-4 more often than they're going to go 11-1. Are they going to get tired of that? And we've already seen the sports bubble not really burst, but ESPN's having to cut tons of staff to save money.
That's where the streaming world swoops in for all that money.
Except for the Pac-12, because their Apple deal just completely failed. But in those next couple deals, is the money going to be as big? And I'm going to wonder, are these schools going to like losing as much as they're most likely going to in their new conference? And that's just going to end up I don't know if the the conferences will split or certain teams will leave, get kicked out. I don't know, but what I do know is there's been 3 16 or more conference teams in the history of college football. None of them lasted.
Oh, well, in the new top 25, the coaches poll, Texas is 12, TCU 16, Oklahoma 19, Texas A&M 25 to get ready for the new season. Thank you very much for jumping on, Carter.
Thanks for having me on.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
You won't believe the audio that this Baltimore man got fired for. Next. Now, before we do that, I want to talk about men's T.
Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time for that Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so let's talk about the Baltimore Orioles. They are great. Did you guys know that they kept picking first a whole bunch of times? Like, there's a reason Adley Rutschman's on their team. He was the first overall pick. There's no lottery. You had to be the worst team in baseball to get Adley Rutschman. You know, Jackson Holliday might get called up in September. Most likely will be the starting shortstop for the Baltimore Orioles on opening day 2024. He was the first overall pick. How'd they get the first overall pick?
They sucked.
They were the worst team in all of baseball. There's a lot of other guys that are on their team because they were pretty high draft picks, and they have done a heck of a job. I will give them all the credit in the world. They have picked very well over about the last 5 years to put themselves in a position to have the best record in the American League at the end of this season. They have come on stronger than I think anybody thought, quicker than anybody would have thought. Well, they have their play-by-play broadcaster, Kevin Brown, who back on July 23rd, now this is a long time ago, but he had to set up the pregame comments before taking on Tampa in Tampa. Tampa's been a pretty darn good organization for about the last 5 years, competing and making the playoffs quite a bit of times. So he has to set the scene for this game where the Orioles could possibly win a series in Tampa, Reggie. And so here is the clip of Kevin Brown totally demoralizing all Baltimore Oriole fans.
For the Orioles, Brandon Hyde has felt like this has been maybe the toughest ballpark to play in, but the Orioles have a chance to do something special today. They've already clinched at least a split in the series, winning 2 of the first 3, and they could pick up a series win behind Tyler Wells today. It's been a minute. The Orioles split a 2-gamer with the Rays in June. They had lost their last 15 series here at Tropicana Field. You have to go back to when our now colleague Brad Brock picked up the win in the series finale June 25th, 2017, the last time the Orioles won a series here at St. Pete. Already got 3-2 at the Trop this year after winning 3 of 18 the previous 3 years combined. It is a stark difference, Ben, and it is not a bad Rays team. It's not like all of a sudden the Rays became slouches in the American League East. They've led this division every day but now 2, and the Orioles once again are back alone in first place.
And he was suspended indefinitely.
He's a monster. Get rid of
and
him.
maybe they're just going to fire him from their Masson broadcast because of all the horrible things he just said about the Baltimore Orioles by stating factual evidence that was in the Orioles pregame notes. And if you don't know what that is, they will be emailed to me, like the Rangers / right now playing Oakland. Thank God Oakland has a horrible PR staff. They don't send them to me, but sometimes like when we're playing the Rockies or some, like their staff is great. And they send them out even to the visiting broadcasters, which I'm like, delete. But when you get to the stadium, they're also printed out. There's hundreds of them printed out. So every writer, every broadcaster, everybody up there can grab the Orioles and the Rangers notes that give you all kinds of notes on the starting pitcher, on what they've recently done, on the history of the organization versus this organization. And if there's any fun notes that you can pick up on, like, oh, this could be fun to give to the audience during this time that Jim Palmer has the best record in Orioles history against the Texas Rangers. And I mean, I'm making this stuff up, but like Kyle Gibson, if he wins today, could tie the mark of Jim Palmer's win record against the Texas Rangers in history of, like, there's just stuff like that in there. And all he was doing was reading from that. His guy producing the show gave him all that information probably 5 to 6 hours before the game, saying this is what we're going to talk about before this game, just to set the scene on what the Baltimore Orioles could accomplish against the Tampa Bay Rays here. And he pretty much has lost his job because of that.
He said they've won more games here than they have in like the last however many years.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
It seems super positive.
Yes, I will add this. I just saw this from Ken Rosenthal, who I don't have a great relationship with. But I do
better than Ed Warder. I
the dude's
bet.
been around. Well, we hashed that out a little bit, Mike.
You know what that makes you?
In 1996, the Orioles did not offer a contract to beloved play-by-play announcer John Miller, who, I don't know, did you already have this?
No.
Peter Angelos, who is John Angelos' father, did not keep him around because he was not enough of a homer. Quote, they should be an advocate for the team. They should bleed a little bit for the Orioles, is what he said of the broadcasters on their team.
Okay.
And I get that. I understand we're paying you guys. You should kind of have this little bit of an edge for us too. Not all of them do. But I still don't think that aligns with he's not enough of a homer. He was going, look at how awesome this is that we're doing this now.
It's just sad. And so a lot of broadcasters yesterday, I mean, you can go on Twitter and you can see the Mets, the Yankees, the White Sox, multiple broadcasts talking about this situation and how bad they feel for Kevin Brown, that they would suspend him indefinitely for those comments. And so here is Jared Sandler last night on the Baltimore Orioles Kevin Brown situation.
Cut number 8.
Cut number 8.
The Red Sox beat the Royals 6-2 on a walk-off grand slam from Pablo Reyes, but our Aces update focuses elsewhere.
As this pitch gets fouled back and the count remains 2-2.
Former Rangers pitcher Cole Reagans with a career-high 11 strikeouts on just one walk, allowing 2 runs over 6 2/3 innings. Cole's pitching well for the Royals. Like to see that. And in support of my buddy Kevin Brown, I'd like to add, I hope the Orioles are not going to suspend me for this report.
This pitch is low, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes.
That's Kevin Brown, the broadcaster, not the former pitcher.
Correct.
For the Orioles, the 3-2, and this one gets fouled back into the screen, so Soderstrom stays alive. Yeah.
I'll say it if you don't want to.
He was just doing his job.
Yeah, what the Orioles have done is absolute garbage, and it's a total embarrassment.
3-2 on the way. And a swing and a miss. Cut fastball from Dunning takes care of Soderstrom. That's the second strikeout for Dane. 2 gone here in the second, and it brings up Jordan Diaz.
For those who aren't familiar, I guess we should explain what exactly happened.
All right, we'll cut it there.
Yeah, because we played the audio. But, man, Jared, good job. And
it's
good
a
job.
total embarrassment. 3-2 pitch on the way.
You just can't. I mean, you can do it. You're the owner of the team. You can do whatever you want. We've seen that here. I mean, we have 2 very strong owners. And what I mean by that is, like, not maybe the best, but they are very strong in what they believe, and they're going to do whatever they want to do. Be damned about the fans, the city, the organization. And at times, Jerry Jones has done things that don't make any sense. Mark Cuban has done things that don't make any sense. But you own the team. You can do whatever you want.
And I don't even get it. And somebody texted this in, and we kicked this around before the show. I don't even get it from a last straw perspective. That didn't even feel last straw-ish to me.
It made it feel like, to me, and I have no clue about Kevin Brown's broadcasting, how he is, what he says. But it seems to me it's the ownership, the family, the Angeloses, they want him fired. They don't like him. They don't like him calling the games because he didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
And it's just like, if you're trying to find a way to fire a guy with cause, you're just trying to, in your brain, you'll make up anything you need to make up to get rid of them, instead of just saying, hey, you're just not the guy we want for this job. We're gonna move on with somebody else. I guess that they're not strong enough as a family or as an ownership group to say we want somebody else, because he didn't do anything wrong. And I'm not saying he's good or bad at his job. I've never listened to an Orioles broadcast in my life.
Most of what I read, people around the league respect him and think he's really bright and really good.
Right.
So,
but so he's suspended indefinitely, and it's crazy because the Orioles do have the best record in the American League. They have a great chance to make the playoffs. They have a good chance to win that division. I think they're going to win the World Series in the next 3 years.
Yeah.
I want to maybe back off of that comment. Maybe this family, the Angelos family, is too stubborn, stingy, stupid to actually run an organization well enough to win a championship. They have the talent. Their scouting department, their coaching staff, they have drafted and developed great talent. But I don't know. Are they going to go out and try to go get, I don't know. I'm just throwing out a name here. Julio Urias. Are they going to go and try to get like other guys to finish off the puzzle to have a championship team? The way that, let's say, the Atlanta Braves did. Like, hey, they let go of Freddie Freeman. That was a little bit weird, but then they went and got Matt Olson, right? They're trying to, like, we got to add these pieces to make everything fit correctly. When they won a championship, they went and got 4 new outfielders because of outfield depth and injuries. And I don't know if the Orioles doing this just makes me question how connected they are with the team.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, who is on your fantasy football do not draft list this season? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece, followed by Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you guys today?
I think we're doing good. I got a question because we might talk about this a little bit later. Do you play fantasy football at all?
I do not.
Oh, okay. Did you ever and you just got burned out on it? Or
No,
you're just like...
never did. I figured I've got my own real team to take care of, and I don't have time for fantasy stuff.
In your face, Corey!
You can't like have the Justin Jeffersons of the world and be rooting for them at the same time.
No, I'm not about rooting. It's just what you got to concentrate on. You know, that stuff I would imagine is pretty time consuming.
Yeah.
Is it not?
I mean, there was a time, Mickey. There was a time. Now I'm pretty much guaranteed to be in the championship every year. So it's like on cruise control. It's one of those kind of things.
Thinking about moving to a different league?
There was a time that I opined way too much on what I needed to accomplish.
You know, I did one of those baseball things one year, and I'm too competitive to do that stuff. And I was staying up to 2 o'clock in the morning playing games, right? And it was one of those deals where everything was dependent on percentages, right? The percentage, how that player played. And I was like, I'm not going to listen to these percentages. I want to play this guy. And it didn't work, right? And I said, you know what? I'll never do this again.
Sounds to me like Mickey's not an analytics guy. He's a go with your gut guy.
I got it.
Yeah, that's the way I would manage my team, right?
That's what I just learned.
Yeah.
Did you? I know Schoonmaker said he wasn't bothered yesterday in practice. I mean, I would be surprised if he came out and he goes, "Oh, it was so much pain. I don't know how I'm gonna make it." But did you get a chance to see him out there? And if so, what were your thoughts?
Well, he was in individual drills, so he really wasn't
with Dak and
playing
stuff.
football. Yeah. You know, when I asked him, I said, so when he got done with his little deal and he walked off and I walked with him and I said, so are you powering through something right now or, you know, are you not feeling anything? He goes, no, it feels good. And I don't feel any pain for what I did today. So I think that was encouraging because sometimes, you know, in an injury like that, it's like, okay, well, you just got to play with a little something, right? You're just never 100%. But he said no. He said he was feeling much better, and he didn't feel like, you know, he took a step and go, oh, okay, I got to be careful. So I thought that was a good sign. Now, again, after you sleep on it, after that much work, how does he feel today? And I think that'll be another indication of where he's at.
Is that an underrated thing in terms of injury recovery? Because we always talk about like, oh, hey, they took batting practice today or they ran out there. And then sometimes we don't think about, hey, how did they feel the next day?
Yeah, and that's always what the trainers are thinking about. And that's one of the reasons why they're very careful putting somebody back on the field because the last thing they want is, he hurt himself again, and he's back with me now. He wasn't good enough to go out and practice. So they're pretty careful about when they release a guy to do some stuff. And then the other thing with Schoonmaker, and I think McCarthy pointed it out yesterday, he's got to go through a ramp-up, right? He hadn't had anything in the offseason. And so when the team got here and they did, 3-4 days of ramp-up, he wasn't part of that. So I would imagine they're going to treat him as this is his ramp-up week, and I'd be very surprised if he plays on Saturday.
How many guys on this team are you going to be surprised if they play on Saturday, by the way? Does it seem like a lot?
Probably we don't have enough time for me to mention them all, right?
Yeah.
Because I just can't imagine many, if any, starters play on Saturday. You know, maybe some young guys will get out there that need to play. I think the tight ends probably need to play. The other group of them, they're young guys. Mozzie Smith needs to play. And then, you know, you're going to have to play somebody, but I think your high-dollar players probably not going on Saturday. in the first preseason game.
Has your philosophy always been that, or if not, when did that change for you?
Yeah, I always thought that they needed to play some. I kind of hated to think that you're going to sit here and not playing any games, and then the first game you play is for all the money, right? It counts, that you need to do something. I don't know if I ever told you this story, but after Emmitt Smith won a couple rushing titles, the Cowboys decided that he didn't need any snaps in preseason, and he wouldn't get into games, right? And I went up to him one day and I said, well, don't you need to just get out there and get used to getting hit? And he looked at me like I was cross-eyed.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, are you crazy? He goes, I know what it feels like to get hit. I don't need to be reminded of it in a game that doesn't count. And I said, Your Honor, I withdraw my question, So after that, I think, they don't have as much contact in practice as they used to. I think it shows up in games early in the season. But again, with the salary cap, and you just can't afford to lose guys in preseason.
Mickey, after Jacksonville just kicked their rear last year,
and
T-Law throws for 400 yards and 4 TDs. They don't want a little revenge on him.
Is he going to play?
Yeah, that's what their coach said.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see. Yeah, he kicked their butts. What was it, 34-34 at the end of regulation?
Yeah, and then he intercepted that pass from Dak.
That is not what happened, Mike.
Mike
with his locks flowing in the back is beautiful.
Yeah, a tip pass off a ball that should have been caught. Yeah, that was another one of those losses, right?
There's so many.
I mean, when you score 34 points, you ought to win.
Yes.
I don't care. And you're playing against what turned out to be a playoff team, right?
Yeah, playoff winner, too.
Oh, my God, Mike. We know how you feel about Trevor Lawrence.
He loves Trevor Lawrence, if you didn't know.
I can tell, yeah.
Those context clues I know are very subtle in there. Have you heard anything about Damon Arnett coming to meet with the Cowboys? He said he's flying to meet with the Cowboys, the 2020 first-round draft pick who pled guilty to the gun and assault charges, but we haven't really heard any confirmation or anything like that. I was curious if you'd heard any buzz about him coming out.
No, I sure didn't. And you know what? Until you told me he was a first-round pick, I'm not familiar with his work.
He ran into some trouble pretty early in the game there.
In his career?
Yes.
When he was a rookie?
Yeah, pretty early in the
So what position? Hey, that's how I don't know about him. What position is he?
He is
I guess it was a good
cornerback. I was trying to decide between cornerback and safety. I should have just said defensive back. He is a cornerback.
Yeah. Do they need a corner?
I mean, there are certain positions where I'm like, if you can always get more talent, but
right.
I do not look at that as like one of my pressing concerns for the team now.
Yeah, and the thing about bringing in somebody that, somewhat of a veteran, I don't know if we call him a veteran.
I don't know if I would.
You don't want to have a progress stopper for young guys this early in training camp, right? If the guy's that good and he can just show up and, be ready to go in a week or so, then that's fine. But at this point, you don't want progress stoppers on the team. And I think that was one of the reasons why. And how about this? It wasn't 5 or 10 minutes after we finished yesterday when we found out that they cut Vizcaino, the other kicker. But they felt like he's not going anywhere. We really like Brandon Aubrey. Let's give him all the reps we can to find out for sure if he can do this or if we need to bring in somebody else. And so I think that went into their decision on saying, okay, let's just go with one kicker. And, and he rebounded yesterday. He kicked well. He made 7 of 9, 6 of 8, something like that. And, and that's a pretty good day of work kicking into this goofy wind out here that they just insist on these guys kicking into to see how they can adjust to some of the different circumstances that a kicker would face kicking outdoors. Now, the good thing for him is he's going to play two of the, assuming it goes forward, 2 of the 3 preseason games indoor. So he's kind of in perfect situation, and who knows what the wind will do when they play the away game in Seattle. But that stadium's kind of covered, so I don't know that the wind's a big factor there either. So if he can deal with the wind here, I think, they just may go forward with it. They really like him, and they had their eye on him for quite a while, and they had to wait till the USFL season was over, and of course his team wins the championship, so they went all the way to the end as far as they could. So, but they had their eye on him, I would say, back in April probably, to see if they wanted to sign him or not.
Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
There you go, Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola. Check him out on DallasCowboys.com. Now, we've established Mickey, not a fantasy football player, but I am curious as we get, you still got a minute, closer to fantasy draft season, are there players, for whatever reason, that are on your do not draft list? For example, a couple of years ago, my older son, Brandon, drafted Christian McCaffrey #1 overall, and it was an injury-plagued season. And now, Christian McCaffrey is like a do not draft to him. I don't know if that is too extreme or not. But
no, I understand that, man. Like, that's why I always drafted Frank Gore. Like, he would get a foot injury, but then he'd play through it and get you 100 yards, and you're like, 10 points, I'll take it. I'm kind of in the same place with not necessarily McCaffrey, but San Francisco running backs. I feel like San Francisco running backs just get hurt over and over and over and over and over, and I don't know if it's their turf or if it's their playing style. I don't know what it is. McCaffrey's injury, history typically tells you that he gets used so much, at some point he's going to let you down. But, maybe not. Maybe not. I know that Ed would be really upset with us if we were to say too much about that stuff. And
sorry,
we like Ed. Ed likes us. We like Ed. I don't draft rookie quarterbacks. And I know that I haven't been burned by a rookie quarterback. I just don't do it. I'm not the person that's like, man, I can't wait for Stroud and Young to get out there and light up the league. That is not one for sure.
Okay, well, and ESPN had some kind of catch-alls, and one of them was running backs coming off ACL tears, which would then hit Javonte Williams and Breece Hall, who looked like he was going to be on his way to Offensive Rookie of the Year last year before he got hurt. And then also, and I'll need your feedback on this, y'all, is top and second quarterbacks, because they go high in the draft at a point where I think the philosophy is you need to be taking a running back there.
I don't think the difference between listen, man, Patrick Mahomes is going to score you 480 points in the year. That's going to happen. He might be the difference for you any given week, but a lot of people will say that that's not the difference. There was a time when there wasn't much difference between the top quarterback and the 10th quarterback. Mm-hmm. And depending on the league, if you get the 10th quarterback and you have another running back that's going to get you about the same amount of points, that gives you better options to work with. Now,
and also now we've kind of moved to a point where you kind of need that wide receiver that operates almost like that lead running back would have 5 years ago.
Yeah. No, and you're right about that, because the flexibility, the fact that they give you 7, it feels like some leagues give you 7 flexes that you can rock with. So yeah, having the extra wide receiver or running back that can do something that can just get you touchdowns, that could be beneficial to you. But man, you got to start feeling like exactly where your show is, or where your team is.
Where do you have thoughts on the first one?
No. Like, if you're looking at it and you're all of a sudden in the 5th round and Patrick Mahomes hasn't been taken, you have 5. If you did it right, you should have 3 good receivers and 2 good running backs, or 3 good running backs and 2 good receivers, and you should feel very comfortable saying, I'm breaking the seal and taking the quarterback.
I haven't played fantasy football since Tony Romo got hurt in 2015.
Did you have Tony Romo that year?
And Des Bryant. And that's when I was like, oh man, DraftKings and FanDuel and these places have things where you can just pick a weekly team and you don't have to deal with injuries. Awesome.
Okay, because
done. So I haven't picked in 8 years. Okay. a fantasy football team, like where I have to keep them for a whole year.
Okay, and that is interesting. You see people who have been clearly burned by specific people. Justin Herbert came up. Keenan Allen came up.
Is Leonard Fournette's name on there? I feel like Leonard Fournette's hurt some people in
Okay,
ways. Yeah.
I could see that. And then for the 214, I've always been curious about how this works. I don't draft an Eagles player because I hate the Eagles. And is that a case of I root for those players and hope their team still loses? Or how do you balance that?
Absolutely. Listen, man, if I drafted A.J. Brown, I want A.J. Brown to have 10 catches for 125 yards and 2 touchdowns. I want that. Now, do I want his team to win? No. And I can root both of those things at the same time. It's perfectly capable of doing that. It's okay. But I'm not going to root for an Eagle. I'm not going to I'm rooting for the guy on my team, all right? My team is
So you've never rooted for an Eagle to score a touchdown?
not for an Eagle to score a touchdown.
Or a Giant?
You have,
I've
Kevin.
always
You rooted for him to
a-
win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I've got no problem with
I've
that.
always rooted for somebody from Parsons of Interest. That's
Okay.
Or Willie, Jalen, and me. You know, like those are the guys that I'm rooting for, Kevin. The guys on my team. I give them a speech every week. I have a real good conversation with them.
you now?
Try and get to know how they're feeling. You know, what their family life's like.
I know we'll never know this, and this is for another day. Would football be as popular if there was no fantasy football and no gambling on football?
Probably
still
not.
I think it'd still be popular, but this popular? No.
Yeah, that's next level stuff.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, inspired by my wife, what's the most ridiculous thing you or your significant other is afraid of? 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You are officially a masterpiece. Thanks for listening and supporting the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey there, folks. Want to talk to you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. I've gotten a lot friendlier with them in the last year as both my car and my wife's car have Corey, we do ads, and people are like, yeah, you're just saying that because it's the advertisement and everything. But I do want to shout out Platinum Chevrolet is literally working with us right now to get a loaner car because the car we're interested in buying is still in transit.
Oh,
And
okay.
so they're like, hey, we could just get you another car.
Dude, we saw cars in transit the other day in California. They had the tape on them. The dudes were all like in hazmat suits and everything. It was wild.
I really thought they were just afraid of like Howard Hughes style. Like
No, there
fear
are
of
too many.
virus
If it
or
was
whatever.
one car,
Yeah,
I would be
yeah,
like,
yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
the fear is real. But if it was like they were lines of them.
So this is based on a conversation with my wife, and that's another reason I bring up Platinum Chevrolet. Is we've been riding to and from work together for several days since we got back from California because we just didn't have another car. And we pulled up to a stoplight, and there's all these little like birds just kind of on the sidewalk. That looks like there's some food or something, and so they're all kind of eating. And she goes, those birds need to get away from our car. And I was like, why? Do you think they're going to fly into the car? And she's like, I know when birds all get together, it makes me uncomfortable.
Birds of a feather?
Yes, exactly. And then she told me, this is an actual thing that she said. She was at the zoo with our 2-year-old niece, Allie. Hey, Allie, in the bird area. And she said internally, I have to stay strong for her because there were too many birds out there.
I will say this, Kevin. My wife, like Mockingbird and Abrams, seems to pull the most amount of birds you'll ever see around time.
Makes sense. Mockingbird.
Yeah, exactly. But that area will have birds lined up on the telephone wires. And Adrian has always just said gross. Like there's so much poop. And the kids now, whenever they see it, they say gross. So I get the flocks, the birds and everything. I get that kind of fear, the murder of crows, which I'll get to in just a moment. By the way, Kevin, I was so enthralled by this question when I saw it last night. I asked everybody sitting around me.
Awesome.
Carter is afraid to sleep without a sound machine, and he thinks that's ridiculous, but he understands himself. Adrian is afraid of people when they pull up at stoplights. When people open their doors, she's always afraid they're going to throw up, and that freaks her out.
What?
And then Avery is afraid of being the last person to say something in a group chat. And I need more conversation with him about that. But he doesn't want to be the last one.
You know what? I think there is something to that because there's an odd feeling of like you didn't send the last text. Not that your
Did I say something wrong?
Yeah,
What
I don't think
happened?
your friends are consistently like, God, shut up already. But there's this odd feeling you're like, no, they responded. So
Yeah.
I'm good.
Now,
that is fascinating.
And Kevin, for me, I think the thing that we make fun of the most every year, maybe twice a year, is I have a terrifying fear of pulling up into the rent-a-car place and popping the tires on the spikes. Like I'm really scared that we're gonna pull forward not fast enough, and the car's gonna roll back, and then.
Well, and that guy.
I want enough money to do it. I want to have enough money that I'm with you, Corey, and I just intentionally do it, blow out 2 of the tires, the 2 front tires, and then just leave the car there and be like, here's the keys to the rental car. And I made sure to get insurance on the car, too.
At that point, why get a rental car? Just go buy another car.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, if you need a car in a different city, if you've got that level of money, just buy a car.
Oh, yeah.
But I think he wants
I just
Corey
wanna
to
pop.
be with him
Yeah,
for that
I just wanna-
exact.
I want to go over those spikes, and I want to roll it back and pop them because I want to feel what it's like to pop the tires.
Yeah. You know what? Corey's fear got into my head one year when we picked up a car is he goes, yeah, but like, do you ever think about those spikes popping your car? And it totally messed with my head. I drove as slow as possible and still have any forward momentum on a car over the spikes. And then Corey was like, you gotta go faster. They're gonna pop. You
gotta speed up.
And
I'm terrified of
so
it.
yeah, no, that is true. I thought your worst fear came to life that one time we were on a beach and those 2 people literally came riding by on horses. It sounds preposterous, but they really did. And I just saw Corey take off and run into the ocean, and I didn't understand why until I saw the horse.
I am deathly allergic to horses. And so when I saw the horses, I thought, A, they might run over me. B, what if I die breathing in their dander? So my next option was dive into the Pacific Ocean and see if I can save myself that way. But Kevin, I have unlocked a new fear.
Oh no!
Congratulations.
Y'all know I'm kind of concerned about crows lately.
Yes.
Because two have tried to attack me now.
People named Crow, like Russell?
No, just crows. Just crows. But Peggy Jones was at her home in Silsbee near Beaumont on
That's where
Tuesday.
Mark Henry's from.
Last Tuesday.
Oh, are you afraid of Mark Henry?
She was on her ride-on. She was mowing her yard on a ride-on tractor when suddenly a snake fell out of the sky, landed on her arm,
Probably a tree,
wrapped itself around her arm. It wrapped it, and she was like, it was squeezing so hard. I'm waving my arms in the air, and then a hawk flew in and started attacking the snake that was wrapped around her arm. Because the hawk probably had it in the sky, dropped it, it landed on this lady's arm, and then the hawk was like, gotta go get my food. Oh, there's more food to get. So
The
now
hawk's
I'm afraid.
really upset. Like, why is this lady taking my food?
Now I'm afraid of hawks falling from or snakes falling from the sky and being attacked by a
because the
hawk.
hawk is trying to save you, right?
No, the hawk's trying to get its food.
No, I know that.
It doesn't
but like,
care if it eats you while in the process.
Okay, but the hawk might like chip up your arm, but the snake was trying to cut off all blood flow, and you.
It was just trying to survive, I think, and then so I'm afraid of that now, Kevin.
Man, there are some amazing ones on here. From the 360, I know this is completely irrational, but I've always been scared of the scenario where I accidentally pick up my razor instead of my toothbrush, and for whatever reason, I just brush my teeth anyway.
That's terrifying.
That is terrifying.
You gonna read the next one from the 214?
I don't see a next one from the
You're
214.
not looking at the
Yeah,
fan
I am.
text,
I'm
Mike.
looking at the fan text. It says from the 214, I'm really scared of productive centers in the NBA.
Okay, that is not.
I think it says here it's from Cuba. Oh, Cuban.
Cuban. See, I knew it.
Yeah.
Mike was driving on 35 and just somehow wound up on 75. Like he swerved all the way across the city for that one.
You know what's funny? As I did see one from the 214, the stupid thing I'm afraid of is fish. Something about those non-blinking eyes looking at you, especially in those deep waters. See, this is what I'm here for. Non-blinking eyes. I like it. From the 817. Maybe since the movie Jaws, I'm uncomfortable in deep ocean or lake water. Not necessarily because of sharks. I just don't know what's below me.
That's right. It's a healthy respect / fear for the deep, we'll call it.
Are you afraid of the deep water?
Absolutely.
I am too.
Okay.
I don't want to jump in. Like if somebody's like, hey, put on a life vest, but just jump into the ocean.
I'll do it.
I'm like,
love
I
it.
don't feel like doing that.
Yeah, I like it.
Like, there's not enough positive that can happen in this situation for me to do this.
You could feel good in the water.
I have two driving related ones. One I think I've finally gotten over, but it took me a really long time. I had an irrational fear when somebody flipped their cigarette out on the road that somehow it would make my car explode or like destroy my tires.
Been watching a lot of Michael Bay movies.
I know,
huh?
probably too much. Yeah, but I just thought they flipped their cigarette, and if it would have landed in front of me, there was a time when I've probably been like, oh God. But then I realized it's probably okay. The other irrational fear that I still have to this day is I'm afraid if I'm not driving of falling out of the car.
Oh.
And so I always make sure the car door is locked. I realize just because
As long
it's
as Ron
unlocked,
Washington's around and Gary Ward, you'll be okay.
okay, they'll come save me. I realize just because the door is unlocked doesn't mean the door magically opens. But I still have a seatbelt on and everything, but I'm like, I gotta make sure this door is locked. For some reason, I think I'm just gonna fall out of the car.
That's fair. Look, man, you can't trust that all, manufacturing is absolutely always going to work the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, didn't Bobby tell us
that
his wife's fear is that sunroofs because she's afraid that it'll leak and everything
In
like
a
that
car
too?
wash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could understand that.
Huh.
Mike, what are you afraid of irrationally? Stepping on white lines to pitch?
True. Yeah.
That's a superstition, not a fear.
I was scared every day I went into the major league clubhouse that the person was going to come get me and tell me to go talk to the manager. And I was like, oh, God, going back to the minor leagues. But I don't know. I'm scared of heights.
Sure.
But I do ride roller coasters. I've been on the Texas Giant, so I'm still scared every time I do it. But that's a rational fear. I think there's.
I think that is rational. What about this? Yeah, from the 940. For 50 years, I always peek around the shower curtain to make sure there's no one there with a knife. That's from Psycho.
Okay.
I get that.
And you know what?
do.
My mom, for like 20 years, after she saw Jaws, would check the toilet. Like Jaws was going to swim up through the pipes and come out of that water
It
and
doesn't
eat her.
have to be Jaws.
It could be a snake.
There have been snakes that have come up through
But she was specifically afraid of Jaws. And
Sure,
there's
but
no...
the irrational fear was protecting her from rational fears. I think that she's fine there.
My goodness, we've hit a nerve. Some of these are truly amazing. From the 940. I don't know. This could be my favorite one. My biggest fear is waking up, yawning, and all my teeth fall out. What?
Yeah, dude.
How
Adrian
often
has
do you
dreams.
think about this?
They said like all the time.
Wow.
Adrian has dreams all the time about like her teeth falling out, and I don't know exactly what that means, but that freaks me out.
I have a fear from the 682 of changing my own oil and the car just falls on me.
Oh yeah, well that happened to my uncle once.
What?
Yeah, he's no longer with us, but not because of that.
Okay.
It was a heart attack.
Okay. Well, okay,
It
thanks.
landed, yeah, his head was stuck under the car.
Thanks, Captain Downer.
My dad had to jack it up.
Okay, we're not doing that again.
Doing what exactly?
You heard the show yesterday. Reggie, I feel like you've agreed with a lot of these fears or been like, here's why your fear is merited. Do you have any others that we haven't gotten to? Because otherwise I'm going to have to tell you the Colby one that like his uncle told him that terrified me for like 2 years after the fact.
I'm in the market for some new fears. Please tell me about Colby's uncle's fear.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
look
think
forward to
it's
this one.
I think it's his uncle. It might have been his dad. Is he said and for like 2 years, it freaked me out. He goes, hey boy, because that's how they talk. Hey boy,
that is.
you ever afraid when you get out of your car, somebody's underneath your car and they're just gonna slice your Achilles with a knife? I was
Been
like,
there.
What?
Yeah.
Not exactly there, but I can add that into some. I mean, like we've all been kids and been like
Jumped into our bed from the doorway.
You get it.
Yes.
You get it.
For like 2 years, I would take a way too big step out of the car. And because like,
although you know what's nice about this time of year in Texas, you know, yeah,
too hot.
if somebody's under there doing that, I guarantee you they passed out by the time I get here.
Yeah, they fell out of the car.
Or being in the car and waiting for you to get in and putting like the bag over your head, any of that, you're good.
From the 469, I don't know if this is an irrational fear. Someone always watching me through computer webcams everywhere.
Oh, that's new.
I think that is a real thing that is just happening now. And
That
we
is
all
a
just
new.
need to
That
know
is a new thing.
that
Yeah,
it's
for
happening.
sure.
From the 817, I have a fear of helicopters. Took a ride when I was 14. The door popped open when in the air. My dad,
That's okay.
100% reasonable.
That's
Oh my
okay. That
God.
is
You
a
earned that
reasonable
one. Yeah.
fear. You experienced it once. You don't want to experience it again.
Finally, we're going to have to go. We might have to do this again another time. For the 817, fear of jumping into a lake and impaling myself on a tree underwater.
Oh.
I think that is
What?
a reasonable fear. I think about that
Are there
all the
trees
time.
in the water?
No, I think about getting killed on the rocks when the kids jump in.
Absolutely.
Like, if you've ever seen
100%.
a coming of age movie, the kids always jump into a body of water. And I'm like, well, sure, you saw those rocks on the side. You don't know. Are there rocks deeper in there, like a foot down, 2 feet down in the
only
water?
reason they jumped in there was because they knew. Like they jumped in before. That wasn't the first time they jumped
Well,
in.
then the first time they jumped in, they didn't know,
They saw somebody told it's stories passed down from old.
or just being brazen and getting lucky.
You remember that time of your life when you thought nothing could hurt you? That's that time of year.
Then I found leeches on my arm.
Might have been. From
No, that was a
Stand
real
By
thing.
Me.
I'll tell you
Okay.
more in the break.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which NFL team has the most advanced urinals in all of sports? It's pretty awesome, actually. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hey everyone, Jane Slater with the NFL Network.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
It's a blitz. Bridgewater under siege. Down he goes. Micah Parsons gets there on the blitz.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yeah!
And we start with, well, we'll start with one of the people from that highlight is Teddy Bridgewater is with your team, Corey. I know you thought about ditching them for a while.
Why do you keep
I don't know if you're back on the Lions bandwagon after that one-day departure. They have signed Teddy Bridgewater. How high can this Lions team fly?
I think it's important that they have a quality backup. That's good for them. I think Jared Goff, as long as he stays healthy, they will have an exciting offense. Their defense lacked a lot last year, and that was the reason their offense had to be exciting a lot of times, was because their defense couldn't stop people, and so they'd have to go try and score. I think that that's a good thing for them to have Teddy Bridgewater, and good to see that, considering, Kevin, what his career started as, where the doctor basically said when I opened his knee up, I thought it was an explosion in his inside.
Yes, that is still
It's great to see that he has had a long career.
Him and Alex Smith might be the only ones where you went to do the surgery and you're like, I don't know if it was a success. It was a mess in there. I'm not really sure. All right. Now, the other person in that highlight, brilliant highlight pull by Reggie, is Micah Parsons. Top 10 NFL players as voted by the rest of the players. I know we've addressed some of the issues that people have with this list, but here's your top 10. Chris Jones, number 10. Micah Parsons, number 9. And I just wanted to stop there for a second. Do you look at Micah Parsons and think, yeah, he could be the 9th best player in the league?
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. Absolutely. He could definitely be. I mean, I think you'll look at him, I think he could be the top 5 in the league, Kevin.
Okay, and they also have him as the second highest defensive player.
To be this high, though, this early, and I understand, like a lot of offensive players are going to be there but to be this high, this early, you're in your 3rd season.
Yep.
You got 26 sacks under your belt, or 26 and a half sacks under your belt, and people are already looking at you saying, and Kevin, I've been trying to say, hesitating to say generational player about a lot of people, because I think it's been thrown around a lot. But the more you hear people talk about Micah, the more they're like, no, he is a different type of dude. Yeah, man, he's that kind of guy.
After that, it's Josh Allen at 8, Tyreek Hill at 7, Joe Burrow 6, Travis Kelce 5, Nick Bosa, that would be the defensive player that is ahead of Micah Parsons at 4. Don't know how shocking some people will find this. Jalen Hurts at number 3.
Wow.
Justin Jefferson at 2. And, of course, Patrick Mahomes at number 1.
I guess if you're putting Jalen Hurts that high that quickly, it's who had a phenomenal year last year.
He really did.
His first real year to be the quarterback to produce, and everything, is centered around him. But B, he has an unstoppable play. Mike talks about his power bottom all the time. He has an unstoppable play.
I don't know.
And and that is something that separates you from everybody else. If you can do all these things, yeah, you're great. But what's something that separates you? Man, I can't stop this dude from getting a yard whenever we need to. So that makes a lot of sense right now. Now, betting players are frustrated by that, and that's why they give him the respect they gave him.
Now, do you want to go to the Broncos or the Jags? Both of these stories are interesting.
One team was a playoff team, won their division, and won a playoff game by the most miraculous comeback in playoff history. And the other one has Mr. Unlimited, who limited himself to like 4 wins last year.
They're having another baby.
The whole Broncos?
No. Russell Wilson.
Because he can have an unlimited amount of kids.
Yeah, I guess he's Mr. Unlimited.
The whole
He
Broncos.
impregnated the whole Bronco Nation.
God,
Can you imagine if all,
I'm not reporting that.
all the
I want to make
receivers-
it clear I'm not reporting
imagine all
that.
the receivers are out there trying to make a catch?
What are they trying to catch?
Can you imagine how many, what do they call them?
Trevor Siemian.
Babies?
Not paternity days. What do they call them that you have off from?
Paternity, yeah.
Yeah, paternity leave.
Okay, yeah.
So you have the right answer to not that.
Well, it always, because then you have the paternity suit, and that's always sounding like a negative.
That is a
and then,
negative
So
thing,
you're just like, that word can be a positive or a negative. So I sometimes get confused on that word. But can you imagine, like Russell wasn't sorry, I can't be at anything. Why? Because I impregnated the Bronco Nation, and every day, 9 months from now, somebody's having a baby.
I regret setting up that choice.
So let's do Jaguars.
All right. The Jaguars have super cool urinals at their facility. So there's a sensor in the urinal that will measure your hydration level.
Oh, okay. I was like, where are you going here, buddy?
No, it's not the thing where you they have the penguins or whatever and you can hit them and get the score on the video game. You know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
You've never seen that before?
Tell
All
you
I
what,
heard
you
was
should not treat any animal that way.
No, they're
where
not real penguins. They're video game penguins.
Elf bowling? You have elf bowling in that's what that game was.
Okay.
Elf bowling was penguins. You're saying they have that in the urinal?
More advanced is when you're urinating, it will turn green if your hydration level is good. Yellow, ironically, if you need to hydrate more.
I don't think it needs to turn yellow.
Yeah, the monitor, not your stuff, the monitor. And if it's red, you will probably get a notice from the athletic trainers and maybe an IV, which means this information from the toilet is going to the trainers.
Wow.
Oh, so this is in with the players. This is not in the general.
In the practice facility.
Oh, in my
Yeah,
head.
I thought this was for the fans.
Yeah,
too.
in my head,
I
this
thought-
was in the stadium,
I
and they
thought
were
for the
like,
hundreds of people that went to Jaguars
The
training
trainers
camp.
are not coming to the stalls or the
You
the
didn't
urinals.
set it up well.
I said practice facility.
Yeah, but we were at the practice facility and we used urinals.
Okay, fine. Then select media members as well.
Yeah, our urinal's pretty dope. Like we did, I think last year, Mike, we did a video of it and how nice it is. It's
Tons of urine on the floor too.
This year was kind of tougher than
It
usual.
would be a great idea to hand out IVs in the stands, though. Some of them folks need it.
Is that cost prohibitive?
What about liquid IV? Is that good enough to get you rehydrated right now?
What if hand out hydration IVs, but they shorten the hydration to just
Good Lord, Mike, stop it! Stop what you're doing right now!
I just made an
No!
HIV joke. Did you hear that, Kevin?
Yes.
Wow. Reggie, did you hear his HIV joke?
Unfortunately, yes.
I didn't finish the joke. I stopped it before we got to the punchline.
Okay, let's go. God, I wish we
I
would've
do
just
like this
chosen the
text from the
Broncos to begin
682.
with.
Brings a new meaning to Broncos Nation. Let's ride.
Yeah.
You're
Back to you,
not
Kevin.
helping.
You're not
person who
certain. You're not
texted
certain that's
in.
how that happened.
You are not helping.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's go from that to the Broncos. Do you think Sean Payton is up to date on the culture? He said nobody can wear quote unquote Gilligan hats from the Broncos preseason sideline. That is an actual
It's a
quote.
bucket hat,
Yes.
right? Okay.
There you go. Somebody who's at least familiar with, I don't know, even close to contemporary discussion of what that hat might be
He
called.
works in football.
Sean Payton said nobody can be wearing those quote unquote Gilligan hats on the sideline.
This is like one of the reasons I do like Broadus. Broadus will act like he's old man a lot of times and like, I don't know, grumpy stuff like that. But he knows what a bucket hat is. I picked up a Rangers bucket hat for him while we were out at the stadium one day. You should know this, but he grew up with Gilligan. Like that's what they grew up with, the Gilligan hat. So that's probably, and you know what? Now probably his players are like, what the hell is a Gilligan hat? And they have to go look it up and everything. So there's probably, maybe he's just educating people.
Do you think they're going to have a conversation about Gilligan's Island then?
It'll be a 3-hour tour.
I mean, they're pretty good for older people. You can get skin cancer, and
No.
it helps out with
Mike,
getting.
I'm not disputing the helpfulness of the hat. It's just the terminology. I want to make that very clear.
No, but Sean Payton clearly is. What's his beef with bucket hats?
Yeah.
That is a good question.
It keeps the
real question.
sun off your neck too.
Yes, I could have used that. All right. By the way,
Your neck got red.
I know.
Mine did too.
I know what you're really wanting to know. What are the betting odds right now for the Buccaneers starting quarterback? You would hope.
I think it says first, who cares, and second, don't give a crap.
Well,
vote.
That is kind of how it's reflected. Baker Mayfield right now is slight -150 favorite, and Kyle Trask +110. So I don't know if either one of them are actively trying to win the job, but
does that tell you does that tell Baker how far he's fallen?
Yes.
Like does he need, is that a real, like that tells him, oh man, I'm not good anymore.
Time to hop in the car and transfer. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I can't wait to see what kind of feedback we get for this. Does it seem like more and more players are wanting to be on the Cowboys, or is it still just all about the money? Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. About 20 minutes, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. But I've seen a couple of things over the last, let's say, week or so that have got me to start to wondering, are more and more people wanting to be on the Cowboys? Because when you talk with, like when we're out at training camp, we talked with Ian Rappaport. He said, yeah, the Cowboys have had a really quiet offseason from a drama standpoint, and that's a good thing. They've had...
So Jerry is like, we could bring Zeke back.
Yeah.
Hey, Zack Martin, why don't you hold out and just chill out? I'm convinced... I'm sorry, Kevin. Go ahead. I'm convinced that they told Zack Martin to hold out so they'd have a story. Because they were like, we don't have any stories right now. We need something. And they're like, just hang out. We don't need you getting hurt. We got to find out about some of these other offensive linemen. Everything's going to be fine. We'll get back to you later.
Because maybe it was Zeke, and they're like, what if Zeke calls our bluff and wants to come back? We don't want... Oh, man, that is super interesting. And the franchise has looked competent over multiple years for the first time in forever. It feels like folks love Dan Quinn. McCarthy, in a certain section, is respected. I know there are still those who don't. But there was just a couple of things that I saw. Is when Stephon Gilmore was talking about when he got traded to the Cowboys, he said, I was really excited. This is one of the places I wanted to come. Probably the number one place. So I'm happy we got it done. And then Malik Hooker said, it's special for me how Dan Quinn revamped me and brought me back to life.
Wow.
And then he said, to be playing with the guys I'm surrounded with, I know I say a lot, but when I tell you there's nothing guys wouldn't do for me and nothing I wouldn't do for them, I mean it. It's special to be able to stay here. And I realize, like, neither one is going to come out and be like, this is not the place that I wanted to be, or why did you resign, or whatever. But it does kind of feel like you've made some progression towards people want to come here and they know it won't be just a drama-filled circus. I mean, it will to a certain extent.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, listen, man, Jerry wants that part of it. But I think the coaching staff has been able to do a pretty decent job of limiting that. And I think that's because they have coaches here that really understand what they're doing and have played it, coached at a very high level. I think that's an important factor. They have players, they have leadership in the players group that wants to do something different and special too. Like, they have guys that have never really done it, never really gotten over that hump. And we look at Dirk's moment. Dirk had his chance. He was close, and we, kept going. He's a really talented player, and congratulations to him going in the Hall of Fame and everything.
For sure.
But there was something missing. Like, what was that one little thing that was missing? So I understand that idea, that concept. I don't think it's just about the money for these guys. That's a huge factor. Don't get me wrong. It's the primary factor for most people in their job. But I think whenever you're like, well, the money's even, what's the best option for me? Well, the Cowboys have proven to be a winner for 2 years. And that's where they are at this point, is that they look at them as they need something to get over the hump.
Who chose them?
Say that again?
Who chose the Cowboys?
Oh, Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, but he got traded.
But he said this was his number one spot. And Malik
sure,
Hooker
everybody would be like, well, they're the most popular team, but nobody's ever since Jerry Jones started the salary cap, nobody's chosen us and said, I'm taking, like, Ken Griffey Jr. chose the Cincinnati Reds because of obviously family history, not because of the history of the Reds. And but nobody's ever been like, wow, I guess maybe you could be like, Amari Cooper chose us over Washington.
That's true.
That
is true.
Now, he didn't have any other offer, besides, from what we understand, Washington or Dallas. That was one. And maybe some people choose us because they don't want to be on a cold weather team, but I don't know if that's just choosing the Dallas Cowboys. But, I mean, literally, I think in the history of salary cap era, nobody's really chosen the Cowboys. Now, it's rare who does choose a team based off of, like,
that's a big factor.
I mean, the NFL players have made it clear. We do not care about the future. We do not care about the past. I care about me and only me. So I got to get as much as I can get right now. So I feel like in NFL, There's no way the Cowboys can make this a destination place.
Like
There's no such thing as a destination place in the NFL.
The Rangers are never a destination place for the longest time because pitchers didn't want to pitch in this heat in the middle of
Right.
summer. Like that was a big factor. I understand what you're saying
They
there.
knew like Colorado,
Yeah.
like my ERA is going to go up so much. I will
Yeah.
now if I'm Mike Hampton, Denny Nagel, and they give me a 7-year contract at a huge number.
You know, Dante
I'm set.
Fowler could have been out options, but he said Dan Quinn is somebody I want to play for. And so I think that's the name. Last year, Anthony Barr, they didn't money whip him. They he got a decent contract to play here, but he did say, I think that this team's primed to win, and he did show up here. I think there are some people that wanted to be here, and I think the coaches are the main factor first because they're not going, that coach doesn't have a clue what he's doing. And I think that, Al Harris, you can look at that room right now, and I know a lot of those guys were drafted. Gilmore being the addition, though.
Sure.
But I think that Al Harris is turning into one of the guys that secondary players want to be around. They want to be around. Like Donovan Wilson came back. I don't know what other options he had to go for, but he was like, I'm coming back to this thing. I want to be part of it. And there was somebody else Brandon Cooks. I know he was traded too, but that dude wanted to play here last year. He was like, I got to get out of the miserable situation that is the Texans because Dallas looks like a better situation for the overall, I got to play football. I want to play some football.
I guess for me, the ultimate question would be, okay, then Brandon Cooks has a good year this year. People are offering him a 4-year deal at $60 million. He says, you know what? I'll take a 2-year deal at $24 million because I want to be a Dallas Cowboy. That would be really choosing the Dallas Cowboys over like.
But
dude,
what if
like,
it was let's
Von Miller's
say
a good point because a
Buffalo.
few years ago, Von Miller they offered him a contract, and I think Kevin, that goes back to did you really offer him a contract, or were you just saying you offered him a contract and it wasn't anything that he'd even whet his appetite with?
Would you feel the same way if, like, let's just say it was closer and it was still 4 for 52? And I realize NFL contracts, you might not get all that money, but let's say the guarantee is less and it was 4 for 52 instead of 4 for 60. Does that fit, or does it need to be drastically less?
Okay. It's like Amari Cooper fits. Now, if you have one offer, I mean, it still doesn't, like, I just look at recently DeAndre Hopkins, right? I mean, he pretty much ruined his career. He's going to be a nobody, forgotten forever. Like when you're playing the immaculate grid 20 years from now, maybe some human being will remember and he'll get 2% of a vote because he's just going to be on irrelevant teams, never playing in any big games. And that's going to be his. Now, the great thing about being on a Dallas Cowboy, you can play in all your games are relevant because there's even though you're not playing in championship games, they're all relevant because they're Cowboy games and they're followed so much. But I just look at it and go, man, it's really tough. I think it's a good question. I just think it's tough in this sport where the players have let it be known that we have to take the most money possible for me now because I'm not trying to help out the people who got me here, and I'm not trying to help out the people after I'm done.
And, that's unique, too, because go to the NBA where it benefits you to stay with team because they can offer you most. But what happens immediately? You get offered most, get it, and then usually they're like, all right, now I want to be traded.
Wield your power.
Now I want to be traded. Now that I've signed this contract, I would like to be out of here. But Mike's got a really good point. The way that NFL's gone is guys aren't leveraging themselves out of because most teams are willing to keep a lot of the high leverage guys.
So then the contention is not that the Cowboys aren't a destination, but that is just not a thing that really exists in the NFL.
And the other thing, too, is they created franchise tags and transitional tags and everything. So if you're great, you'll never be a free agent. They made rules to make sure the best players in this league will never become a free agent. Like, yeah, DeMarcus Ware becomes a free agent when you're like, the Cowboys think he's done as a player. DeMarcus Ware could never become a free agent throughout his career when he was actually in his prime. He had to negotiate with one team and one team only.
Even the draft puts you in that tough spot, too, because your prime is shorter now. Like, your prime is 4 years after.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you a variation of this question then that I'm really curious now that you've said that is, do you think the respectability of Dan Quinn or consistently winning double-digit games, do you think the Cowboys, because I think the Cowboys for the longest time have been kind of a no-go for certain players. Not for everybody by any means, but certain players are like, I don't really want to go deal with that. Or do you think as long as Jerry owns it, there will be certain players who are like, yeah, I don't know if I want to get involved with that?
I hear what you're saying. You threw a whole bunch out there for just one question. I
This is a follow question.
I do think that agents will push them towards here because they see all of these broadcasters, and 50% of them come from the Dallas Cowboys organization. So you're just like, hey, if it's even money here, I think this can help out in your secondary market. If you want to do media afterwards, if you want a couple of extra endorsement deals. Hell, they had a guy who can't even throw an NFL football, and he has $1 million hat company.
I know. I knew that was coming.
So I just look at it and I go, I think you had a whole bunch in there, and I'd say, yes, I do think having Dan Quinn helps quite a bit, because it's kind of like, in a weird way, I know it's different, but it would be like when you had Rudy Jaramillo as a hitting coach in Texas. It's like, hey, you're struggling. This guy seems to be able to take these average players, or even what would be considered below average players, and they end up having a career year, whatever their career year is. It might be 22 home runs. It could be for one guy, hey, 14 home runs, but you bat close to 300. And now Rudy somewhat helped you get to another status that gets you another contract somewhere else that maybe the Texas Rangers aren't going to pay. But there's free agency in Major League Baseball, where here it's very tough to create real free agency.
I would venture to say that I don't think that Dan Quinn and Mike McCarthy are keeping Micah here as much as go ahead and pay me the value of being the best at this.
Okay.
But I do think that Malik Hooker signing his contract, Jaron Kearse re-signing his contract, and Donovan Wilson sticking around here, I think those are factors of, is the money the same, or am I going to be used the right way? And I think that they do see that Dan Quinn uses them the right way. And I think that's something important to Dan Quinn and to Mike McCarthy and to the team right now. I don't know how important it is to the Joneses, because I think the coaches have a very real identity of, we want continuity here. The Joneses are like, well, I mean, it doesn't matter. We're still going to get paid. Like, we're going to make money.
Sure.
But I think I think Steven wants to build a winner. But the coaches definitely, to keep their jobs and to be successful, they're working off of, man, if I have new guys in here all the time, I'm in trouble. I got to build a relationship with these guys, and I got to build the trust that we're out there to try and win. I do think that is a factor between some of those guys. But I mean, for a guy like Jalen Ramsey's never played for Dan Quinn, he wouldn't know. So he wouldn't say, I got to go play for that guy because of his reputation.
And a person like Jalen Ramsey, now he did get the championship with the Rams, correct?
Yep.
In the NBA, you'll see guys, because of shoe contracts and how much they make. They make way more, star players in the NBA make way more than star players in the NFL. There's only one position that comes close, and it is quarterback. And it really doesn't even come close, because look at what Jaylen Brown just signed with.
Yeah,
for
306.
Yeah, so I mean, that doesn't even really. That's not Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow and those guys. They're not making a 5-year, $300 million contract. So you just look at it, and the NBA player,
they're getting closer though.
They're able to, but that's Jaylen Brown. Like, Luka's probably going to get 5 years and $380 million when it's his turn.
I could see.
So I just look at it real quick. Is NBA players will do what you're talking about, because they made $1 billion in their career, or close to. That's going to be what Luka makes. So if after 12 years or 10 years in the NBA, Luka makes that much money and still hasn't won, well, he's going to be making $50 million a year from Nike/Jordan, and he might go, you know what? Screw it. The way that Karl Malone or Gary Payton started, I know he only went to the Lakers, but you look at Gary Payton and his Lakers, you just start searching for teams that you can win a championship. David West, I felt like, kept doing that too. And you'll see guys go, I'm just going to do this. I don't care that this team's offering me $6 million and this team's offering me $2 million. I'm going to go to the team offering me $2 million because I want the championship. I've already made $200 million or more in my career, where the NFL just doesn't kind of do that.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, they've won 7 straight. Let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready?
Here on 105 through the Fan right now. Brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. It is the manager of your Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. How's it going there?
Well, as long as you're all on a winning streak, we're doing fantastic. So thank you very much to you and the fellas for getting that done. I was really curious after playing at, raucous home field, and then you go to a stadium where, there's maybe not so many people there. Does that feel like a different environment for you, for the players? Do y'all discuss that atmospheric change at all?
Well, it's completely different than what we were playing in front of at Texas there. I mean, our fans are really into the games. We appreciate that. I mean, it was just a lot of fun in that home stand. And come here, I mean, we all know about what's going on here in Oakland, so it is something we did talk about and discuss. You got to get yourselves up to playing these games. It's not even spring training, and those games can be a little dead at times. But when you have a stadium that probably seats 60,000, there's 4,000 or 5,000 in there. It looks like nobody's in there. It's really quiet. In fact, we were kidding in the dugout at times, just kind of whispering, "Hey, be quiet, everybody." And so it's different, but hey, you got to get yourself up. These games count; they count just the same as any game you play. So it's going to be important that we continue, to play like we did last night.
I was going to ask you, actually, the reverse of that question is, do you think the fans are quieter because you could be like, "Hey, I see you, guy in the orange T-shirt in the 6th row. There's nobody around you. I heard that."
Yeah, you can hear everybody. I mean, I'm talking about as individuals. I mean, there's so few fans that it's really amazing how much you hear, especially hecklers. That's their dream spot is when you have a stadium like this and there's not a lot of crowd noise, whatever. So you can hear everybody, but no, they're not being rude or anything. Couple comments you hear up there, but you know what? If you're a fan, you can get a great seat. I'll say that. It's hard not to be sitting close to the dugout or have a box seat, whatever. And I will say, this team we're playing, they had just beaten the Giants twice. Their pitcher was doing a good job on it. So you can't take this team lightly. They're playing better. They're pitching better. So the guy we're facing tonight, left-hander, he's been throwing the ball well. So we need Max to go out there and do his thing.
So, Boch, speaking of this road trip, this is an interesting trip because I was telling these guys when you play Oakland, you stay in San Francisco. So I'm assuming you guys get to stay in the same hotel for a whole week.
It's nice, I tell you. It's like you have your apartment now. We're not used to this, packing, unpacking. So yeah, we're here the whole week. In fact, I unpacked completely, hung things up. We're staying at the St. Regis here. It's a nice hotel with great views. We're in San Francisco, so we have to make that 20 to 30 minute drive to Oakland right now. But we're only maybe a minute from the ballpark in San Francisco, so very convenient. And it's nice to be in a hotel for 7 days where you're not having to move.
Are you giving a lot of advice on places to go eat since you kind of spent some time in that area? You're like, you guys should check this place out.
Yeah, some. But I'll be honest, there's been a lot of restaurants shut down since I was here in the city, even retail stores. So, they're trying to get back to where they were, the vibrant city that it was. It's still, it's a great city. But there's been some changes there. But, yeah, in fact, Corey Seager asked me a good Asian fusion place to go. And he had already been to the place I recommended. So I think the players do enjoy going out and getting a nice meal here. Tomorrow we have a day game. They can do that. And Thursday we have a day off. So some guys will probably make a trip to Napa. Some will golf. I know we have a couple of guys going down to Pebble Beach to play down there. So it's going to be nice for these guys to get a day off and have a chance to get out a little bit.
Now, I was listening to Andrew Heaney over the weekend on the post-game show here on the station, and he was talking about Mitch Garver and the connection that he's gotten with Mitch Garver and how he was walking in and Garver, he was telling Garver, hey, look, don't let me give up on this pitch. It might do a couple different things, but don't let me give up on this pitch. And Garver was like, absolutely not. And he said that faith, that confidence that Garver has is starting to help him out. Is that spreading kind of now across the pitching staff? And how long does it generally take to get to know the pitchers a little bit when you're back behind there?
Right. I can't say enough about what Mitch is doing right now. Handling the staff, and of course, what he's doing offensively. With Josh going down, we need somebody to step up in the 5-hole, which he's done. And I tell you, he's swinging the bat well. He's drawing his walks, or he's doing damage. So that part's been great. But the job he's been doing with this staff, it's really been impressive. And Mitch had a couple of injuries. We lost him for a couple of times, but he's got the experience and he's got the leadership that we needed when Jonah went down. And in fairness to Mitch, normally he would be playing a lot more. He's not just a once-a-week backup type catcher. I mean, he's got a pretty good resume. But we have Jonah there who's started the All-Star game. So, that kept him from getting some playing time. Plus, we're trying to be careful with him, make sure we wouldn't lose him. But now that Jonah's down, he's kept himself in shape, and we ramped up his catching. Now, today will be his third game in a row. Now, after 7, when he got that base hit, we ran for him yesterday, so he had a couple innings off. But he's going to catch today. That he'll be off the last day. Tomorrow's a day game, so he'll get 2 days off before the San Francisco series. But back to your point, pitchers have all the confidence in the world in him back there. He's doing a great job of, calling the game, receiving everything. And so we were really lucky to have Mitch ready to step in when Jonah went down.
Now, this team has shown a lot of resiliency to overcome injuries this season. I was curious on the Josh Young front. I know it's going to be a minute until he comes back. Is there hope that he can be back for the regular season, or is that potentially not realistic?
I think there's hope. You got to have hope, and so that's what we're looking at. He's looking at surgery. Don't know exactly when or. We're going to get this done. I think there's a possibility it could be tomorrow. We had Dr. Sheridan, the hand specialist in Arizona, look at him. And so I don't know if he's going to get a second opinion. So I'll know more when I get to the ballpark and talk to Lucky, our trainer. So anyway, they'll know more once they do the surgery and exactly what we're looking at. But our hope is, he'll be ready, sometime in September, the third week or so.
Now, I was looking at the numbers, and one that particularly stood out to me was the Rangers' on-base percentage with 2 strikes against a hitter leads Major League Baseball. I'm curious what y'all have been doing or what your philosophy has been that has made that 2-strike approach so effective this year.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, you always, it's the players that are doing a great job there of not getting in a panic mode and expanding. But I think you have to give credit to Donnie Ecker and Tim Hires. These guys, they have their daily meeting. They have their big meeting, the first game of the series, and they go through all the pitchers, what they're trying to do, how they're trying to get you out with 2 strikes, what their plan is. So they really have these guys prepared, and these guys do a great job of sticking with that plan. And so that's nice to have when you have 2 really good hitting coaches that have these guys that well prepared, and of course the players, buying into the approach that we want in that game.
So when it comes to right now, your pitching staff, Boch, they're doing a pretty darn good job through the homestand. And yesterday, Dunning did a really nice job for you. They seem to be throwing more strikes. And I know, look, we're all trying to throw strikes at all times. It's kind of like when the pitching coach comes out there and says, hey, throw strikes. Well, thank God you told me that because I was trying to throw balls the whole time. But like when it comes to right now, it seems like as a staff, you guys are pounding the strike zone more. Has there been something that has kind of changed throughout your team that the guys are being able to be more efficient with their pitches lately?
Well, first of all, I agree with you. We are throwing more strikes. We're filling up the zone better, getting ahead, and I can tell you that's Mike's philosophy. We got to throw strikes. We got to work ahead. That's strike one. That's a huge pitch. That's what got away from us a little bit, I think. And but the philosophy hasn't changed. But we just wasn't. We weren't doing that as well as we were earlier in the season. So we're getting back to throwing strikes, consequently pitching more efficiently, using our defense. We're pitching deeper in the game. We're getting more quality starts. That's been a world of difference. When you look at July, it was a tough grind at times for the club when we were getting behind, walking guys. And I'll say this: we had the worst time of keeping those guys that we walked from scoring. Even Dunning, as well as he threw, he walks one guy and he finds a way to score. So that's come back to haunt us. So to your point, that's been the difference maker. I think is just the fact these guys are throwing more strikes now.
I don't know if it's a physical thing, mental thing, combination of both, but what can y'all work on or what's been discussed that you can tell us about with Ezekiel Duran, who has been awesome this year, but since July has kind of fallen into a funk?
Yeah, he has. I think a couple of things with Zeke. We got to just level him off a little bit. He's kind of uphill. And what I mean, it's the level of his swing's got a little higher. I hope he's not trying to hit the long ball, but that's what it looks like. And I know our hitting guys are on it. And I'd like to see him shorten up a little bit, use the middle of the field. That can get you going. But he's been a little late on the fastball, and he's having a tough time, sometimes laying off the off-speed pitches down below the zone, below his swing. So, Zeke is somebody that we really need to get it going. Now, we got Josh Smith, so, gets righties. Smitty's going to get some time there at third base. But I agree. We got to get Zeke back, and, he's gotten a lot of playing time. I don't think that's caught up with him because he hasn't been out there every day, but sometimes a young guy, when it's not going well, they press, and then they, they're overswinging, and so I like to see him shorten up a little bit. Let's get things down. I'm talking about shorten up the stride, not just the swing, and let's just try to use more of the middle of the field. He gets a little big with that swing at times.
Do you feel like you're going to get Jonah Heim back pretty soon?
I tell you, it's encouraging with Jonah. It really is. Caught Montgomery's pen. He's swinging a bat. He's letting it go too. So I don't know what the timetable is, but it's been really accelerated to the point where, I'm not going to be surprised once we get home if he's not knocking on the door as far as getting some playing time or getting back in there. Now, from the right side, he has not swung the bat, but the left side's have no issues. He's having no issues receiving the ball. Meanwhile, he's doing all his running and everything to make sure once he can go, he's ready to go.
For you, when you're in a big situation, let's fast forward 2 weeks from now, and Jonah Heim's just batting left-handed, and they bring in a left-handed reliever. Is that going to be a little bit of a difficult situation that I'm assuming throughout his whole professional career, Jonah Heim's never seen a lefty-on-lefty slider?
Yeah, I think the game will determine that. Where I don't think I need to make a change. And just to give you an example, we're at 3 or 4 runs. Yeah, probably wouldn't do something there. But, we're down a run or two. I think you'll see a change there. But let's see where we're at as far as swinging right-handed at that point. But if he really can't swing right-handed, he's got to go left on left. And I need, I really need a hit or something. You'll probably see a change, to be honest. It's not that easy when you haven't done it to go up there and try to hit a left-handed slider, and you haven't seen one in probably 15 years.
All right. Well, we appreciate the time as always, good sir. 7 straight wins, though I know the focus is solely tonight. We always appreciate you jumping on with us.
Oh, Gary, good talking with you, and I'll see you next week there at home, all right?
There Sounds you go. Good. Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of interesting things there. And one of the reasons I know our fan base really likes him, one thing I really like about him is he gives you like practical descriptions of things. That breakdown of Zeke potentially shortening up his swing and hoping that he's not just looking for the long ball, I thought was really fascinating. And then the idea that Heim, maybe as soon as Monday, when the Rangers come back home, could be ready to roll.
Corey, let me give you an example of Ezekiel Duran last night watching the game. He falls behind in the count, and he has 2 strikes. It's a little bit later in the game. I believe it's his 3rd at bat against Wadnichuk, however you say his last name.
Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah, he has a 6.3 ERA, so that's even worse than me.
Face, Wolchuk.
But when it came to that, there was a 2-strike pitch, and it was 95 right down the middle. And I'm watching with my son, and I said, Zeke's going to regret he didn't hit that ball hard. He fouled it off, right? So he stayed alive in the count. Next pitch, it was a ball. Next pitch, slider below the zone, strike 3. He swung at it. And I was like, that was a bastard pitch. You're done. That breaking ball, that's tough to lay off of, and you're not going to hit that ball. But the 95 mistake down the middle, he was too big on. It was like he saw 95 belt high, and he's like, I got to hit this 500 feet. And if he would have gone more, let's say, just using a veteran guy, Marcus Semien, I got 2 strikes. I see this 95. I got to just put the fat part of the bat on the ball. And if I do that and finish my swing, it's going to be hit hard. The pitcher has made a mistake. You don't have to do more with that mistake. Just put your swing on that mistake, and you're going to hit the ball hard. You might get unlucky and hit a line drive to somebody, but if you try to now take that mistake with 2 strikes, especially 2-0, I get, but 2 strikes, big situation here in the game. I was like, dang it, man, you gotta shorten up there. And if you just put the ball in play on that crappy of a pitch, you're going to find yourself successful. But when you miss that one, good luck getting another mistake in this 2-strike at bat.
When I've been noticing this, Mike, mostly because again, I work with you and you talk about these things a lot, but Corey Seager has his bat in the zone for a long time. I always felt David Murphy was the kind of guy who had his bat in the zone for a long time.
Yeah, he'd hit the catcher mid a whole bunch and then keep it. I asked him about that. I said, did you intentionally try to get that many catcher's interference? He's like, no, just like the bat would that head would drop a little bit on him, and it would get it'd get in the zone early, like way back, like almost hit foul balls opposite field or opposite field base hits, but sometimes he get catcher's interference from getting that head into the zone.
But the more I watch the hitters for this team, the more I notice a lot of them are like that. Like Mitch Garver, he has a very flat right through the zone. It doesn't look like it's a big sweeping. We saw Adolis' home run the other night on the plane on the way home, and that thing was a Ken Griffey Jr. kind of sweep all the way around. Garver's looks like a short boom all the way through, but I do wonder if that's something that Tim Hires is very emphatic about, is keeping that bat in the zone a really long time, because I noticed the rest of the team looks very similar in the way that they're swinging, in the way that a lot of the bats are coming through.
Well, if you look at last night, the Rangers did have 9 strikeouts. Now, that's not the end of the world. I felt like when the Rangers weren't playing well over the last few years, hopefully the Baltimore Orioles aren't in charge of this, or I'm about to get fired for explaining factual evidence of the last 3 to 4 years. The Rangers seem to have a philosophy, right? It was under Chris Woodward, a different manager, of strikeouts are okay. if you don't like the pitch and you have 2 strikes, you don't have to swing at it. So what? It's strike 3. I don't want you swinging bad. Even like, I was like, this sounds a little bit crazy to me, but I'd heard that maybe that was sometimes the approach of like, hey, if you don't like the pitch, you don't like the pitch. If it's not your pitch to hit, don't swing it. I'm like, no, you have 2 strikes. It's strike 3. The at-bat's over. Like, try to foul it off. Try to put the ball in play and see if there's a hole. Sometimes you'll find a hole, by just putting the ball in play. If you don't swing, you have no chance here if it's a strike. And if you're like, well, I'm only going to swing for the fences every time, that doesn't make much sense either. There has to be different approaches for different situations, for different counts. And I never really understood that approach. And it's very tough for people to understand, even great high school players, on how different an approach is in the major leagues versus high school because of how good the pitching is and what are they doing? And then from a pitcher standpoint of like, all right, what are they adjusting their approach to? So now I can attack differently. But if somebody has the same approach, 0-0, 2-0, 0-2, runner on second, nobody out, nobody on, 2 outs. If they have the same approach every time, those are the easiest guys in the world to pitch against. And so I feel like Bochy, Heyer, this whole staff has done a great job of telling these guys, we're going to have different approaches for different situations. And even last night, Bochy did a great job of like, all right, my guy's struggling for a month. He's going to bunt the ball and get the guys to second and third with 1 out. Because remember, he said, hey, I believe my guys can hit the ball hard the other way. Yeah. They can move the guys over. They can end up getting a hit and an RBI. But he said, you know what? I'm not going to see if Zeke can hit the ball hard the other way. I'm going to have him sacrifice himself. Let's just give him an out so that we can get second and third with 1 out in this situation. And I'm also wondering, which I didn't want to ask Boch yet because there's still 3 football seasons left of this year. Yeah. So as we're getting close to football season, we still have
an odd way to put that, but that makes sense.
We have still 3 whole football seasons left of games for the Texas Rangers. So when let's just say the Cowboys lose, which they won't, the first game of the year, and they say it's a long year. My ass, it's a long year. Like, you only have 16 games left. Because now I wanted to ask Boch, like, do you feel like you're managing a hair different now that the Astros are right there next to you and there's only 2 months left? But then there's still so many games left that I feel like he's not really changing his approach until we get to maybe that September series against Houston, maybe as we get past that Houston series, and now you're down to like 20 or 25 games left where he might change his approach to be like more of a playoff manager than a regular season manager.
You don't think he changes the approach on message though?
No.
Like everything's the same. It's just what I do differently.
It's just that, I'm out of time here, as in I can't make up 5. Now, luckily, they're not the team having to make up games, but you just start looking at it and go, I'm limited in what I can make up game-wise. Or can I hold on to this if, let's just say you have a 3-game lead with 7 to play, you're going to look more at your starters and going, maybe I push them a hair here, because especially in today's game, if I push them a little bit here and we can win this, they don't have to play for a week. We have a week off to get ready for the 5-game series in the divisional round. If I'm a little bit too conservative here and I'm not pressing to win this division and get the bye, I might find myself on the road in Tampa or on the road in Toronto or something starting off this playoff series.
Kevin, it's not like he has to walk into the clubhouse every series and go, all right, guys, we win this series, hurtado on me. You know, it's not like he has to motivate
I would make
that
that deal in a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
Holy crap. You definitely get a bye if that was the case. I am curious, and I know Bochy did use the word hope, so I'm not saying like, oh, he guaranteed this or anything like that, but Heim, the idea that he might be back, that seems more realistic for the Angels series on Monday. And then I kind of circled the Boston series that starts September 18th as potential for Young. But there's a lot more that will go into that.
I was listening, but I tried to type something. And, Kevin, this is where at the very end of the segment, I don't know if you heard and if the listeners heard, but I had a moment of I don't have anything because I was doing something else.
I heard.
It was me. But I typed out that, Bochy said this about Heim. And then I was listening to him answer more of your question. He said something about the right side, and I was like, was my entire tweet wrong? So I went and deleted it. He wants to make sure he can hit from the left side as well?
No, he's only he can only hit from the left side right now. He's not even taking batting practice. He's not even trying a swing from that side of
But
being
receiving
scared
the ball's
of,
not a problem.
Right.
Okay. But he's
Receiving
only
the ball,
hitting
he
left.
caught Jordan
Gotcha.
Montgomery's bullpen. So he's catching the ball well. He's hitting the ball fine with no pain at all from the left side. They don't even want to try the right side because they're afraid that it's not strong enough that all of a sudden his left hand becomes the bottom hand. That has to stay on the bat the whole time,
Okay,
right?
gotcha.
So the left hand, obviously batting left-handed, the left hand can release from the bat, which maybe I don't understand his whole injury on how he's able to do this and do that, but he can't do this because afraid of re-injuring or the pain that it creates by swinging right-handed. So most likely when he comes back, he will not bat right-handed against left-handed pitchers. So there might be more of a platoon situation. So if you're facing Framber Valdez in, let's say, the Houston series, he might sit out that game. They might go, look, we're just going to go ahead and have Garver catch. And maybe you come in to pinch hit for Garver if they bring in a righty late in the game, knowing that you're going to be our lefty catcher and he will be our righty catcher.
Garver, as he's had more playing time, has found a better rhythm, like at the plate. Like that's been pretty distinct.
And that's what Brian Adams tried to do back in the 90s by having a left-handed catcher.
Mike, somebody texted in. They said there's a Little League World Series game going right now, and the team from Texas might have a left-handed catcher.
Yeah.
So I
had to get it off the camera, Kevin.
Probably need to double check on that. But I liked how matter of fact he was when you asked him about Heim lefty versus lefty, and you said you probably haven't seen that slider in 15 years. And he was really honest, and he was like, "Look, obviously it will depend on what's going on in the game, but at some point you need to have those results."
And I've had people ask me what's wrong with a left-handed catcher. Well, you can't throw the ball to third base. So if they're stealing the ball, I have to catch the ball and I have to turn my whole body to throw.
At first, though? How did he throw guys out at first?
Well, they're just getting a secondary lead. They're not stealing, and he's throwing from his knees. And he is like the greatest ever. But if you're a left-handed catcher, it's going to be tough. Just why is there not left-handed shortstops or left-handed third baseman? Because your body's not set up to throw the ball after you catch. You have to turn your body. You have to turn your back to home plate to then throw the ball.
New idea. Every other inning, Kevin, we switch the field and you run to first base instead.
You didn't know this.
Shortstop.
I went to MLB. I went to baseballreference.com and I was looking up Wyatt Langford. By the way, he's crushing it in his few games that he's done so far, but he's doing great. But it says he's listed as a catcher on there. It says left fielder, catcher, first baseman, and I'm like, Wyatt Langford catches, and he caught his freshman year in summer baseball. So in college.
Hell yeah.
So he had 12 games behind the plate as a freshman. So if we ever interview him, we could always ask, does he ever miss catching? How much did he catch in high school? Because he caught a few games.
You want to take Jonah Heim's job?
Well, here's the deal. And I know we have Jonah. But the way that catching could change in the near future with automated strike zone, you can just stick a guy behind there and just say, just sit on a knee and just catch the ball. I don't care how you catch it. Don't get hurt doing it. We don't, need any broken fingers or anything. But
we just need a guy that
if
can
your
catch.
arm's great and you can just get up and throw the ball, we're not trying to frame pitches anymore. So with nobody on base, all you're doing is protecting the umpire from getting hit.
From the 682, my 12-year-old son is a lefty catcher. He's good, but I've desperately tried to get him to go play first base instead.
Because of Mike.
Oh, I'd say he's wasting his time. So
you need to find that World Series. No, playing catcher as a lefty.
Well, Mike told us yesterday how quickly he would tell kids to get out. He's just like, you're just wasting your time.
You're done.
I mean,
You're
as
part of the tryouts.
As a left-hander, you can be a pitcher, a first baseman, or an outfielder. Do those as much as you can. But to perfect that, it's kind of like if you're a 5'10" kid in high school and you're like, yeah, I'm the center on my team. Well, okay, I guess if your school's that bad, good, go for it. But if you're actually running like you're a post-up option and that's what you do at 5'10", I guess later when you're playing at 24-hour fitness, that right. can work out. But
jeez, Mike,
it ain't going to work out like if you're trying to advance somehow, some way.
Tomorrow, where are we? What are we doing tomorrow?
We're in Frisco.
All right.
Off of 121 in Independence.
It's Men's Tea Clinic brought to you by Mike Bassick and KC. And so
no, we do not need to hear that promo again. Thank you very much.
Okay, but we're going to have a blast. By the way, $50 T checks. So you want to get your testosterone checked tomorrow, it's $50 for everybody. hopefully you see us at the Frisco location. There's another one in North Frisco. We're at the Frisco location.
121 in Independence.
121 in Independence.
Wednesday.
Thank you, Reggie.
And it's not just tomorrow. If you call and get your appointment and say, hey, I heard about you guys on K&C Masterpiece or the Mike Bassick Show with KC. If you say that, you do get a $50 T-check if you can't get it done tomorrow. We get it, right? You're busy. That's
Do we
why
need to
Men's
play
Tea
that
Clinic
version?
is
I
open.
think there are some people that haven't heard it. We can play it in the C block. Kevin.
All right. Get back to being you.
Yeah, we'll play that in just a
Okay,
minute.
fine, Reggie. I will. Coming up next, we'll get back to being you with the C block starring Corey Majors.
Yeah, man, we got some more of the Mike and the KNC and Masterpiece thing, and we're also I got some players I want to get into that are making some waves right now in the NFL. Next on the Fan.
The Rangers go for their 8th straight win.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin Hagelin. Oh my gosh!
You can make it.
Yes, you handed it off to me.
You have so many extra E's.
In Majors and Corey. I don't have an E in Corey.
Oh, you just shifted that one
Oh,
around?
you threw it to the Majors.
Well, I mean, Majors was.
So you think
Your
the
name?
E
Wait,
should be-
I still need to
Hold
Oh
know this
on.
about you. Your name is Cory.
Yes.
Okay, I knew you were the C in Casey.
All right, here we go. Tomorrow we're going to be at Men's Tea Clinic in Frisco.
I'm excited about that part. I want to make clear.
And we are very
This
excited
other
to be
part.
there. There's some really great stuff that you can come see. Mike just
Off 121 in Independence.
It'll be off 121 in Independence. Thank
Really
you,
fast.
Reggie. Wanted to make sure we got the address in. But and I don't want to typically be, hey, let's beat dead horse into the ground with a joke or anything. But Kevin, we played this morning in the very first segment of the show.
Yep.
And anybody who wasn't awake for the very first segment of the show that might be joining the show later, I want them to hear this. So this morning we played an ad that we heard running on the station, and
It pays to be a Tolo,
Yes.
even though this made me mad.
let's hear it in its entirety one more time.
Join the Fan as they broadcast live from Men's Tea Clinic, August 9th from 10 to 2 at the Frisco location, off 121 in Independence. Men's Tea Clinic has been the authority for testosterone and total wellness optimization for Tolos since 2013. Join Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece Wednesday and get back to being you.
All right, so that was the show is now Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece.
Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece.
I hate it so much.
There was a time when our boss did ask us if Mike was on the show, what would it be called? And I was like, just the
Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece.
It's been changed.
And so that's
Make the shirts now.
Thanks for tuning in to Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece.
So we will be out there tomorrow, and we're looking forward to being there tomorrow. Wednesday is the day that we'll be there.
Reggie, this is his favorite day of work.
And
ever.
why exactly, Reggie, do people need to go to Men's Tea Clinic?
Get back to being you.
So that's why we're going to be there, so you can get back to being you tomorrow.
I mean, yes, but just the fun that he's having with that 121 Independence tomorrow at Men's.
Off 121 in Independence.
Yes, I know. I just said that.
Okay, you get so mad.
Why do you get so? He's just trying to make
Casey in the Masterpiece.
That is why. You want to know why? I feel like Vivica A. Fox in Independence Day. Why are you all mad? And she goes, "You want to know why? That's why." And then points at the spaceship. This is my spaceship. Don't mark that. I swear to God.
He only has one option. And
Get back to being you.
It just fits so many different scenarios, the whole ad. Is this my music for the C Block?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Love it.
All right. CBSSports.com has NFL Training Camp 2023 players making the biggest waves. And listen, I'm not at all these camps, Mike. I don't get to see it all, but we got to see Cowboys camp and we got to watch them do some of their things. And there was a moment this morning I saw Derek Eagleton pointed out on a play, hey, look what Tyler Smith just did here. And somebody then tweeted to him and said, and that's why Oso Odighizuwa needs to be a backup. And I was like, what? Hold on.
Okay.
And he was like, he politely disagreed and was like, look, this was a very good play by this guy, but Oso Odighizuwa has been one of your best at camp, and he always is one of the best. So that's where, camp is one of those, is it good against our guys or bad against our guys? Well, what you're hoping to see, I think, most of the time is, are your guys getting better, or are they stinking every day? And
Oh my gosh.
yeah, if your guys are getting better every day, then you're feeling pretty good.
Right. But if they're stinking every day, yes, I would be inclined
Then
to agree that's
You
problematic.
gotta do something better.
I
here.
agree.
So here are a list of players that are getting better every day, it appears. Anthony Richardson, who I have given zero shot for the Colts to do anything. Because not because of him, but because I think the Colts are just boring and bad at football now.
According to Carter, it couldn't get worse from what he saw in college, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He is not a fan.
Our college football expert, Carter, who joined us today for his first time ever on radio.
By the way, they did say Jonathan Taylor was excused to rehab his ankle today. I
Good.
was like, good job.
Get healthy.
That's why he's not there.
But I guess what is happening right now is he is making some wow throws during 11-on-11s. He's had what their coaches are calling heck of a throws, heck of a day.
But that's the Anthony Richardson experience. Like that was the whole thing in Florida. Incredible throws at times, but like piecing it together, making sure that you have consistent quarterback play and always making the good decision wasn't always a strong suit.
Now you'll get a what the hell was that? Yeah.
And to that point, I guess that's where it comes to, all right, what kind of coaching was he getting in college? Who was in his ear? And was it consistent? Was the message consistent enough for him to be consistent? Can that translate? Will that be the same thing that happens? Or will the first couple of years you have to have a pretty good leash on him to get him to understand what those moments are? Or is that just who he is? But that being said, he's making waves at Colts practice right now.
I'm inclined to go with the kind of Mike Maddox theory where just let him go out there and do his thing
and when
for
they
better
screw
or
up,
worse and see how it goes. And then you can make determinations from there.
Yeah, I've always thought that Mike Maddox, if you get traded in the middle of the season, he's like, all right, you do it your way. And then whenever you've screwed up enough, come back to me, and I'll show you how to do it the right way. Dalton Kincaid is flashing some pass-catching ability. Now, Kevin, I know you were very high on Dalton Kincaid. Or was it Mike or was it Bobby? One of the people was really high on Dalton Kincaid.
One of us.
Yeah, one of the people here at the station really liked Dalton Kincaid.
It ain't me.
Okay.
I don't think it was me either.
But there you go. That's a tight end for Josh Allen to use, and that's something that I know Dawson Knox has been around, but that's another dude right there that I think people are going to be very interested. He's the best pass-catching tight end out of the group. Can Josh Allen use him right? Yes or
Sure.
No? Okay, good.
I don't know.
That's the spirit, Mike. Next.
George Pickens is the dude that I'm very interested in.
Because of that one catch?
The one catch.
We looked him up. He's not Carl Pickens' son.
He is not Carl Pickens' son.
Related to T. Boone?
He's not.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I didn't look it up.
How are you so sure?
Yeah, how are you so sure?
No comment.
Oh my God. Good Lord. That feels even worse than if you would have said something. God. Corey, I got you, man.
Kenny Pickett, I think you pointed, did you point this out last week? Said he's the best athlete I've ever played with.
Yep.
And now his route tree is coming a long way, and you're seeing him catch different routes out there. And I think and it goes to that play where he's making just one after another.
What do you expect from the Steelers this year?
It depends on Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
Like, has he gotten better? Because I haven't heard anything that suggests that he has. I've heard that everybody around him is pretty good. Now, I think Mike Tomlin can coach a team,
sure,
and despite a quarterback, but I don't know how long and how deep. I don't know how deep they can go with that. This is the one. The only reason I really wanted to do this was for Mike. Calvin Ridley appears to be clicking very well with Trevor Lawrence already.
Raise the roof, as the kids say. Raise the roof.
What kid do you know that says that?
I don't know.
34-year-olds.
Yep.
I haven't heard. Yeah, there's no 34-year-old kids though, right?
Don't sleep on Calvin Ridley in your draft, Corey. He's a second rounder.
Okay, all right. You think he's a second rounder?
You know what's amazing is they were doing like top 10 quarterbacks according to players who don't know who play in the NFL.
Oh my God.
Like Trevor Lawrence, he wasn't obviously a top 10 quarterback. And I just think to myself, man, there's a lot of growth for Trevor Lawrence. A lot of players think he's a piece of dump. So it's just going to be interesting this year when they're like, wow, this guy who I didn't think was good at quarterbacking is actually good at quarterbacking, and Calvin Ridley will take full advantage of it.
Yeah, somebody from the 682, I'd bet on Calvin Ridley.
He would too.
You get it? Because
I get it.
He's a gambling man.
He's suspended for gambling.
He's their number one, right?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Not even close, I think.
Bijan Robinson is the real deal.
I think it is close.
Okay.
With Kirk, right?
Kirk doesn't profile as like that dominant.
He had a heck of a year last
receiver, though.
He did have a heck of a year
Lawrence.
last year.
Okay.
Thanks to Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see how Mr. Kirk did or Captain Kirk did with Kyler Murray.
He couldn't even get through it.
It's too good of a joke. I'm sorry. When there's that funny, it's tough for me not to laugh before I say it.
My goodness.
Especially when I give them 3 different names before I get to the real joke.
I did. There were lots of times last year, though, Kevin, where I thought that Christian Kirk, like they could have tried to really force and dominate, and I don't think he's that guy.
Okay.
Where they can just say, Justin Jefferson is the clear, like, hey, if I want to put the ball up, I trust him.
To your point, not goofing off, I do think Calvin Ridley can have a game where he has 10 catches for 170 yards and 3 touchdowns, and Kirk can have good games. He can have like 5 catches for 100 yards and a touchdown. I just don't know if he can we can't stop him, son of a gun.
Okay.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
Now, that being said, I think he's going to benefit tremendously from having Calvin Ridley on the field. That's like, I think that Christian Kirk, Kevin, I watched him on whenever he was coming out in the draft, and I was like, I'm not too high on this guy. And I can't remember exactly where he was drafted, but you were like, you need to give him another watch.
Yeah.
I went back and watched
Christian
him.
Kirk?
And I was like,
I think he was 3rd rounder, I think.
And that's kind of where I had him, but some other people had him a little higher. And I was like, I'm just not seeing it. But last year, and there have been moments, flashes in his Arizona career where I was like, okay. But I think that having Calvin Ridley on the field, that duo is going to be very fun to watch.
I do. I mean, look, I know we've joked about the hype around Trevor Lawrence and everything, but you look at that team and you look at that division and some of those weapons if that's the case, that team could be very good.
They're very well coached. Yes.
I'm still wondering how good Travis Etienne can be. I was surprised last year that he didn't catch more balls. I thought he was going to be used more as kind of a combo running back, wide receiver, and I'm just looking up his stats, and he only had 35 receptions for 316 yards last year. Now he ran for 1,100 at 5.1 per carry, which is solid, but I just thought he was going to be used more, and I'm wondering if maybe first year off of injury, maybe now second year that Travis Etienne can be a guy that's used a little bit more in Jacksonville. I mean, who cares about Jacksonville, though? I mean, there's no way they can beat the Cowboys.
Oh, God. Not this weekend, Mike.
I swear, this is the worst case scenario for this weekend. I'm sorry, Corey. I know you got stuff to get to. This is the worst case scenario for this weekend. Because if the Cowboys win...
Mike's going to be like,
preseason. It doesn't matter. They didn't have T-Law the whole game. If the Jags win, I don't care if T-Law plays one snap. He's going to come and go, you fought T-Law and T-Law won. Like, that's what's going to happen.
Well,
last year the Cowboys took care of business against Trevor Lawrence.
Shut up, Mike. I know what happened.
He'll say 2 in a row, baby. And Kevin, I don't think you have to worry about it. Don't forget, Mike might be out next week. Honestly.
I'm definitely out.
He might be suspended next week. Because that stunt he pulled in Oxnard.
But yeah.
He did throw 15 incompletions against the Cowboys, so
should not let this continue.
The Falcons and what he was saying about Etienne is the same thing that Mike. This is the C block.
Oh.
The Arthur Smith says he's pretty damn pleased with Bijan Robinson right now, and that he
better be drafted him in the top 10,
and that he's looking to use him the way that Mike's talking about Etienne, is that he's looking to use him kind of as one of those all over the field type of guys, not just, hey, we're lining you up in the backfield and you're going to go. And then Kevin, Mozzie Smith makes his way on this list.
Love to hear it.
The Cowboys have themselves a force. And this is the play that I was talking about. Mozzie Smith makes a fantastic play. And there are 3 people in the backfield. Why? Because Mozzie Smith is big and strong and can do this. And they're like, and Osa is being pushed back by Tyler on one play. And that is where people are like, oh my gosh, can you believe that? That's that one dude. And then that's where you have to watch the entire thing. You have to see each week what Osa's doing. But Mozzie is not a rookie that looks like he's being pushed around like a rookie. And that's a good thing right now.
I hear what you're saying, Corey. Do you think anybody has a longer winning streak going into the season than Trevor Lawrence does, winning his last 5 games of the year?
I don't know why.
Okay, next. What do you guys
I didn't know that was going to happen. But damn it. I should have known that was going to happen. And I was going to tell you something about Mozzie Smith, and now I forgot it.
I like the fact that he says, I really like hitting people. Like,
yes.
He wasn't here to play football. He's just here to hit people.
And I'm excited about the
that.
entire defensive line for the first time in a while. I know we've been pumped about the edge and stuff like that, but this is the first time in a long time I think I'm stoked about the defensive line as a whole.
This might be a push. Like when you see the defensive front go, it's like, oh my gosh, there's a little bit of fear. When the Ravens just wanted to do it like that all the time, you're like, oh my gosh, the Ravens are relentless with their pass pursuit. And that's what I think this Cowboys team can be. So Trevor Lawrence better watch out on Saturday.
Well, he better, because they did sack him one time last year.
All right, remember? Let's go do something else.
Remember that sack?
Yes, I do.
It didn't seem to matter because T-Law still had a really solid game.
You know what?
He's had better ones.
I hope the Cowboys win like 52-0 in this preseason game now.
Yeah, like the Cowboys
I
are
don't know
in this
why,
game.
but I do. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Handoff to who cares?
Don't forget,
for 3
tomorrow
yards.
we're going to be at Men's Tea Clinic. That is tomorrow. We're really looking forward to it.
$50 tea checks.
In Frisco. So
Get back to
get back to being you. Yeah, exactly.
Coming up next.
For
Does
men.
my sanity remain? Also, power ranking, the MLB power rankings, and can the hot swinging Nate Lowe help offset the loss of Josh Young? Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to Rangers power rankings in just a minute, but we have a handful of updates, and I actually want to start, if we can. Awful Announcing is reporting that Kevin Brown will be back in the Orioles booth on Friday. So they said they're working on more sources, but Awful Announcing saying that Kevin Brown will be back in the booth on Friday. I'm sure the avalanche of negative feedback they've gotten from across the game, contributed to that.
Absolutely, man.
It was a pre-show thing. It wasn't even like, hey, coming up in 5 minutes before this game, let me tell you this factual evidence of wins and losses. And they're like, yeah, that's way too far.
Yeah.
By saying we have lost games in the past where it ended up we didn't win. That's not being a homer.
Yeah.
You're just supposed to say we won them?
That's right.
Well, hopefully.
Lie to the audience. Tell them you won the game.
Hopefully that doesn't happen. Because the Orioles as an organization, and I'll give their ownership credit on this, they've done a tremendous job over about the last 5 years of building up their farm system, developing those guys into major league players, and now they have arguably the best team in the American League. And they have more talent in their minor league farm system than anybody. It's honestly not even close right now on how great the Baltimore farm system is, and they have a good big league team too. They are destined to win a World Series championship if they can finish off the right pieces. And so it just stinks, I think, for the Oriole fans that have finally had a competitive team for this to happen to them.
Now, you have Cowboys news that we may like or may not like.
All right. Well, you tell me, Kevin.
Probably not.
Do you want defensive tackle news or do you want kicker news?
I want defensive tackle news because I believe that is the worst news.
Tom Pelissero just mentioned on Inside Training Camp, Cowboys first-round pick defensive tackle Mozzie Smith, who I mentioned in the last segment, isn't practicing today in Oxnard. And the source said he's getting a precautionary MRI on his knee. He's been battling tendonitis throughout camp. That is what Tom Pelissero is reporting.
That doesn't have to be the end of anything. It just sucks. I was just saying, my faith in balance across the defensive line was super high, and then they're like, ha, not so fast, my friend.
Yeah, so that stinks right there. That's not the news that we want, but
hopefully it'll turn out okay.
This is training camp, so hopefully hopefully it's not any damage, and they can just say, hey, just ice it, kid. That's what my kid's track coach told him to
take a salt tablet.
Yeah, take a salt tablet, like Jerry said. And for the first time in camp, Brandon Aubrey, Plano's own, made all of his field goal attempts today, 9 for 9. Woo! So I think we got ourselves a kicker, boys. I think we're going to be just fine at the kicker position. Everything's going to be okay. And Kevin,
but they should still bring in another person or two.
Don't worry about it, man. There's no competition left. It's this guy and this guy alone. Don't worry about it, man. Just as long as we just score touchdowns, we'll be okay. Kevin, did you also see in Mavericks news? Luka scored 35, had 14 assists and 13 rebounds, and he plays on Saturday against the U.S.
Ooh.
I'm rooting for Slovenia.
See,
I know.
And here's the thing about that,
Mike.
How do you not understand why I would root against Tom Brady in a Super Bowl when you are actively rooting against America in a sporting competition?
I don't like any of the players on the American basketball team.
But they didn't get Trae Young, so that's a good thing.
He hates Austin Reeves.
He's on the United. We got Slovenia has a chance. He's a solid player, but how many minutes is he playing?
Look, I'm not going to act like I was sitting there watching this game, but when I looked up, he was on the court quite a few times. He seems like he is at least in the larger rotation of this thing.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 1.
I did say where Slovenia is a great place to live in August.
Are you going to move to Slovenia in the summer?
Dude, that's not a bad place to go. It's plane ride. You like plane rides?
I'll take the Comrex with me and everything.
I mean, jokes aside, didn't they just have like really bad flooding?
Yeah, they actually did have some really serious and severe
I did
flooding.
see that. It can't be everywhere, though.
Oh, my God. Will you just play Cup 1, please?
Here's the pitch, and that's hit high and deep to left center field by Mitch. Bodea is going back, and he leaps and drops the ball at the wall. When his glove hit the wall, the ball came out. 1 run is home, and 2 runs are home, and Mitch Garver stands at second base. RBIs 25 and 26, and this is now a 1-run game, 3-2 Oakland.
Mike, when my kids saw that play in the outfield, he goes, "That was bad outfielding right there."
Hey, think about how the Rangers kind of won that game, and it was a center fielder. Now, he did knock up against the wall, so I get how the ball came out, but that ball had a good chance of being caught, and it wasn't. And then later in the game, Nate Lowe hit a ground ball to first base, and the first baseman didn't give the best feed to the pitcher covering the base, and then he dropped the ball, and then that led to, I believe, that tied the game up. So, I mean, if you look at your first 3 runs, you put the ball in play. If you put the ball in play, maybe something can happen.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if Oakland plays solid defense, it's 3-0.
Yeah.
And then you get later in the game, and then later in the game, they call infield in, and they're like, you know what? I got no chance of getting Bubba Thompson out. Why don't I throw it home?
Was that Bubba Thompson? Or
I believe Bubba Thompson was pinch running at that point for Mitch Garver.
Not the call-up?
Yeah, Jonathan Ornelas.
Yeah.
Oh, is Ornelas? I'm sorry. That's right.
All right.
All right. Good for me.
Are you guys ready to power rank the power rankings?
Oh, let's do this.
Uh,
All right.
I think we came up in the world.
Okay.
Where were we?
Well, it depends on which one you pick. Do you want CBS?
No.
The Athletic?
No.
Bleacher Report?
Oh, well, let's go back to CBS.
Okay. Because remember, ESPNs don't come out until Thursday.
Okay, that's who I was going to pick, but let's go CBS.
Theirs don't come out until Thursday.
They used to own us. They sold us.
Oh, my gosh.
That is true. I mean, he just gave you the
Yeah,
facts,
what, you
Kevin.
Baltimore Oriole me now?
I know. I'm not going to Baltimore Oriole you.
Not
All
yet.
right. CBS. Last week, the Rangers were 5th. Where do you think the Rangers sit? And let me ask you this double question. In addition to that, would you consider putting the Orioles at 1 ahead of the Braves?
I
don't
wouldn't.
think I would.
The Braves are really good.
I know that obviously
One
Strider
game better
got
than
beat
the
up
Orioles did.
yesterday. I'm going to still stick with Atlanta number 1. I think Atlanta's going to, unless there's major injury, Atlanta's going to win this World Series.
Since the All-Star break, though, look, I'm not disputing them running over the NL, but since the All-Star break, they are 10-10.
Okay.
I don't know if they're kicking into high gear.
I know that Max Fried came back and threw a shutout, so they haven't even had their ace for the whole year.
Well, we've been missing a lot of players too, Mike.
You know, this is interesting. Baltimore's expected win-loss record based on their run differential is 63-49, and they're 70-42. So they weren't expected to win 7 of those games.
Oh, man.
I'll go Braves Baltimore 1-2. That's the way I got it.
The Braves, by the way, their win-loss record, their expected win-loss, 70-40. Do you know what their record is?
70-40.
Yeah.
That means the Rangers should have the best record in baseball. It is, in fact, the Braves 1, the Orioles 2. Now I think you get into timeout. Is that what we're calling?
I'm giving us the big T right here
All right.
on number 3, Texas.
What say you?
Get back to being you.
Thank you, Reggie. I really appreciate that.
Tomorrow you can get T.
I'm just looking at
it's $50.
standings here, and I still
Wednesday.
Yes, we will be at men's tea tomorrow off of 121 and Independence. Not Wednesday.
We're going to be at
Can we call it Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Off 121 and Independence.
It's 121 in Independence. I still have to give Tampa their due right now.
Well, Corey, that's stupid
no.
because they're not in first place. I mean, look, it's technically smart because that's correct.
Oh, okay,
But
thank
it's
you.
stupid because
have a better
you always
record
tell me
still.
to vote with by half a game.
I would have honestly thought if I was wrong, I was going to say Dodgers.
The Dodgers, believe it or not, are 6th in the CBS Power Rankings. It goes like this: Braves, Orioles, Rays, Rangers, and then Astros still ahead of the Dodgers.
Okay. Well, I mean, I understand why the Astros are there. The Rangers have played a little bit better lately than them. Now, the Rangers have had a little bit of a favorable schedule, but they're taking advantage of it. The Rangers have to take advantage of it. Corey laid it out last week that at the end of the year, they have 9 games against Oakland and Kansas City. That's probably an 8-1 record in those games. So you have to look at right now, while you have the Chicago White Sox and the Oakland Athletics on your schedule, let's win all these games. You won last night. I was honestly nervous. I stayed up for all of it. I was thinking about going to bed in the 5th, 6th inning just because it was getting a little bit late. But I decided to stay up because I'm like, come on, guys. We need this one. Figure it out. And the Oakland Athletics said, we will give you a win right here.
I am kind of curious, like this is another potential extender, Kevin, is that the Astros are playing the Orioles for the next 3 days. Like that's a big factor. Then they got the Angels right after that. And I'm just like, oh, dang it. So, like, but we got the Giants, and hopefully that's a factor where the Rangers keep rolling.
You heard Bochy pointed out that the Giants had lost 2 games
today. He did.
So
he brought it up just the exact same way you laid
Every
it out.
time Oakland wins, it's a shocking situation.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're like, everybody remembers. They're like, hey, Oakland won 2 in a row.
Can you believe
And by the way, if you would have gone with the Athletic, it's quite a bit different after the first 2. So they go Braves, Orioles, Rangers in 3rd, Rays in 4th, Dodgers in 5th, and then Houston trickles down to number 6.
Do you ever say tickles my fancy? Is that like a in your
lexicon
portfolio lexicon thing?
I typically go passes my fancy.
Passes?
Yeah.
Why passes?
I don't know. Maybe I'm afraid of using the word tickles.
You don't like being tickled, huh?
I actually don't.
I don't either. I tell all my kids, look, y'all try and tickle me, I'll throw you off the bed.
Yeah, you're liable to get an elbow.
This is probably a stupid question, but since we're playing Oakland, they're 32-81. They're going to get to 100 losses before they get to 40 wins, right?
I think so.
19 losses versus 8 wins. Which one comes first?
I'll take the 100 losses.
Are you
before 40?
Are you like super pumped about today's pitcher?
I am. I'm going to watch tonight.
Somebody even said it's Scherzer Day. It works for Tuesday, too.
We really didn't get to watch Scherzer last time because it was a day game. We were in Oxnard. I watched his 2nd inning on MLB Network, but I don't know what their rules are that they're not allowed to show.
I watched the rest of it. I was able to see that. It was fun, man. It was a blast. But yeah, you and I were kind of trying to get lunch and everything set up and squared away. I'm really stoked about getting another run with him on it because, again, I told Mike before the season, something I was really sad about was I missed most of his career. And and now I get to see him in a Rangers uniform.
So the hope is that, like, obviously he continues to pitch so well that he becomes must listen to or must watch every time he starts, right?
Yeah, 8 innings tonight.
Is that's your
That's
call?
my prediction is he goes 8, and I don't know, Stratton.
It's not a bad decision. Like, that's
it out.
Oakland. Oakland, I know that it was Aroldis Chapman and Will Smith's really good. I just felt like they were so defeated. I've never been on a team that bad, not even close to that bad. But when you struggle to win games, when your center fielder kind of hits the wall and the ball pops out, your first baseman throws the ball to the pitcher covering and you drop it and it leads to a run, like you're just in the dugout going, we're screwed. Like we just figure out ways to lose, even though they're professionals and they are great players, overall, like not in Major League Baseball, but you're just like, everything goes wrong for us. We create our own mishaps.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, Tolos, I want to
This segment of
Mike and Casey and the Masterpiece
is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hickey. How are you?
It was Hacksaw Jim Duggan that y'all were referencing, I do believe. But I've always thought, Mike...
it was Thundercats.
I always thought it was Thundercats.
Yeah, it is Thundercats, but I like both of them.
Because he likes to yell, ho!
Thunder, 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 Thundercats.
Yeah, we had the best cartoons of the 90s yesterday with Wolchuk's top 10.
Yeah,
so
we did. Were they in there?
Thundercats were fresh in my mind as well, but when he did that, in the break, I thought it was more of a hacksaw.
Yeah, okay.
It was a fun list.
Both are acceptable. What's not fun is the potential knee tendonitis of Mozzie Smith. Do I need to be concerned about this, or it's still training camp and I can take a deep breath?
How are we feeling, guys?
That's an easy one.
I need to ask on that one. I got that one late in the day.
Okay.
I need to. I
think we're good,
I got
right?
some sources that can. I got.
Yeah,
some
if it's just
sources that
tendonitis.
we're good there. Yeah.
I feel like if you give it 10 days, like we're far enough out from week one that if he needs 10 days of you're just treatment, we're staying off of it.
But
usually tendonitis can
He's
heal.
just starting to practice well, though. He's
I
starting to get off the
understand.
ball and
Nice.
the things with I tell you, the defensive tackles like him, Quentin Bohanna, those guys, kind of doing a better job. Those defensive tackles. So I'm all about him playing, man. And it's
You just don't want it to get so bad that he's got to miss games. So I think you invest a couple of days here, a couple of days there, give him a Romo Wednesday. Try to get it to no pain after practice by the time you're done with training camp and go into the season fresh. But you're going to be fine. I mean, how many snaps is he going to get, Brian? 25, 30 a game, something like that?
Well, during the regular season?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to me, though, that it's I just don't want this to develop into something that is, like you said, is long-term.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's a young guy and they're already dealing with that a little bit, that's something that when we were working on the draft, that that's the first time I've heard about it.
Well, okay, so how about this question then? I mean, is that draft prep your first two picks are going through right now those repetitive stress types of injuries? The plantar fasciitis there with Schooney and then, tendonitis. I think they're working hard to get ready for the draft. They're working hard to be ready for summer camp and training camp.
It might be the way Michigan practices.
A lot of these guys are worn out.
The
Harbaugh factor too is good.
Harbaugh's going to practice really hard and he's going to get all he can out of those kids. They probably are maxed to the way that they've had to practice.
Just a ringing in the ear, Kevin. Like that's all.
Yeah,
it is. A little sound in your ear.
Get back up. You're fine.
Yeah.
There's rules against how much you
tinnitus.
can practice, though, right? In
They
college,
they do, but he's going to take it up to every. But the way they practice is, how many padded practices. I mean, are they going to Harbaugh is one of those old school guys. He's going to go out there and he's going to work his guys, and they're going to have tough practices, and that's one of the things they were talking about with playing for Rod Marinelli. There's some defensive linemen that'll tell you that if you play for Rod Marinelli, he'll take 2-3 years off your career just by the way he practices.
Some of those Washington players might be saying the same thing about Eric Bieniemy.
I'm glad that you brought that up, is because this was interesting to me. Ron Rivera said multiple players came to him to talk about Eric Bieniemy's intensity and said they were a little concerned.
I think I'm sorry, I don't understand it. I know through Andy Reid and how he handles things and with Eric, Eric's one of those guys that this is his opportunity. They're trying to he's trying to show that he's going to get to call the plays here. I mean, he was kind of setting the table in Kansas City and Andy was calling the plays, but this is his opportunity. If he's going to go in there, and the thing about Eric, he's seen it done the right way. So if you got players that are complaining about some of the criticisms and stuff, man, I don't think that's a very good. I don't think it's a good look on the players' part of it, though.
I agree with you 100%. This is a big question that maybe we don't have enough time for. How come Bill Belichick's tree is such a horrible tree, but like a person like Andy Reid, he comes from your tree, kind of, right?
Mike Holmgren, yeah.
How come Bill Belichick's the only tree that just totally stinks, even though he's considered arguably the greatest coach of all time, but like a Andy Reid tree or from Mike Holmgren? It's such a good tree. Those guys end up having success other places, but Belichick's tree is just so bad when they leave him.
Mike Shanahan's another one that's got a really good one going.
Yeah, Mike Shanahan. Mike Shanahan did a good job with a lot of young coaches.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Mike, he kind of trusted his son to like hire like friends of his sons that actually helped out. It's like, hey, Dad, I got this guy at, so-and-so college, or this guy's doing this. And, so the thing
they had a place to fail too at Washington.
Yeah. I feel like with Belichick that people try and be like him. You look at, the guys that have gone off and left, the guy at Oakland, or not Oakland, Vegas now, when he went to Denver, he tried. I mean, these guys try and go, Charlie Weiss, they try and go and be like Bill or run their programs like Bill, and they just don't have that. They don't have that eye for what needs to be done. You've kind of been in that system, but you're right. Everybody, and it works on the personnel side of it too. They've had failure as well. The guys that have left those places have had failure along the way. So it's something you just can't replicate. You feel like, oh, we could go in and do it this way, and you just don't. Maybe the whole thing with Belichick being as good as he is the reason why that really works.
Now, we were kind of talking about this off air. I was curious, kiddos starting school, because Garland started today, but now I have someone going off to college, and the baby doesn't go to school.
Plano starts tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yep. No.
Bishop Lynch starts tomorrow. Bishop Dunn starts Thursday.
Okay, and you said not till next week?
I think it's next week. Might be Thursday, though.
Are you prepared for the pickup in traffic then?
Yes. I think we got things pretty sorted out last year. We're going to take an alternate route to the drop-off spot. We're not going to the regular circle. We're going to a side parking lot this year.
Okay.
So I'm pretty excited about that.
The daughter is older and she doesn't want to be dropped off by Dad?
Don't drop me off.
No, this is my decision, actually.
Oh, nice.
Because, once you get to middle school, they don't have the traffic cops out there keeping people moving. Yeah. So, like, we're running into a bunch of inconsiderate people that just stop in the drop-off line.
The nerve.
Yeah, they're miserable.
They're not going to move for like 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So we got to do something else.
Watch their kid all
just
the way to the door.
reminded me of my friend. His mom dropped us off one day in the middle school drop-off line.
Yeah.
But she wanted to go really. She's like, get out and go. And
so
my friend's name was
like hit the ground
Nick
and roll,
Malley.
kind of a thing.
She ran over his foot.
No way.
Like,
I've known the Malleys for years.
Get out in time. Like he was getting out, and his foot was still like kind of underneath the back wheel. So as he was closing the door, she took off and rolled right over his foot.
Break his foot?
I don't think it broke his foot, but it hurt.
Like,
I
scared
can-
the crap out of
How
him.
terrible
Terrible would you feel as a parent? You're like, oh my god, I've just.
Was she ever asked to take the kids again, or did she do such a poor job?
Probably smart on her part. Yeah.
Sometimes it's very smart.
Now that I'm a parent, I feel like you need to go. I don't want to stop this line. I need to go get ready for work, or I need to get to work. Like you kind of moseying out of the car slowly. No, grab your stuff. I always tell my kids when we're a block away, you need to have your backpack on and ready to get out of the car.
It's like Mike is running like it's a paratrooper plane or something like that.
It's the kid's fault.
Go!
Don't be a dumb egg. All right? This is why it's the Mike Bassick show with KC Masterpiece.
Yeah.
But we also got them sorted in 2 lines coming out of the neighborhood now.
Okay.
For the longest time, they wanted to pretend like it was just one big line. Like, who are these retired people or wealthy people that aren't in a hurry at 8:20 in the morning?
Yes.
We got places to be. We got to be as efficient as possible. People are just out to lunch.
Has the school bus ever been an option for any of you guys?
We do school bus.
I could have done it. I just didn't.
Yeah.
I walked or my parents dropped me off.
I live 2 blocks from W.T. White High School and insisted I have a ride.
Well, we've heard about your childhood.
I had a buddy,
Mr. Crab Legs, to go after the
how about
parties.
this? How about this? My best friend in life for over 40 years now. He used to pick me up because, you know why? My mom would cook him breakfast every morning.
There you go.
So we'd have sausage and biscuits and gravy and all that stuff. So every day he got a meal. So he would stop by to grab me, but we literally lived 2 blocks from the high school, and I insisted on a ride.
No crap. We lived rurally, and I had to walk 3/4 of a mile to the bus stop
the bus stop?
For then a 30-minute bus ride to school. It was crazy. You know, you'd have to wake up at 6 a.m., get breakfast, and
when
get
you
out the door.
played
at
another team in sports, how far were your bus rides?
So we were on the outskirts. All the other schools were fairly close, 10, 15, 20 miles, something like that. Yeah.
Hey, it's y'all's time.
I mean, we had to drive out to Temple.
What do you got coming up on the program?
Plano played Temple.
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We got the new pitcher of Montgomery at 5:20 there, your Rangers player show. Who do you started tomorrow?
Scooney just caught a ball.
Monty?
Roll home with G-Bag.
Gumby.
Come see KNC tomorrow. Men's tee off of 121 and Independence.
Off 121 and Independence.
Yes, I just said that. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.2.
Wednesday.
Good luck, Kevin.
Bye.
Get back to being you.
DFW's number one Cowboys. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, boy. It is hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're going to get to the Rangers. We got some Mav stuff going on. A number of national storylines are developing, but as always, we have an eye on camp, and that is where we open up. That is First on the Fan. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup and Master Control over there here at 75 Fitzhugh. Wolchuk is in. Zach Wolchuk. Eric Chiafalo, his nosebleed brother, is out vacationing this week. Salute to Chief. And you have Carter Freeman, who's coordinating your video here at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Yeah, Mozzie Smith not practicing, getting a precautionary MRI on his knee. He's been battling some tendinitis in camp. So it sounds fairly normal, especially because, as you said during crosstalk, he's just been trying to starting to get off the ball well and playing better. Yeah. And that doesn't suggest like the injury is structural and robbing him of power and speed. No. The speed and power is there. He's just got a little ding in his knee that I think he's got to get out.
You know, and hopefully this is something that he could kind of work through. But like as we were watching him practice, there were some times that 9-on-7 period where he was a tick late. And then you watch him in the team period, and he was a tick late. And then finally, it's like the light came on. You know, they were always there working with his stance. They're trying to make him a little bit quicker out of it. So I just hate when young guys miss time. A veteran guy, I get it. But a young guy that's, that you're going to rely on. You really, really are going to rely on him, to play some meaningful snaps. And I know, Gavin, you were talking about 25 snaps, but those are snaps they're going to need. And I just don't want him to miss any time where it's going to affect him getting better as a defensive tackle.
And we've seen him run with the ones a lot. You mentioned a guy that you're going to need. They're doing that brisket pork chop package there with Hankins and Mozzie in the middle. And it seemed like, to your point, Brian, yesterday was his best day from the clips we were able to see. So hopefully it's nothing serious. And especially with your first preseason game coming up Saturday. Yeah, those are the guys you want the reps.
Yeah, you want to see Mozzie get as many reps as possible. If it's just tendinitis, you always have it available to take a couple of weeks off. And then if that has to happen in the regular season, so be it. You can build it around bye week. But that is an injury that, doesn't usually rob people of the ability to play. They can play through the pain. It's just you want to, make sure that it doesn't continue for too long, because the longer you let it go, the longer you have to take off to have it go away. Now, we do have a Tyler Biadasz scare to add to this. Yeah. During crosstalk, I saw that he went down, grabbed his right leg, and exited the drill under his own power. And then he came back and he was standing by his teammates, so it appeared to be all good. But then just a few minutes ago, we got another video update of him walking into the trainer's tent from multiple reporters there on scene. So that's a big one right there. Tyler Biadasz is, has made himself into a pretty good NFL starting center, and that's a player you don't want to have to replace in any way. So we'll hope for the best. But he did go down and do the knee hold offensive lineman thing, where he's like, my knee.
Yeah, the fact that he went out, came back in, and then went out again. And Brian and I noticed this last week.
We sure did.
During drills, he had to come out, and he had a back and forth with, I think it was Quentin Bohanna and then Jonathan Hankins, and he had to come out. And that's when Farniak got inserted in his place, and you had 2 fumbles off missed botched snaps with him and Dak Prescott. They don't have a backup center. I mean, we're talking about the depth at guard being a concern. You lose Tyler Biadasz, this thing is unraveling in front of our eyes.
Oh, no.
Tyler Biadasz, you can't lose your center here.
Who would it be?
Yeah. Right now, it's Farniak. But Farniak might also be your best right guard replacement for Zack Martin.
That's the problem right now. This is coming down to being a pretty big fear right now, and they just don't have the depth that we thought. It were names, there were potential there and stuff, but the first couple of weeks of camp, I would say now my focus is shifted from running backs, linebackers into what's going to happen with this offensive line, especially at the backup spot. And Martin being out even makes it worse, because now you're trying to figure out what's going on there at right guard, and that was Matt Farniak.
We need some good news here on Biadasz then.
Yeah, we do. We can't have this being serious.
Yeah.
Okay, Cowboy center Tyler Biadasz has exited practice after going to the tent now. That is the very latest from Michael Gelkin 1 minute ago. So he's probably heading for some MRIs or some x-rays, something like that. Hopefully he just clanged knees, or it's a problem that's been causing him pain and it just got irritated and he needs a couple, 2-3 days off or something like that. We'll hope for the best.
It like we were talking about, Gavin, it happened. We were noticing it at practice, when we were there last, for sure.
That's where the hope is.
Yeah.
Okay, Micah Parsons up 7 spots in the NFL Top 100 to number 9. We'll have more talk about the list. I'm surprised the players didn't put him higher, to be honest with you. But it's so hard to tell, like between your Myles Garretts and your Nick Bosa's and your Sauce Gardners and Jair Alexander and Micah Parsons and J.J. Watt, T.J. Watt. Where do you put all these guys and put quarterbacks? So I think 9's a very respected spot. Micah had a good reaction to it on social media, and he's up 7 spots, I believe, from last year. So he's climbing this thing, and I will bet he'll climb it again for what would be a 3rd or 4th consecutive year next year. I think Micah Parsons is going to move up significantly because everywhere you turn, there's coverage about how he's significantly better this year than last. And a little bit later on in the show, we'll talk about some of the things that Mike has been doing in the offseason to, try to make himself the absolute best version of himself. All signs are the Cowboys don't have any linemen that can block him.
No, they don't.
Could prime Tyron Smith handle this, Brian?
Prime Tyron Smith would have been a really good battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think what's happened with this current Tyron Smith is he doesn't have the lateral agility that he once had. He doesn't have the power that he used to play with, I think is something that he deals with now. That's because of what's happened with his neck, the shoulder, the elbows, all those things that he's kind of dealing with.
Okay. UT number 12 in the USA Today coaches poll. They are the highest ranked, somewhat local team here in the Big 12 footprint or whatever. Pretty disappointing. TCU is going to start the campaign number 16, OU number 19. I don't remember the last time they were that low to start a season. Tech number 24 and A&M 25. SMU and Baylor outside of the top 25 looking in. Think this is going to be the year for UT?
It's tough to really put a lot of faith in them.
They have a lot of really good personnel, though.
I think that this is their best chance for sure. The only weak spot would probably be their defensive line in terms of their pressure, but their receiving core, adding A.D. Mitchell, really, really good. You get your Wyoming transfer back from a year ago at receiver as well. Their offensive line, they've got a left tackle that's going to be a first-round pick here in 2 years. He was a true freshman, didn't allow a single sack last year. They had to move Will Anderson in that Bama game to the other side because Will Anderson was having trouble against him. Texas is definitely the best team roster-wise, I think, in the Big 12, but it seems like they always stub their toe somewhere.
Yeah, we talked about that. The trip to Ames, Iowa, with Iowa State always seems to be a weird one for them. They've had trouble at Kansas in past. They just got to get past those potential games where they lose focus and don't play as well as they normally do.
I just have a hard time believing in Sarkisian, and maybe I'll eat my words, but I think in order to get to the top and stay on top in college football, you have to have a great coach, and I'm just not convinced he's that guy.
He's given you no reason to be convinced. The amount of double-digit leads his teams have blown in the fourth quarter, not a good look on the head coach.
Okay, Rangers win again. That is a good look. 7 in a row, baby. Okay, we're gonna be back in Arlington on Thursday at Hurtado Barbecue. So we always like to be as close to that ballpark as we possibly can. But of course, they're kicking butt out there in Oakland. Pregame tonight 8:30. First pitch 9 o'clock tomorrow. I believe the first pitch is at 3, with the pregame at 2:30. So be on the lookout for that. Hopefully, they're looking for win number 9 in a row by the time we get there. And last night they needed some luck. And they needed to manufacture it a little bit, going old school, as they plate 2 runners in the 8th with a little luck and a bunt and a sacrifice infield single, which I always love, as you had speed at third base, and the Rangers get the dub 5-3.
Yeah,
bullpen was great.
The bullpen again.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm learning about this baseball team is their starting pitching might get in trouble early in a game. They might, somebody might get 2-3 runs on them early in these games, and then their starting pitching kind of settles down. And it allows the bats to get going. I think last night the A's, they've lost 81 games for a reason.
Yeah.
Defensively, they're poor. Just day in center field that dropping the ball that helped them get 2 runs. They tried to cut off a run at the plate. That was probably a bad decision. The bunt, I felt like, is Duran did a great job of getting it down, but that they could have cut the run off at third. That's what just a team that's a bad baseball team will do.
Yeah.
The Rangers took advantage of that, and good for them for doing that to get the victory.
It is an opponent that you have to take seriously in baseball, and you should never count out the A's. I mean, it's a good divisional opponent.
And all 15 of their fans are in the ballpark watching.
When the movie Moneyball came out, that's probably when you had to worry about the Oakland A's, or like the old Joe Rudy 1972 Oakland A's that I used to watch with Sal Bando and Burt Campaneris and those guys.
The Jason Giambi A's were pretty special, man.
They were.
It was a good team.
Very good team.
And it's a shame that they've wasted so much good front officing over the years. I mean, it really could be a dynasty with some of the work that they've done accumulating talent, but they just can't hang on to it.
They need to find money somewhere, and maybe that's moving to Vegas.
Maybe.
Probably, yeah. Okay, it's going to be Max Scherzer on the hill tonight, so enjoy that. And Montgomery on the hill tomorrow. He's going to be our 520 guest today here, Jordan Montgomery.
Sweet.
We'll find out why they call him a Gumby, and if he knows the name of Gumby's horse. Okay, Astros open at Baltimore.
Is that Pokey?
It is.
Okay.
It'll be Valdez against Rodriguez tonight in the leads at 3 games. Mavs fans, there's a report the Raptors are going to trade Pascal Siakam before camp. Likely destination is Atlanta in a sign and trade. And as that is going on, the latest sportsbook odds for the Mavericks opening center per BetUS has Clint Capella as the favorite to be the Mavericks starting center when we get to late October.
We get a little 3-team trade action going?
At minus 120.
That'd be fun.
Yes. Wouldn't that significantly change how you look at the Mavs if they could get Clint Capella? And there's the possibility that they could get Kelly Oubre and Thaddeus Young as well, which, say what you want about those players. Thaddeus Young is pretty long in the tooth, but he's a good athlete. I think he'll rebound well for his position, has decent skill, decent shot. And then Kelly Oubre, who might win the Christian Wood Award as far as being kind of checked out, but has offensive skill for days at 6'9". Kelly Oubre can get hot and win a game in the fourth quarter by himself.
Sure can.
So, those are the kinds of players that I think championship teams have. How much would they be in your rotation? How much could you depend on them? I don't know. But I think that's the possibility for a trade right there to get you excited, because whatever you think of the Mavs right now, I think that would move them up significantly to get Clint Capella on by himself. Team USA completed its 5-day training camp ahead of the FIBA World Cup with a 117-74 thrashing of Puerto Rico Monday night, leaving Coach Steve Kerr thrilled with his work and what they've been able to do, and he hopes its 6 weeks quest will culminate in a gold medal, which is next month in the Philippines. Getting ready for some USA basketball out here as well.
And Saturday we'll get Luka versus Team USA at Slovenia.
Sweet.
It'll be Luka versus Jalen Brunson. That'll be fun to look forward to.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yep. 2:30. It'll be on FS1 here locally.
Steve Kerr, by the way, calling Jalen Brunson a natural leader. Really enjoys having him in camp. Okay, let me see if there's anything else on the Cowboys here. Has anything else come down on Biotish, who, again, had to leave practice, went down, grabbing his knee, walked off own power, walked back with his teammates on the field, but then went to the trainer's tent, and after the trainer's tent has headed back to see the medical staff. So stick around. We will have John Machota joining us at 4 o'clock, and of course, Brian Broaddus, the number one influencer on Cowboys social media, is already working his smartphone in multiple contacts we can get you this news as soon as we get it. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. We'll get you the best audio. But this guy being significantly better, reportedly the top story out at Cowboys camp, and we'll keep talking football with you with an eye on Cowboys Twitter. Pass it along anything breaking next here in the nation.
Sports with lots of laughs.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7.5 minutes. Kevontae Turpin will not return kicks this preseason. Coach McCarthy saying he'll have an opportunity to show where he's at receiver. That's the focus, to maximize his ability. That's the tweet from Michael Gelkin in the morning news. I think that's really exciting. You know, it's one thing to say, yeah, he's a returner that's going to get some reps at wide receiver, especially if you're a wide receiver needy team. But if you're like, yeah, we're just going to work him at wide receiver, I really like that. Man, maybe Kevontae Turpin's about to make a name for himself in this league as a receiver.
And you drafted a guy in Deuce Vaughn who has return ability as well, and we've seen him back there. But you're right. I mean, I think that this adds to the Turpin time hype when they're actually looking at him as an offensive playmaker and not just a special teams return guy.
All right, speaking of hype, the headline also from Gelkin, this is morning news. He says, forget trash talking and practice interceptions. This is the real story of Cowboys camp. And he says, Micah Parsons, the team's best player, is also one of its most improved players. I mean, he was already so awesome. How much can you improve in an offseason? 10 or 15%? That's probably what the most improved players are going to do.
Well, his knowledge improved.
Yeah.
His knowledge improved. When he came into the league, they weren't asking him to be a pass rusher. And so what he's really done the last couple of years is, and especially this past off season, is he's learned like, okay, if I'm going to have success and I'm getting more notoriety making plays as a pass rusher than I am as a linebacker. So with that being said, he's thinking, okay, how do I break down opposing blockers? How do I kind of better myself where I can finish in the pocket? How can I create more turnovers? So he's doing everything in his power to learn. Where he's improved, probably the physical side of it, of adding weight and adding some strength and like adding body armor to protect his joints that he's talking about. But his knowledge of how to be an effective and a dominant pass rusher, I think, is the thing that he's really improved on.
See, I love that, because it's like all the tools that the Bosa's probably started adding at 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
This is Micah Parsons now catching up to that.
Yes.
And, maybe actually 25% better and approaching 20 sacks is possible here from this guy, and having an even bigger impact on the game throughout all four quarters.
He knows he's going to get paid his ability to rush the passer.
Sure does.
Yeah.
That's how he's going to make this next contract.
Well, it's the story is really about his hands, his strength, and his conditioning through boxing. And I guess he joined Amari Cooper going to Tony Mack, who's a retired pro boxer and founder of T-Mac Elite Training. And Parsons says he feels like now, after working out with this dude, he's in such great shape, he could play 2 games in one day. It's some Roy Jones Jr. type of conditioning right there. Going to go play a pro basketball game and then retain my my boxing belt in the evening. The article goes, this might be too high a praise for a guy going into his 3rd season that has never been to a conference title game. But here's the quote. You don't got to do anything if you don't want to do it, Parsons said. Life's about choices. No one's making me play football. No one's making me go to workouts. You truly got to love this stuff. When I say that, no one wants to wake up at 5 in the morning. But you've got to love to wake up at 5 in the morning just to get better. No one is forcing me to do anything. I did this because I want to see greatness. I'm chasing perfection within myself. That's Kobe stuff, dude. We're hearing the kind of things that the all-time greats talk about, adding significant things, going on major quests for how could I possibly get better? Damn, I'm amazing. How could I possibly get better? He's finding it. Says that's why you see so many times that talent doesn't always win. Talent and skill set never really take you to the top. You could get close to the top of the mountain, but it never gets you over the hill. For me, I just didn't want to see that for myself. For what I want, I just know the mindset is everything that I have to do, and that's absolutely what you dream about, I think, with the ideal coachable player and ideal superstar there in Micah Parsons trying to take his game to the next level. And a guy like that's not going to have any regrets in the end. You sell yourself short. You don't get committed. You don't work every offseason to try to make yourself better. By the time you're 32 years old, you're going to say, man, I wonder what it would have been like. And here's Micah Parsons, wise beyond his years here, like the anti Johnny Manziel or, any number of other guys who have that super talent but don't want to put any of the work in. And salute to this guy. Seems like the real deal to me.
He gets it, man.
Yeah.
He really does.
It's him, it's Gilmore, it's Cooks, maybe Leighton Vander Esch, Tank for a long time, Dak. You have an incredible backbone of leadership, and your best players are your hardest workers and your wisest dudes. There should be benefit there. There should be yield to reap. Okay, Micah, number 9 in the NFL Top 100. Mike Leslie, WFA, did the math. Cowboys landed 7 players on the list as voted on by the players. You got Tank at 99, Zack Martin, Trayvon Diggs, Dak. Pollard comes in at 34. CeeDee Lamb, CeeDee Lamb was at 34, and Micah Parsons at number 9. The 49ers have 9, guys. We're going to talk about them a little bit later on and the Christian McCaffrey effect.
Mm-hmm.
You read that article today?
I saw a little bit of it, and it is scary. I mean, it's true, the impact that he had. They lost the first game, I think it was against Kansas City, when he got traded. And he practiced for 2 days, showed up, played in that game. But after that, they went undefeated with him. They didn't lose until the conference championship game.
They ended up winning 11 games in a row. And he transformed them in most metrics. They were between 15th and 20th offensively. And he gets in there. They're between 1st and 3rd in all of the important metrics for 11 games running. I wonder if maybe the Niners are that juggernaut team that we've been thinking the NFC doesn't have. And now that they have multiple quarterback options, they put that son of a gun Hargrave in the middle of the defensive line. This might be the team. This might be the boogeyman that you're afraid of in this conference. It's going to start bullying everybody.
Well, the one thing that they benefited from is McCaffrey actually stayed healthy.
Yes.
That was the thing. Carolina for years knew what they had in the player, but they just finally had to give up. He just couldn't stay healthy. Hamstring injuries, various things he's had to deal with.
Yeah.
It just shows you when he is able to play, he is that guy.
I still wouldn't trade for him. I think it's way too risky.
That's the thing. I mean, that goes against everything of your theories that you like to have, the Porzingises, the DeGroms.
Couldn't do it.
Well, and the position, right?
Yeah.
At running back.
I think the Niners were maybe the luckiest team injury-wise last year that they got as far as they did with him. I don't think you can count on it.
With him, the injury bug got them in that championship game.
Yeah.
That's
finally caught up to them.
That's all of a sudden their quarterback gets knocked out, and that was history for them.
And that's a team that maybe could have made it farther, but they have dealt with injuries, whether it's Kittle or Bosa. Trent Williams missed some time last year as well.
214 says, Gavin, please tell me about your cable subscription package. I promise I won't tell. I keep forgetting the name. Hot darn it.
Yeah.
I need to write that down.
Yeah.
It's time now for the G bag of the day.
Yeah.
Here's Lucius in the pin cup.
Some fantastic cable, too, by the way. Man, I got my TVs mounted, and the guy was like, hey, would you like some cable? I was like, what do you mean? Let me show you something. I was like,
Thank you.
Man, come on, Playboy.
Yeah. I think Gavin was talking about maybe helping me with that name.
We got to relax.
I got to figure it out.
It's more like word of mouth marketing, though.
Yeah.
That's how this thing spreads.
That's the best marketing. Have you seen that Beanie Babies movie yet?
No.
That word of mouth is the best marketing. That guy couldn't control it, though. His ego got in the way.
That was insane.
All right, this is
stuffed animals for $500.
They went crazy. They went crazy.
My mom's got a whole bag of them. Kids love playing with them.
My mother-in-law has those joints too.
Yeah.
There was that aftermarket like the shoes are nowadays. Yeah. All right, our G bag of the day winner right here. If you see anything out there floating on social media, don't be afraid to drop it to me at Lucky Lucius P. Our winner right here is the Guardians radio call of the White Sox fight situation. It's pretty good. Let's check it out.
Ramirez on his way to second. Head first slide. Safe and in to score is Jimenez. And another hustle double. Right over the bag at first. Now Hosey and Anderson square off. They're fighting.
Yeah.
They're swinging. Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson.
They're fighting.
They're swinging.
I love that right there.
Goes Anderson.
Now you telling me the Cleveland Guardians manager Terry Francona got in trouble? He got suspended or something like that?
Got for a game.
For what?
Thinking
Boys
it's
will be
funny,
boys.
I guess.
Yeah.
Not
For
being
the
critical
comment
enough.
we've been playing 2 days in a row that we thought was awesome, which is the absolute truth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Baseball, you looking real funny in the light right now. You can't take a joke. You can't take people telling the truth about you.
That's weird.
That's weird. Baseball, you looking real crazy.
Yeah. Way too stuffy.
Way too
Probably
stuffy,
an
man.
unspoken rule, that's not actually a rule, but you got to abide by it.
Yeah.
You can't talk crap about your own team. It's a no-no.
Well, he wasn't talking crap.
He wasn't talking crap. He was telling the truth.
That's what the O's think, though.
It's what the O's think.
What do you think? This is an infomercial?
They have a history of this, though. You go back, John Miller, one of the best broadcasters in baseball history, was fired for something very similar.
For doing a series preview
organization.
Yeah. Well, he made some comments about the organization. And
I mean, did he trash the organization? Did he say, here's the numbers, here's the history, hope we can pull one out tonight?
Yeah.
You're the underdog.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Yeah, bro, what the?
Yeah.
We've lost 12 straight series against this team. It's unbelievable. It's a historical anomaly. Hopefully we can erase that trend.
We're finally going to win one.
All right. Let me play this other one. Terry Francona. I can't believe he got in trouble for this. Shout out to Tito.
What do you think of Jose's left hook?
Right hook.
Right hook. Right.
Just making it clear.
Yeah.
It's not funny, but when I came in, I'm listening to Hammy. It's hard not to chuckle.
It's not.
I mean, again, it's not funny, but boys will be boys.
It's not funny. It's hard not to chuckle. Boys will be boys.
Yeah.
That's offensive? That's
I
crazy.
guess you didn't discourage fighting enough. This is why, whenever we get like Stephen Jones or the coach on during Cowboys training camp, we'll be like, hey, let's talk about the fight. This was great, wasn't it? They'll be like, oh, well, this is something we don't want to encourage, guys. It was real serious stuff. Men in their 20s were pushing each other and throwing punches. How dare they? My goodness.
Testosterone.
All right, let me get focused.
We don't want to encourage this.
I didn't know I was going to get upset about that.
Kids
but
are
let me get
watching.
focused. Let me get focused here. We have a man that called up to a YouTube show, and he was trolled because I guess he looks old to the host. He finally caught on and he was being trolled, but at first he didn't realize it. There you go. He had a snapback, though. He snapped back.
What are you, Deshaun?
29. What's the problem?
You didn't hear the question.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
You said where I'm from. I said Detroit. You said how old are you? I said 29.
No, yeah, I said how old are you?
I said 29.
That means how many years have you been on Earth?
I'm 29 years old, you fucking bozo.
29?
Yeah. I know, girl. I know you ain't trying to go there with the rings, because you without no makeup on, you're hideous. Like, don't play with me, because I can go there. I'm trying to be nice. That wig, bitch, like, don't play with me. Don't play with me, Kendra.
Oh, wow.
He stood his ground at the end once he realized it.
Yep.
Oh, you talking about me. Oh, you think I'm old looking?
Yep, bozo.
My parents were old when they had to me, you know?
Yeah.
They was in their 50s and 60s when I was a surprise baby. And this is how I look. Let's see. What was the fastest car?
It sounded like a 60-year-old chain-smoking grandma, though. Like,
so
just
what
off
you
the
look
voice.
like? How many years?
Just off the voice, I thought,
Let's see. Shout out to this Orange County, Florida sheriff.
Shout out to the flock of seagulls.
Oh, yeah. I was working out in the pool today, and I had to have, pool music while I was working out.
That's good pool music.
Yeah, that pool whooped my behind, bro.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
That's where the workout is in the pool.
Absolutely.
That's where the workout is.
Just holding the wall
It's
and maintaining
ridiculous.
a good kick.
Yeah, it's crazy.
No stress.
The
No
quads
stress on
are
you at
just
all.
on fire.
No stress.
Yeah.
No stress. I'm running sprints with no stress,
Yeah.
and my whole body is activated.
Absolutely.
It's crazy. And then when you want to stretch, you don't have the resistance of being in the air, being on land. So you get good stretches, real good deep stretches, bro.
Hey, that knee over toes guy, he recommends walking backwards.
Really?
Running backwards in the pool is amazing. Yeah.
Oh, it does. It feels really cool.
It builds all the opposite muscles from regular walking. We're always walking forward.
Yeah.
If you walk backwards with resistance, it balances your legs
Let's
much better.
go. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I'm in that pool right now because it's hot outside. What's the fastest car you gentlemen ever owned?
Jeez. I haven't owned a fast car.
Oh, crap.
It's okay. You got a long time on
I'm not there yet, bud.
It's all right. You got it. Well, you don't have to have money to have a fast car.
That's true. I
think I had a Pontiac Grand Prix with a pretty bitchin' engine in it. Pretty bitchin'.
All right.
I had the weakest Camaro you could probably have. I've never had a I've been in fast
It purred.
cars.
It didn't rumble. It purred.
It was so nice and pretty, and it just but it wasn't fast.
4-cylinder.
It probably wind it up.
I had a Z300 Nissan, but this man right here was going 132 miles per hour in a Supra. Oh, excuse me, not man. He's underage.
132 miles an hour. How old are you? You're 16. Whose car is this? Tell your father I need him here now. Dad, this is Corporal Ricker at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I need you to come out here and pick up your son. I'm on the express lanes, I-4 express lanes. I just clocked your son at 132 miles an hour.
I'm gonna break his neck.
132 miles an hour. Can you and another driver come get him? Thank you, sir. You understand if you were 18, you'd be going to jail for reckless driving.
Yeah, I'll be hella upset at my son. Hella upset. But I wouldn't physically do anything to him because I would have to protect him from his mother. All right, get out for me. He's had enough.
Yeah.
The boys had enough.
Break
it up.
Yeah.
The kid's name was like Mick Schumacher, and his dad was Michael Schumacher. Then in that case, you're really proud of your son for taking it to 136 miles an hour.
Express lane. He's paying for it.
Unless you're a race car driver yourself.
My buddy Jameson, his dad was beating him up. Jameson, yeah. And his mom comes running out. He was
his
speeding.
dad was beating him up.
He was speeding way too much. He is that guy, right?
With Jameson in him.
And mom comes running out into the front yard, and I'm sitting there in Jameson's truck just like witnessing this whole deal, like, what the crap? Mom goes, stop it, you're gonna hurt him. And he goes, that's not all I'm gonna do. And turns around and commenced to whooping him. It was incredible.
Oh, no.
Jameson could really fight, though, as a result of having to fight his giant dad.
Yeah.
He could really
his
fight.
ass all the time.
Man, I hate seeing my friends get like a whooping in front of me or something like that.
It was awkward.
You just go home at that point.
Crazy.
You just kind of walk, share yourself out.
I'm going to go, man. I'll see you at school tomorrow.
No, I was too terrified of his dad to even move, to be honest with you.
As you should be.
Is it Ramirez versus Anderson with Terry Francona? Is it the 29-year-old confusing a bozo? Is it the Orange County 16-year-old doing 132? I'll go with the fight, Lucius.
I'm going with the fight, too. I hope I don't get in trouble for thinking I was off.
The Rangers want to talk to you guys. I heard you talking like that fight was cool. You've been suspended. Wolchuk, what do you say?
I think I'm going to stick with the fight.
Yeah, the fight.
By a score of 4-0, still your champion.
Yeah.
It's the fight. Broadus, where are we going next?
Hey, can I run through some on-the-edge players for you guys for the Cowboys? We'll do that next.
Absolutely. Okay, I'd love to chat with you about Window Nation before we do anything else.
Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. And I'm sorry, 9:40. I get the Rangers to start time wrong again. It's 8:40 tonight for the first pitch in Oakland. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Got an update on your hurt players.
Okay, come on.
Good things.
Mozzie is dealing with a sore knee. That's just all it is right now. They're going to do the MRI, but right now it's identified as just a sore knee. Okay, and then Biotis is dealing with a minor ankle injury. So minor was the word. Was the word I was told.
Because he came back pretty quick from a major ankle injury after that Titans game.
Yeah,
that's huge.
So sore knee for Mozzie and minor ankle injury for Biotis.
Let's celebrate him. Woo!
Well, I mean, yeah, this is hope for the best.
It's a sigh of relief right there.
There was a knee grab in this video. If people can watch it tonight, it looked like 9 months.
Yeah.
When he went down.
It didn't look good. It was the bad knee grab.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably just grabbing it. You know, you're grabbing the knee, thinking, "Oh,
immobilize the ankle.
I can't grab my ankle." Kind of a thing. I'm gonna hold my leg in place here.
I can't reach it.
But he's that's the report that I got from somebody that would know.
Awesome. And Scooney's out there making touchdown catches.
How about Scooney with the touchdowns?
Crushing.
I tweeted out something today, by the way, because we've in studio, we're very fortunate. We have the NFL Network on, and they're showing practice. And so you're seeing some good plays and some bad plays. I saw on Twitter again what Dak had thrown a couple of interceptions, right?
He had back-to-back picks to Trayvon Diggs. One time, what was CeeDee Lamb doing on that play? Did you see the I didn't see the CeeDee Lamb. I saw the one he threw it up to Simi Fehoko.
Yeah, Simi.
I think the CeeDee Lamb one was on the far side of the field. It's a little difficult to see.
Yeah, it was like Lamb really didn't even try and go for the ball. Like maybe he lost it or something. I don't know, but man, that was that's easy pickings right there for a guy like Diggs. It's kind of a ball hawk. So, and then the Fehoko one, he was just the ball got thrown to the inside there. So, seems like to me that but Dak has made some good throws today.
Oh, well, I mean, people will pay attention to those too, but then he comes back and hits Michael Gallup beating Trayvon Diggs for a beautiful touchdown. He's hit Brandon Cooks for a touchdown as well, but the ones that will go viral are the interceptions.
No, and that's what I was saying, and I tweeted that out this morning.
And you're so right.
That I really, really, really do appreciate everything that the guys and the gals are doing at training camp when I'm not there. I thank you so much for trying to get the videos up, posting them and all that. I don't think these videos tell the whole story, though. I just don't. And so as much as I just, to me, it's like take it with a grain of salt.
Sure.
Because you're not seeing, like, a guy might have a bad play or two, but you're not seeing every play. He might be having a good practice, and so you're kind of like, oh, that damn Dak, or this, that. And I threw his name out there, but there's others that have been, that been kind of picked on in videos and stuff, or the videos make them look a lot worse than they really are.
Yeah.
Well, Trayvon Diggs is having a great practice.
Yeah.
I think Fehoko really struggled to get turned on that ball.
Fajoko's been dropping balls.
No, look, I love Simi, one of the best human beings you'll meet, but I don't think he's very much in danger of not making this team right now.
That's what I want to do right now in my next 5 minutes or so.
Can I just, before you get there, oh, no, you only got 5 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead real quick if you can.
We can say all the videos shouldn't be have a spotlight put on them.
Yeah.
But if almost every practice you're like, 2 more picks for Dak, 2 more picks for Dak, shouldn't you be stacking days without picks?
I totally understand what you're saying there, but I'm also thinking about we're trying to learn about what the context of with the routes again, or the one with Lamb. I mean, the Lamb just dropped a ball here. They just showed it on an out.
Right.
Lamb might be having a terrible day.
And some of it's, it's one-on-ones. You're going to try and allow the receiver to make a play on it. And if it gets intercepted, okay.
You're not wrong.
You would like to see that. And that's also why I'm starting to get the feeling of I don't think this is going to be a massive interception regression for Dak, because I think they are going to be a team that's trying to push the ball down the field. I really do.
Well, and like I said, though, if their guys aren't going to make plays for him, or Simi's going to drop the ball.
Who can you trust down there?
Who can you trust? That's why I asked him the question: can you trust these guys too much?
Oh yeah, it was a good question.
I don't know. It was a good question. I think he was confused why I asked it. Because
he's just taking up for his guys. He knew what you were saying.
He always will.
On the edge guys, Dallas Cowboys version of on the edge guys. Number one guy I have for you guys is Simi Fehoko. And when I mean on the edge, guys, I mean on the edge of not making this
He's
football.
off the edge. He's walking the plank. And I love you, Simi, but you need a big-time preseason. I don't think you got a roster spot.
I don't think he has a roster spot right now either. How about Jalen Brooks, the wide receiver from South Carolina?
I think Jalen Brooks is taking Simi's spot, and he's even a better one to have because his forte is special teams coming out of South Carolina. He can play on every single special teams unit, and he's showing you quite a bit as a receiver right now.
Kind of feel like that with Brooks, though, you are seeing whether it's gone from the helmets and jerseys to pads. He's found ways to make plays. Again, watching a clip today, he had a really nice catch, adjusting catch over his head. This kid's found ways to make plays. He fits into what they're trying to do with all the movement across the field. If you watch the South Carolina tape, super comfortable playing on the move. How about Chuma Edoga?
I don't think Edoga's look, we haven't seen anything to be like, oh, this dude's really good or really bad.
I've seen more poor with him than I have anything.
Yeah, the interior offensive line's been bad, but I don't know. I don't think Let's Go's really doing anything to knock him out of there, right?
Yeah.
And he's been playing left tackle. He's essentially Tyron Smith's fill-in whenever Smith pops out.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You just threw another, Vander Esch got another Dak interception on the goal line.
Yeah, that came right after he threw one in the back of the end zone to Cooks that Diggs would have picked, but he was bobbling it as he went out of bounds.
Yeah, Vander Esch just caught underneath coverage there. Got right in front of him. That's the problem, I think, with Dak. I don't know if he sees everything.
The underneath stuff?
I don't know. That part would worry me a little bit.
Heck, if this time out here in Oxnard, you're saying, hey, let's air it out, let's see what we can do, and we're going to reevaluate when we get back to the Ford Center and then dial in a more conservative game plan based on what we had success with in the first half of the preseason preparation, that would be a good approach. But right now, I think balls are going into trouble spots way too much.
Yeah, I agree.
And that might be by design, or it might be his reads.
It might be. Josh Ball. Josh Ball is an on-the-edge guy.
I'm a team, please do not put him on the roster.
I think I'm the same way. How about Sean McEwen?
Sean McEwen's interesting. The fact that you have Schooney back.
Yeah, how about the other tight ends making plays, though,
Right.
too? We've seen some of these.
He's probably the odd man out.
I'd be interesting to see. I think it's between him and I have Hunter Lipke on my list, too.
Okay.
Of a
Either
guy.
keep the fullback and go like 4 running backs or 4 tight ends.
Or the edge. Who does McEwen or Hunter Lipke make this team? I think it's one or the other there.
I'd agree with that.
How about Ronald Jones?
They're wanting to still go ahead and act like Ronald Jones is here. I'm going to say no, he's not.
Okay. Neville Gallimore.
I think Quentin Bohanna's looked better than Neville Gallimore.
I think the defensive tackles have looked good overall. I think he's in trouble as well. How about Nashawn Wright?
Nashawn Wright's looking okay. The problem is there's going to be a numbers jam there at corner. Like Eric Scott, I think, has already jumped ahead of him on the depth chart for me.
Yeah, they need to play. They're going to find him out about Nashawn Wright in these preseason.
But Wright's better than Joseph.
Yeah. No, absolutely he is. And my last guy real quick here is Junior Fehoko. I haven't seen anything to make me feel like that there's a reason that he has a roster spot here.
Yeah, I wonder at this point if they'd be willing to move on from Neville just to keep Fehoko since they just drafted him. That'd be interesting.
Yep. There you go. That's it. Some of
Thank
the
you,
guys
Brian.
on the edge. You got to keep an eye on these cats. We got some preseason games coming up.
Meow.
Yep.
Salute to the truckwreck.com.
Bro, what was that, dog? Who did that?
He says salute to these cats.
And you did the meow?
I was saluting them in cat voice.
Please,
Sorry.
I've heard the Halle Berry Catwoman thing.
I've been in a feline state of mind lately.
Pause.
No. Seriously, though. This is stupid, but Call of Duty Warzone, you know, have these skins that you can put on your character.
Are you a cat?
And I'm a cat.
Call me.
I'm a humanoid cat.
Kitty cat.
And I may or may not be meowing with my
You're a
teammates from time
P-word,
to
is what
time.
you really
That's
are.
your thing? You guys are like, meow.
You know, just as a greeting. You know, when we first pop on.
Okay.
I told you it was dumb.
It's the opposite of the Diamond Dogs in Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
We'll be at Hurtado's on Thursday. We will, and we want everybody to come out and see us, but especially those folks in Arlington that are so near and dear to our hearts right there in Sports City, North Texas, right there. Well, Chuck, where are we going next?
We got some audio for you. Sauce Gardner builds the perfect cornerback. Is it awkward for this player being on this team? And the honeymoon period's over for this Washington coach. That's next.
All right, I want to chat Frankels with you.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of good stuff going on at Cowboys camp. We heard Biotis just had a tweaked ankle. Thanks to Broadus for hunting that bad boy down for you. And Mozzie Smith just has a sore knee. So everything in the injury department, knock on wood, is flowing pretty good as it's time now to take a look at the rest of the league. Here's Zach Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Got some audio clips that we'll play here in just a moment. Orlando Brown Jr. of the Bengals meeting with Kay Adams and Sauce Gardner building his perfect corner. If you were to build a corner out of modern-day DBs, who are you going with? 877-881-1053. But we did get some news today. A former Cowboy got signed. The Saints are signing Anthony Barr and Kareem Hunt, the former Browns running back, today. So they met with Kareem Hunt yesterday, but Anthony Barr is going to help bolster some of their linebacker depth as well. We had heard some things about Kareem Hunt. Maybe he couldn't run as well anymore. That's why Cleveland wasn't so interested.
Right.
And I know watching the tape last year, Brian, you weren't the biggest fan of Anthony Barr either.
No, absolutely not. I think Anthony Barr can't play anymore. So anyway, we'll see how that. But that's what you have to do this time of year. You know, you're looking at veteran guys that kind of maybe have a little bit of a name, a little bit of a reputation.
Yeah.
Maybe you get 5-6 good games out of them if they make your team, and then other than that, they're going to hurt you the other 8. I kind of feel like that's where Anthony Barr was.
So we're watching the Cowboys practice as it's on NFL Network. They're doing their inside training camp live. We've mentioned a couple of interceptions thrown today by Dak, but Daniel Jones is reportedly struggling against the Lions in a joint practice with the Giants and the Lions. He went 5 of 12 in 11-on-11 sessions, including an interception from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Apparently, he was missing a bunch of open receivers, according to Connor J. Hughes, who covers the Giants. It was a rough one for Daniel Jones at quarterback.
Yeah, he's not going to make it. I'd say this year and next year will be the end of him as a starter. He needed a real fortunate a bounce to even make the playoffs last year. The numbers suggest he's not that good, and then they end up paying him. And I think it's hilarious. The Giants actually have something going well, and if they would just draft another quarterback and put him in a similar situation, I think they could have a lot of success. But, having that guy count for 20% of your cap, good luck team building. And they still don't have an offensive line. So maybe they'll win some games. I think he's a very dangerous runner. After like Justin Fields and Lamar Jackson, this might be your guy as far as that goes.
He is a dangerous runner, and they've got 2 good tackles and a center. We'll worry about the guards, but their center's going to be really damn good. John Michael Schmitz.
That's right.
That's my pet cat right there.
Yep.
Now, Eric Bieniemy, we stay in the division. We talked about this a little bit during Crosstalk with KMC, or Mike Bassick in the KC Masterpiece. But I guess Ron Rivera is getting some complaints from players about Coach Eric Bieniemy, their new offensive coordinator. Rivera said some players were, quote, a little concerned with how hard Bieniemy was riding them after Bieniemy was hired. There were concerns over how some players would handle his approach. One source said in the offseason, I had a number of guys come to me and I said, hey, just go talk to him, said Ron Rivera. Understand what he's trying to get across to you. As they go and they talk and they listen to him, it's been enlightening for a lot of these guys. I mean, it's a whole different approach. Is this just soft from Washington and the players there, or was LaShawn McCoy maybe right about Eric Bieniemy?
I think this is generational. I think it probably applies to most teams. And you see how soft Mike McCarthy is with his approach, and Kellen Moore with his approach, and Dan Quinn's your buddy. And so many of these players have now been raised in a sporting environment that's much more aware of this sensitivity that people would like to be instructed with. And Bieniemy's a throwback when you didn't think about the receiver of your message and what mindset he might be in and how your words could damage it or help it. You just delivered the message bluntly. Rick Carlisle was let go essentially from the Mavericks, although he left. He was not that appreciated by the players on the team, including Luka and a number of veteran leaders, Devin Harris, because of how much the coaching culture has changed. And now, across all sports, there's this sort of directive, this initiative to create a no-fear environment. And the science behind it, the developmental science of psychology, is that you don't want to scare somebody because then they can't learn. But dang it, when you scare them, they sure do pay attention. So there's a fine line there, right? You don't want your team spending a lot of times in fear mode, again, because they can't learn. But there's a damn effective a point to be made by, hey,
Yeah.
what the hell is this?
Startle
bro?
a little bit, no
but
doubt.
You have to balance that. And from what I've read, Eric Bieniemy balances it really well. If you do bad, he's on your ass. And if you do it good, he's like, yeah, let's freaking go.
I'll hype you up.
Yeah. So, I think there might be an adjustment period, but make no mistake, those players with the Commanders aren't good. They're losers. And Eric Bieniemy's a winner. So if I'm the head coach, I'm like, get on his level.
Absolutely.
I am erring on the side of Eric Bieniemy right now and telling maybe these players you need a more stern message.
But I think it's a little bit weird on Ron Rivera to just kind of air that out to the public.
Well, it is, but
wouldn't you want to just keep that in house if you're the head coach?
He was probably surprised by it.
Yeah,
by the question.
But you know what? That's to me that Ron Rivera might be one of these guys. I think Ron Rivera's to the point now where
he's probably coaching his last year.
Well, it's like Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy taking over the play calling stuff for the Cowboys. I mean, it's like, if I get fired, I get fired. I'm going to go out on my terms. And I think that's one of those things. These coaches maybe get ahead of all of a sudden you have players. Ron Rivera lets it out and everybody kind of goes, ooh, that's interesting. But then what happens when these players go to somebody like Todd Archer or John Machota and talk about it and say, man, this Eric Bieniemy is losing his damn mind right now. And all of a sudden then it gets out that way and Ron Rivera then has to address it. Yeah. By doing it this way, he's kind of staying ahead of potentially a story that could probably get out.
No, that's fair. That's a good point. But, it'll be interesting to see how this offense looks. I mean, Sam Howell, well, I know he's got some traits that you like, but it'll be interesting
I think
if he ends up being an issue.
I think he took a lot of blame for what happened his senior year at North Carolina. And they had some really talented, and they were just a 500 team. But I think
their defense was so damn bad. It really wasn't the offense. That was the issue.
They were in
shootouts every week.
And our kid May is probably going to go through the same thing.
Sure.
With going on at North Carolina. But yeah, I just feel like that maybe Ron, he's to the point where like, listen, this dude beat cancer. He's like,
no doubt.
He's kind of like he's just grateful that he gets to go coach every day, and he's got nothing to hide here.
No, a new ownership. I mean, you never know. He could just be a lame duck coach right now. Maybe he's feeling that way.
Exactly.
But we'll see how that Eric Bieniemy experiment goes there in Washington. Trey Flowers is reuniting with the Patriots after he was a Super Bowl champ there. He left in 2019, signed a 5-year, $90 million deal with the Lions. He is returning on a 1-year deal with the Patriots. Sauce Gardner was interviewed over there at Jets camp, and we've got Hard Knocks. It's going to be debuting here, I believe, tonight. So let us know if you're even interested in Hard Knocks this year with the Jets. I think I'm going to be pretty plugged in, at least on the first episode.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it for sure. I don't miss Hard Knocks. Yeah.
So here's Sauce as he's building his ultimate cornerback.
I wanted to start with man coverage.
Darrelle Revis.
Darrelle Revis. Okay. How about speed?
DJ Reed.
You got to go deep.
Ooh, I like it. Going with a teammate. All right. Ball awareness.
Darius Slay.
Rally and tackle.
Jalen Ramsey.
Playmaking ability.
Me.
Love it.
So he gives his teammate a bone, which is fine. I was interested, though, like speed. Like, how do you not put Dion in any of that? You got to put primetime in some of those categories.
Man, to me, this is where I think you could really get a good answer from these kids if you would just tell them what you're going to do before you ask them the question.
So they have time to think about it?
Yeah, give the guy an opportunity to kind of think about, listen, I'm going to ask you a question, and these are the categories. These are going to be these five, instead of like, maybe he would go a different direction.
And I think, look, the corner that he built is a badass cornerback. Don't get me wrong.
No, absolutely.
It's a fun conversation to have who ice cream flavors, right? Who are you going to be picking here with this?
Yeah, but I think if you would have given him a little bit of a heads up what you were going to do with this, he might have thought about Deion Sanders and some others.
Go Google it,
Or Darryl Green. Talk about speed.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Yeah.
Now, is it any defensive back?
Yeah, I think because he went Darrelle Revis. So I don't think it was just current DBs. Even though he named other than Darrelle Revis, everybody was current.
Antoine Winfield is one of the best rally and tackle guys I've seen.
Absolutely.
Rondé Barber was another one, rally tackle guy.
I feel like I want three guys. I want Deion Sanders. I want Ronnie Lott. And then I want Earl Thomas to go sideline to sideline and make the plays in the ball.
You named all safeties.
No, I got Deion in there.
But you said
Deion.
Okay, but
That's why I clarified. Do I get any defensive back?
Any defensive back.
And he said yes because he went with Revis.
Then you named. Then you're right on it. Then you're absolutely right on it. Any defensive. back.
I mean, he went all corners, but I think.
I thought was it an all corner deal?
He went all corners, but I think if we're talking DB, you can mix in the safeties. Why the hell?
I want some tackling.
And
I'm cheap.
In the modern NFL, you're seeing a lot of these safeties come up and play nickel.
Yeah,
so it can work.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are kind of like Israel Mukwamu. He's kind of a hybrid guy. You can line him up outside. You can line him up at safety. You can line him up in the slot.
Cam Chancellor, those guys are
absolutely
tough players. Yeah.
Teddy Bridgewater is signing to be Jared Goff's new backup with the Detroit Lions. He's going to join them at training camp next week. Hendon Hooker's a guy that they drafted. He's expected to be sidelined into the start of the season as he recovers from his injury. It's probably going to be a redshirt year for Hendon Hooker. I know that was a guy we were very interested in. I think the Cowboys might have been interested in as well.
You're absolutely right. And they were, if it would have kind of fallen one more round, I think they would have been in on that one. Third round pick, right?
Yes.
That was okay. Yeah. If they got to the fourth, that's where I think they were going to go.
It's a pretty good quarterback room over there now. It's interesting what they've done with great protection.
Yeah. You get the best. They might have the best offensive line in the league. I know we give a lot of love to the Eagles, but people are sleeping on what the Lions are doing over there. All right, let's go to the Kay Adams show. She was out at Cincinnati Bengals camp, and we've played some cuts.
Is that what it's called now?
What?
Kay Adams? Is it called the Kay
It's
Adams?
Up and Adams.
Okay.
Up and Adams.
I just want,
on
I thought I
FanDuel
missed
TV.
something. Okay.
But so she's interviewing, we played the Jamar Chase audio yesterday, but she had Orlando Brown Jr. on as well. And the best rivalry in the NFL, for my money, is the Bengals and the Chiefs. And, of course, Orlando Brown Jr. winning the Super Bowl with the Chiefs. Now the Bengals go ahead and pluck him away. Case talking to him about, is there any awkwardness since you're coming from the other side of this rivalry? And you did knock them out of the playoffs last year.
Now, you were on the Chiefs. Bengals had the Chiefs' number, really, in pretty much every game until that silly one last year. How does that go in the locker room? Do you just not bring it up? Is it?
I mean, it's like, I don't know. It is a little weird. Sometimes it comes
You're like,
up.
doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, man, I got a Super Bowl ring off of it, so I was pretty happy about the outcome of the previous game. But now being on this side of it, man, I mean, not just the Chiefs. I want to win every FC championship, but I mean, it's come up a little bit here and there. I'm always curious to know how they were thinking about.
So
things.
it's week 17. Is that on your calendar?
Definitely.
Circle it, because we all are, baby. I wish it was earlier in the season, but I do imagine you go into the locker room, and I think that they're all going to welcome you with open arms. It's like, we need help on the offensive line. You're a badass. Yeah. But that is a little bit awkward at first. You're kind of just, hey, good to meet you, Orlando Brown Jr. over here. I can imagine that being a little cringe at times.
Yeah, I think once you get to that level, it's personal, man. And, I think you also look at it like it's a business and everybody's moving around and we got this guy, but it would take a while for me to get over it, And I need you to have like a great game or a great pancake block on a member of the Chiefs before I really feel like you're one of us. Right now, you're a mercenary. And you have a big opportunity here to help us.
Yeah, when you put George Karlaftis on his ass when we play in Week 17, now you're a part of the family. All right, you got to go all year, but now you're a member.
It's like Tyson Chandler knocking down Chris Paul in one of the most legendary Mavs stories of 2011.
Okay, speaking of cringe audio, you guys know I love this, and I guess this is Colin Cowherd. It's made the rounds today. It's become pretty viral, but he's talking about quarterbacks that will never win a Super Bowl. And this is towards the end of his rant. He did not put Dak Prescott, for those that are wondering, among the last 20 or so quarterbacks that will never win one. But he mentions a name here that might catch you off guard. Here's Cowherd.
And then the third category is 20 guys who are not getting to a Super Bowl and certainly not winning it. And that's everybody else. From Baker Mayfield, Teddy Bridgewater, Dwayne Haskins, guys that are just not Yeah, that it says can win Super Bowls. It's can't win Super Bowls. Okay, so 6 stars, 4 high-end starters, and 20 guys that can't win a Super Bowl.
What a play by me.
Yeah,
so I think he did put Dak in his top 6 because I didn't see him in the next 4.
He was giving Dak love, but
salute for that.
He had several quarterbacks that are not even in the NFL anymore. And then
for a minute I thought it might be like a 3-year-old video because he did. Yeah, he mentioned a deceased guy.
And then Dwayne Haskins.
Yeah, that's bad.
I
guarantee you Colin's going to fire somebody from this. I worked with him for a brief period in Portland.
Oh, you think like somebody kind of set him up? You gave him the information?
No, that's what he'll do. He'll blame somebody because somebody made that graphic and put Haskins on that. And that's going to be his out. Like, it wasn't even my take. I was just reading off this list on the air. You know?
Yeah,
but is that the same guy or gal that like told him that they could trade prospects in baseball?
Right.
Probably.
You know, I mean, that show needs to tighten up.
Yeah, we make mistakes all the time.
I know. We do.
Things.
We
yeah,
do.
I say dumb things
I do all
every
the time.
day. I'll mispronounce a name. I'll get a name wrong. I'll forget who the hell this is. Lucius
But you
knows
don't
that
have
more
a
than
staff
anybody.
of you don't have a staff of 3 producers.
That's
and
what I'm
4
saying.
writers.
We're not
You need to
spending
know-
hundreds of thousands of dollars to go on TV and do this.
Well, I think we're all aware that Dwayne Haskins
is deceased,
passed away.
Yeah.
You know, he's no longer with us.
Yeah.
That's kind of a big one.
You know, there's
Come
different
on.
there's different kinds of people in sport, and Cowherd is definitely not like a sports know-it-all nerd. You know, he's a guy that knows the Cowboys and the Lakers and like college football.
See, that's the other day on the break, I made that pointer that I tried to make that rant where if you're one of these national guys or gals, the only teams you need to know about are the Cowboys and the Lakers.
And some guys take that way too far. We've seen Stephen A. Smith have massive errors. We see Skip Bayless have massive errors. You know, they get in this zone of just looking at the main teams, and I think there's blind spots in the depths of the leagues that gets them exposed when they're trying to be know-it-alls.
No, and I totally understand what you're saying, but but it's worse when they don't know those teams, and then they also don't know the teams, the secondary
national ones
teams
that
as
we
well.
spend every segment on. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you know, if you're the NFL Network, I would study everything about the Dallas Cowboys, follow all their beat writers, read all their information, listen to programs, podcasts, whatever, because that's where you make your money.
Absolutely.
Make your money talking about this football team.
Okay, what did Dan Graziano hear when he visited Cowboys camp? The NFC East insider from ESPN swung through, and we'll hit you with his observations. A college football super segment coming up at 3:40 right here as well on 105.3 The Fan.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news.
all you need to do is get over to Terrell Lyceum, right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Welcome back, Nation. Dan Graziano, NFC East Insiders, taking a tour of camps. Here's what he's hearing about the Cowboys. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan, and Rangers Player Show is today at 5:20 instead of 3:20 if you're looking for it. And the new pitcher Jordan Montgomery's going to join us. They'll be on the hill tomorrow. It's Scherzer tonight against the Oakland A's with the first pitch at 8:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment of the G-Bag Nation is it's brought to you by Soda. It's state-of-the-art. Okay, here's some takeaways. The Cowboys aren't changing a ton on the offense, writes Graziano, and they aren't going to be run heavy in spite of the external narratives. Look at our personnel, one Cowboy official told me. Do we look like we're built to be a run-first team? Definitely not in the running back room. Maybe you can make that case. I think it's going to be very important that they can be efficient with the run game. I'm not that concerned about totals. I just know you have to run enough to make the other team scared, and then it opens up everything. That's what changed in a major way for the 49ers last year once they got McCaffrey. He made the other team scared of the run game. Now even Brock Purdy can play like an all-pro a lot of Sundays, and that's a huge thing. And but what do you think about that? What do you know about that, Brian? How much run are we going to see? Is this going to be less than what Kellen Moore was doing?
I think it will be a little bit less. I think the thing that will be different is how they find separation for these wide receivers. How do they create separation? How do they create bunch formations, twins formations? Bobby and I were talking about this on Love of the Star. He thinks it's going to be more of a static situation when it comes to the movement and motions and stuff. But you watch them on the red zone and down on the goal line, they're moving their wide receivers quite a bit. So they're trying to create space down there, and I think that's where it is. But to answer your question, I think it's going to be really predicated on how well they get the start of Pollard. Is Pollard showing that he can get 4.8, 5 yards a carry running the football? If they're having success, I could see Mike coming back to the same type of running plays. I could see him saying, okay, we're having some success running the ball this way. I could see him sticking with that. If something's not working, I could see him crossing that off that flip card he's got or that play sheet he's got and then going to trying to find something else. I don't think Mike's going to sit there and just, if something is working, I think he's going to stick with it. And I think the running game might be that way, that if they're having some success, that he's going to find a way to stick with it more than what Kellen Moore was going to do.
I agree with Graziano in terms of I've never believed the run-heavy approach. Now, I get it.
It might have to happen, though, if their pass protection is not as good.
Well, what if the running blocking is just not as good?
Well,
you have Tyler.
Then Mike McCarthy's probably going to lose his job.
See, but I also just don't think Mike can help himself. I think he's always wanted to be this Pittsburgh guy, ground and pound, tough physical football team, but he has too much fun once he's actually dialing up and calling the plays, airing it out. And you look at the skill players on this team, where is the talent distributed? To me, it's we're going to throw the ball around. And I get it. You want to run the football. You want to be balanced. Those are the best offenses. I just think I'll believe it when I see it. I disagree that we're not seeing changes with the offense because we are. But the changes we're seeing to me is all in the passing game.
Yeah, that's what I've seen so far.
Yeah.
Maybe the run game will start to reveal itself as preseason gets underway and they're in pads for four quarters.
It's really hard to get a really good gauge on the running game because of no Zack Martin in there. So
right. Totally fair.
When you don't have Zack and Steele working with each other, you're getting Tyron and Tyler on the other side kind of working some stuff. Now you got the injury to your center, minor ankle injury you're dealing with right there. You're going to have to try and kind of put all these things together. And if the one good thing is that when Steele and Martin do play together, they're good in the run game. But I think a lot of this is going to be predicated on, can they run the football early with Pollard, and can they eliminate any potential turnovers with Dak? If there's if there's turnovers that start the season, they're going to have to find a way to run the ball.
Well, and a big thing with the run game.
It's going to be hand in hand.
No, totally right. But it was the tendencies. I felt like defenses, they would run out of the exact same formation. They're running the same plays, and teams were easily tipped off the second half of the season. It really started in the Lions game. You saw Anzalone make that play on Zeke on a 4th and short, stuffs it. They get off the field on offense. To me, the tendencies that Kellen would kind of fall into, they were just tells to the defense. You can run, but you've got to find a way to disguise it offensively. We talk about defenses disguising. Run a similar play out of different formations. To me, that's what McVay, Shanahan, McDaniels, that's what they do so well. They're running the same type of play. They're just disguising it and showing the defense different looks.
There wasn't enough creativity, especially in 21 when they were running inside way too much, and then to a lesser extent last year, but they were still getting stuffed. And I think you got to look at what the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan have been able to do. You got to have the runner, as they showed last year. It was not working until they got McCaffrey. But the thing that creates such massive problems is when they don't have to send extra guys to stop your run and they are shutting it down. At that point, to me, you've neutralized Dak. And you can say what you want about how much you believe in Dak. Is he top 10? Is he top 5? It's up for you to decide yourself. I know with certainty the teams that don't have to commit extra runners to stop the run, extra defenders, are going to stop Dak. They're going to drop. They're going to clog and cover. They're going to have linebackers in the passing lanes waving their arms, and they're going to have safeties lurking to intercept the football. So you can say, well, we're not going to be power running and bleep this narrative, bleep that narrative. Dak ain't going to be good if you don't have success running the ball. And that applies to most quarterbacks, okay? Don't tell me Dak's elite, because there's a very short list of quarterbacks that could operate in those settings. I think there's only 2 right now. Maybe 3. Maybe Aaron Rodgers is still there. I think it's Mahomes, it's Burrow, Aaron Rodgers, then Josh Allen, and maybe Dak's your number 5. But we've never seen a bigger drop off from number 2 and 3 to 5 than what we have right now. And the Cowboys have to understand this. I think they do. And I think we're going to have a lot more deception at the line of scrimmage. Back to the takeaways from Graziano. The emphasis with Prescott this camp is on adjusting his footwork to account for the West Coast elements the offense is installing, marrying that footwork with the routes his receivers are running, and working on the communication from McCarthy to Prescott. That's all things that we've talked about, and we talked about yesterday relative to Jory Epstein's article. While Prescott and the Cowboys believe he's at the point in his career when he can smoothly handle a change at OC, it would be understandable if there are some growing pains this season. Yeah. Do you think that's what we could be seeing right now with the picks, Brian and Camp?
I think so. And I felt like that this team needs to get off to a really good start offensively, or we very well in week 6, week 7 could see Brian Schottenheimer taking over as the play caller, as the primary play caller. I don't think they could be 3-3. And, everybody feel great about what's going on, especially if they're not doing well offensively.
No, especially when you look at, the opponents over the first 6 weeks. 3-3 would be a disaster.
Yeah, but they also could be 4-0 going to San Francisco.
Yeah,
in a big game like that. So there's to me, I just kind of feel like that this thing could be a little bit fragile. Mike could say, okay, well, it's not getting it done my way. Well, here, Brian, you take over. And we'll see if that can, make that adjustment that way.
8, I love this. Back-to-back text, 214, Facts General, 817, Gavin just vomiting nonsense. 804, Herbert isn't above Dak. I mean, I think Herbert has better tools, but Dak puts it together better.
Yeah, I mean, you can say what you want about Dak not having done anything. Herbert really hasn't done anything.
I'll be interested to see how Herbert plays in Kellen Moore's system.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
If they have the success.
Okay, now how about this note from Graziano's article? If Zack Martin misses Dallas' first preseason game, which is Saturday against the Jags, he'd be subject to a fine equivalent of a single regular season game check.
Wow.
And while that sounds significant because Martin's making $13.5, it's worth noting the Cowboys already converted it to a signing bonus. So Martin's base salary is only $1.7, which means each game check is $94,000, and that might not be much incentive for him to end his holdout this Saturday. I think I'd saunter on in there, though. If I'm Zach and be like, hey, guys, I'm here. You want me to play? No? Okay. I get my $100,000 still?
Yep.
But who knows? He might be at a point where Travis Frederick was, where he was just like, I don't know if I want to play. I don't want to play for this amount of money. I'm good. I can walk away. And if that's the case, maybe he's at peace with it. Zack Martin's always been a pretty quiet guy, and I don't think he's told many people at all exactly how he feels about this.
No, and I did not feel like that he was going to subject himself to a $50,000 a day fine. No. I did not feel like. I felt like maybe 2-3 days, that kind of thing. But this thing is dug in on both sides, and do you get to a point in time where do the Cowboys have to think about moving on from him in a way of potentially trading him? That's something. Now, what do you get? Do you try and get a draft pick, or do you try and get a player for player? It's hard to get an all-pro player for an all-pro player, but do you find a way to maybe get somebody? You trade for another starter.
Okay, we'll get something on that here in just a second. We haven't heard anything from Zach in 9 days since one of his teammates told us that he said, set the foundation. I'll be there soon. I don't know if that message would still hold from Zach or if he's taken a different tone. But Graziano concludes saying, Dallas looks loaded on defense up front, and while it's great to have depth, the Cowboys could have some tough choices on the front come roster cut-down day. And don't be surprised if a team like Seattle, looking for defensive line depth, comes a calling to see if Dallas wants to trade somebody away rather than cut them.
Yeah, there's actually 3 spots. I think wide receiver surplus could help them. And then also, though, I think the other 2 on the defensive side of the ball. Defensive line and cornerback, I think, are the 2 areas that maybe that the Cowboys might have some surplus if they want to trade a player for a player.
And right now, are you looking offensive line?
It's clear that the young guys, the let's goes, the balls,
TJ Bass. Well, and now Farniak is going to be their primary backup center, according to McCarthy.
You know what? To me, I'm thinking about keeping 9 guys, maybe 10 guys there. I'm looking at the last 4 and trying to upgrade those guys.
It's gotten so bad. We've got to talk about this a little bit later on, but there's a new guy in the mix, Brock Hoffman, who's jumping the depth chart now because of the jobbers in front of him. He's tiny.
He's short. He's short and stocky.
Okay, let's jump into a college football super seg. Chuck, where are you going to take us?
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got some of the most disappointing programs. ESPN unleashed that for us. We'll get to that here. And TCU has a freshman that fans are losing their mind over next.
Right on. But I want to talk to you about my friends at D&M Leasing. Let's make leasing easy with D&M. It's the best way to get a new vehicle. Here we are in the summer. What do you
Breakfast with Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. It's time to show us what you've got. Fan Phenom 2023. Your chance to join our team at the Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados, y'all. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
817's a Dak Stan goes, Gavin, can you give some girls soccer takes? Just want to hear you talk about something you actually know about. That's pretty good, 817.
That's a funny one.
But I will tear your ass up talking about any sport. It's time now for the Wolchuk to give us some college football super segment.
Man, don't let him tear it up there. All right, let's talk about the highlight true freshman at TCU that the rest of the college football world now gets to know and love. We know him as Big Bubba, South Oak Cliff's own Breon Ramsey Brooks. This might be the largest freshman in the history of college football. Brian, you were out there carrying around the money bags trying to recruit some of these kids. What if I told you you could get a 6'5", 455-pound guard to add to your football team?
That was a different era for me right there.
Holy crap.
I mean, that's
Big Bubba.
Big Bubba. This
He's big.
South Oak Cliff kid, huh?
South Oak Cliff. He's a Golden Bear, two-time state champion, and he is a true freshman right now at TCU. And the videos of him coming out of practice, Horned Frog fans are loving him. And now the rest of the college football's jaw are dropping. Is it 6'5", 455? We're finding out just the height and weight. He's a big boy. He's Big Bubba for a reason.
I just want to know how he moves. You know, that was the deal with, what was the last time we heard about something like this? Sean Oakman at Baylor?
Yeah. Sean Oakman was just a giant Greek god, Goliath human being, chiseled. But this guy moves solid for an interior offensive lineman. I wouldn't say overwhelmingly good.
I'm trying to think of my guy that was with the University of Wisconsin that was drafted by the Lions. Aaron... somebody with real quick fingers. Drafted by the Lions, offensive lineman.
Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is a good answer.
Aaron Paul.
No.
That's Breaking Bad.
No. I think it's...
How long ago is this?
Aaron Gibson might be. It was drafted by the Lions, was 300.
I was always thinking like Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Gibson's an offensive lineman drafted by the Detroit Lions back in 1970. Well, he's born in 77.
Yeah, but
he was sound like the right guy.
My next guess was Aaron Neville. I was going to get you on that one.
Yeah, 99 NFL draft, first round, 27th overall. Cowboys had him from 01 to 02.
But Aaron Gibson was a guy that was well over 400 pounds when he was playing at Wisconsin. And it's like that's the biggest.
That's him.
That's the biggest guy that I've ever remember.
Well, hey.
He was with the Cowboys in 02?
Yep.
Yeah.
469 says he coached Big Bubba. That kid can move, talking about lateral quickness and strong. Oh, he's strong. I mean, I watched him throw some kids around playing at South Oak Cliff. He held his own when they got to match up against Duncanville as well. I mean, this kid could be the real deal. But that size, it is rare. And now college football, we've known about him because he's locally in our own backyard. But now everybody gets to know who Big Bubba is. And I hope he goes and crushes it there in Fort Worth. Amazing. All right. We talked yesterday about the rest of the Pac-12. You got Stanford and Cal. They're being looked at by the ACC to join their conference. Well, the American Athletic Conference is kind of hovering in the background. They're thinking, all right, look, Stanford, Cal, if you can't get anything going, we'll go ahead and take you. Oh, by the way, Washington State and Oregon State, we'll take you as well. So those are the two conferences now that the remaining four teams in the Pac-12 are probably going to end up at, either the ACC or the American, where my North Texas Mean Green are about to make their debut season in.
I tell you what, it's just so disheartening, though, with all them. But I understand. But I said yesterday, I'm okay with seeing, if you told me one day I can get the best 40 college football programs together and they figure out a way to make them weekly play each other. And
you're into it, yeah.
Yeah, that would be.
You want the iron sharpening iron.
Oh no, I want these games. If I can create, I find it's terrible that that we're losing the conferences. I was sad when the Southwest Conference went away. Back in the day, I was sad when the Big 8 went away. But I understand now it's about money. It's about programs. It's about these athletic directors have to find a way to make as much money as possible, to pay the coaches, to have the best facilities, to also help their other programs.
Yeah, gonna have to start paying the kids before too long as well.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, that's with the NIL money, right? I mean, do we help them with that?
Indirectly now, but directly it's coming.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You know, if you find a way, and it's going to be the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah.
But I mean, these top 40 programs I'm thinking about, they miss players all the time. That Deron Bland, he shouldn't be playing it. I'm sorry, Fresno State. Fresno's a good program. But he UCLA, Washington, Oregon, one of those schools missed that kid out
we
there.
might have had another one with Eric Scott playing at Southern Miss.
Yeah.
Oh,
Orlando Scandrick was
Orlando
one.
Scandrick,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Nothing against Boise, but he should have been playing at a Pac-12 school.
Okay, this is good. We got texts coming in of some of just the biggest defensive or offensive linemen people have seen. 877-881-1053 in honor of Big Bubba. Go ahead and text those names in. Gilbert Brown, your former Green Bay Packer there, getting some love on the text.
Awesome.
How about Leonard Davis, Texas Longhorn, Dallas
Huge.
Cowboy?
Second overall pick, third overall pick?
Yeah, by Arizona.
Arizona,
and
yeah.
then the Cowboys actually got something out of him. He was pretty
Sure
good
did.
for the Cowboys, especially
Sure
in
did.
07. All right, you mentioned some of the blue blood programs. Who have been the most disappointing, underachieving programs here lately?
Miami.
UT.
Well, number one, and they rank this into tiers, and Texas certainly is in the conversation here. Texas is in tier 2, the college football playoff no-shows. It's USC and it's Texas. They write, since former Texas quarterback Sam Ehlinger proclaimed that the program was back after the 2019 Sugar Bowl, well, they haven't done very well. And during the same span, Baylor and K-State have won the Big 12. TCU's made the college football playoff. And, oh, by the way, Texas has had 5 and 7 seasons. Big 12 coaches consider Texas to be the league's most talented team, but the Longhorns have big games against Alabama, and can Steve Sarkisian once again end up leading one of the Big 12's best rosters back to the Big 12 championship game? We'll see if that ends up happening. Then
I don't believe they can. I mean, even the championship they won was, some really good players, but it was Vince Young beating a USC
Yeah, it was
defense.
a quarterback putting his team on his back. And then they did have some NFL talent. Defensively, they were really good. But you're right. Offensively, that was VY. USC's on here. Maybe USC finally gets back to the college football playoff with Caleb Williams this year.
The program's been a massive disappointment my whole life. To be this popular, to have so many kids look to the burnt orange, and to not be able to ever put together a dominant run of football with all that money, the population. And, listen, no disrespect to who you're competing with around the state, but they're all bleeding you little by little. Finding the better coaches, finding the better players. You can't outwork them, and your culture is bad because of the leadership at the university not wanting to give a head coach the full autonomy and authority that great coaches require around the nation to dominate their programs.
Yeah.
Get a Saban and leave him alone. Let him run roughshod all over administrators that have been there for decades. Tell them to shut up. We have college football coaching greatness in our building. And when you have that kind of the only thing that matters is winning type of mentality, it invites in a lot of problems. And we see those cult-like problems popping up at a lot of different universities. But you got to start with that. You can't be like, yes, we'd like to win, but all these guys up here in our program have to approve of the same message. You need a single dominant leader who's the smartest football person in the country.
Well,
and if you put that guy in charge, then you can get results.
And they have so many outspoken boosters.
They
I don't
do.
know if that's ever going to happen, man. And that's the issue.
It destroys their culture.
It absolutely does. And
Yeah.
they have won 1 national title since 1970, only 2 conference titles since 1996 for Texas.
That's unbelievable.
That is unforgivable.
Yeah, it's sinful what they've done. We should be in a spot where it's like, oh, man, you either love Texas or you hate them, and it's because they're dominating and kicking everybody's ass like the Patriots or like Bama.
They should be.
Not like we hate them because they're annoying and they think they're better than they are. That's what it is. Longhorns fans, they do. You guys run the state when it comes to money, when it comes to popularity, and you're only like a drop of a hat away from your next great recruiting class. You can't put it all together. It's
Sure.
an embarrassment. And you guys soak up all the attention and all the money without giving us something to be proud of. At least if you're like an Aggies fan or a Tech fan, you could be like, yeah, we lost to Texas again, but damn it, they're the best program in the country, and it says Texas on their shirt, so it's kind of cool. You can't even do that.
Well, it's interesting you bring up A&M. There's only one team in Tier 1. I mentioned Tier 2's USC, Texas, and Miami is the biggest underachievers. Tier 1, it is Texas A&M. It is the Aggies.
214. You just described the Dallas Cowboys, Gavin.
That's what
I know.
That's what I know. I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, there's a lot of parallels between the Cowboys and Texas.
I was absolutely
no question
thinking
there
exactly what you were saying. Yeah.
Everybody hates Texas. Well, they do, but it's not like the kind of hate that you fear. You're just annoyed by them, because they aren't better than you, but somehow they get all the money and all the attention and they walk around like their bleep doesn't stink, But that's branding. That's not real life. I think it's a joke how they have spoiled the opportunity to dominate college football. To be in a state like this and have those kind of results over the years, it's embarrassing.
So when you let Oklahoma come in here and out-recruit you, I mean, there were several years there covering high school football. I was blown away at how Texas showed no interest in some of these kids in their own backyard, and yet Oklahoma is coming in here and poaching them.
Yeah.
And now I think Sark's done a better job with it. But they would recruit their ass off in Houston. They wouldn't do it in DFW, and I think that really kicked him in the balls.
Now they go all the way to Ohio.
Yeah.
They're like, oh,
Jordan
man.
Hicks was an Ohio kid.
Oh, OU's not good. I guess we'll go to Ohio. Not going to Austin. And the good ones that do somehow don't get developed. They don't maintain like the culture of greatness and the standard. It's been lost. I don't know if Mac Brown ever had it. I think Mac Brown might have figured out a formula for relative success amidst the cesspool of leadership that he was surrounded by.
Well, it's definitely A&M, though, who's the one spot. No national title since 1939. No conference title since 98. No BCS championship or college football playoff appearances. And no consecutive AP top 10 finishes since a streak of 3 straight from 92 to 94. So while Texas is definitely up there, A&M, the amount of money that they're throwing around, you guys better figure it out in College Station.
That one really surprises me, man. I thought when they got Jimbo, their fortunes would be changing. What's wrong with them, Brian?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not from the lack of trying with the finances and stuff like that. But, no, I mean, and it's weird because they've had some top recruiting classes.
Yeah.
But they've had some high turnover, though, on the coaching staff and stuff like that. Matter of fact, they went out, they got the new
they got Bobby Petrino.
And
I think that's going to end up being a train wreck.
Well, see, they're thinking that Petrino might not call the plays
because Jimbo won't let him.
Yeah. So, and I think that's the biggest problem is they've really struggled at quarterback. They've had a lot of injuries at quarterback that, every time they seem to line up and have a little success, that guy will get hurt. Now they're back to, somebody else who got hurt in the preseason. But yeah, they've got talented players. The coaching's, I think, let them down a little bit, and the quarterback play has really let them down.
Yeah, I
can't
heard,
say too much. They beat up on LSU, ran the ball. A-Chain ran the ball
that was
down
an incredible
LSU's
game.
throat.
Yeah. I heard they had a great recruiting class and they paid all those kids the most, but then they acted like they'd already made it and they couldn't be coached anymore.
Yeah.
And that's another tough thing in the NIL era. You need a different skill set sometimes. John Machota of The Athletic talking Cowboys. He joins you next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Nighttime on The Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now to talk with the Cowboys insider, John Machota of The Athletic. And he joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, John. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. I left practice, and I'm going to go get a hamburger from The Habit, so life is great.
Yes, life is good. I think I enjoyed 3 Habit burgers while I was out there myself. One of the preferred destinations, I believe, of DFW Media.
I don't want to take any shots and compare it to Whataburger, but it's on Whataburger's heels.
Woo-hoo-hoo! That's a strong statement there. And I think a bucket list for any Cowboys fan heading to California is that Habit burger. So we had injury scares here today with Vander Esch and Mazi Smith. Are we doing okay with these guys?
Yeah, the Cowboys sound pretty optimistic on both. It sounds like it's more like knee tendonitis with Mazi, but obviously enough that he has to get an MRI. With Vander Esch, it's an ankle. They don't seem very concerned. Injury, even if it is something small, and the offensive line right now has to be a concern without Zack Martin. And I mean, the depth just isn't great on that offensive line. And not that Vander Esch was really going to play on Saturday anyway, but that's not something you want to see. There's been a few times where he's gotten up slow in practice, and so I wonder if this is kind of a combination of some stuff earlier in the season. But yeah, not having Zack Martin here, and then all of a sudden Vander Esch goes down, that's not exactly what they wanted to see today.
You know, I wonder, John, your thoughts overall on what we've seen from the offensive line. It seems like McCarthy's trying to hype that group up really vividly. I mean, he's talking about, I love the install work we're getting, but I don't know that we saw a lot of great work, especially the depth is a big question there.
I agree with you. I don't think that I've seen anything that's really like jumped out to me to where I'm like, oh, no, they got a guy right now. Ball will fit, can fit in, or Farniak or Hoffman or let's go. Like, I need to see a lot from them on Saturday. And I feel like the coaching staff has to feel the same way, but I don't know if Mike McCarthy saying publicly, like, yeah, we got a ton of holes on the offensive line would be the right thing to do either. I don't think he would want to put that out there. And they still have some time, but, like I said before, this is one of those things where I look back to last year. They needed help. At kicker, they went and got Maher. They needed help on the interior defensive line, got Hankins. They needed help at linebacker, got Anthony Barr. Needed help at wide receiver, got T.Y. Hilton. I don't think that you can write off the possibility of them trying to make a move for a veteran interior offensive lineman if needed. Whether they get a deal done and Zach is back here or not, I just think that there's just too much riding on this season to have the question marks they do on this offensive line, depth right now.
Okay, you brought up Zack Martin. I want to follow up with that. As we get closer now to the first preseason game, all the money he's already had to forfeit, upwards of $600,000. I mean, what's your confidence that Zack Martin's going to show up for week 1 right now?
It's not super high, but I would say that if I was predicting right now, I still expect him to be back for the season opener, but I am a little surprised that something hasn't gotten worked out up to this point. It's just an interesting situation because, we hear plenty of stuff from Jerry, but you don't really hear anything from Martin and his camp. And so obviously Jerry makes it clear he's very dug in, there's some comparisons to the DeMarcus Ware situation where they let DeMarcus Ware go and he still had plenty of gas left in the tank. He won a Super Bowl with Denver. And I go back to that and I think, yeah, that was a bold move. And that 2014 season after they let him go is one of the best the Cowboys have had in the last decade. But with DeMarcus Ware, that team might have went to the Super Bowl in 2014. And I look at this Cowboys team the same way. It's so loaded that, maybe they make the playoffs if they don't have Zack Martin this year. But if you're going to try and make a run at the Super Bowl, I don't know how you do that without Zack Martin. And so, I also think back to 2019 because as much as Jerry said about Zach so far, he's said that and more about Zeke at the time when Zeke was holding out. Go back to that preseason game after it in Hawaii when he said Zeke who, and then, he gets the deal done with Zeke and he has a Zeke who shirt and everything was fine after that. So he's dug in right now, but that doesn't mean that in a half hour he couldn't get something done.
Do you think if a team called looking to make a trade, they'd be willing to do it? Cowboys?
I don't. I really don't. And I just think because he's still playing at the top of his game. He's still one of the best guards in the league. And it's not like you drafted some young offensive lineman that you're like, okay, well, then that player can fit into his role, and it sucks, and we're losing a Hall of Fame guy and a Ring of Honor guy, but we got this young guy coming up. They're just so thin on the defensive line. I don't see any way that they could do a move like that.
John, we have the NFL Network on in our studio as we're doing our show, so we're getting little practice clips. And once again, you're doing a great job of providing clips. Bad day for the offense, good day for the defense, or were we missing something from this today?
No, and I feel like that was the case, or has been the case for most of these practices out here. There's no question. I will say one of my favorite things from this camp so far has been just watching the differences between Trayvon Diggs and Stephon Gilmore, because they're both very good at what they do, but they're just so different. Like where Gilmore almost gives up nothing, but he doesn't have the interceptions, whereas Diggs will give up some plays, but then like today, he has 2 picks that are just there. He's tracking balls like he's the wide receiver, and almost had a third in the back of the end zone. And you just watch that, and you're just like, man, the game-changing plays that this guy can make. And then even Vander Esch got an interception in the red zone. No, the defense is just on another level. And I know having the offensive line being shaky, not having Biotish out there hasn't helped things. But, yeah, I would say most of the days we've been out here, the defense has had the leg up on the offense. And so because of that, it's kind of interesting that the possibility of Dak not playing in the preseason, and then you go into, week 1, with a quarterback in an adjusted offense, and he doesn't really have any snaps. It could be interesting to see what that offense looks like, the first few weeks of the season.
Do you feel like, John, is the quarterback taking chances, or the defensive backs just doing a good job of planning coverage?
That's a good question. I do think that he's taken some chances. I think he's thrown some balls to some guys that maybe he wouldn't be, during the season, because he's trying to build a rapport a little bit, I'd say. But also just the fact of we're talking a couple of series in between. He gets picked by Trayvon and goes right back, after him. Where I don't know, maybe he wouldn't do that in an actual game, but because it's training camp, why not try it out? And obviously, Trayvon Diggs' confidence is sky high coming out of this practice as well. But I don't necessarily see him doing that in the regular season. I think there is a little bit of trial and working on some things right here, and I don't think he's bothered by the fact of some websites putting together these videos and just talking about how many interceptions he's thrown. I don't think that is really a major concern for him. And, when he's been going after Cooks and Lamb and Michael Gallup, he's been pretty good. It's some of the targeting some of the other guys, but I get it. It makes a lot of traction on social media, especially for fans that don't like the Cowboys.
It's John Machota here with you in the G-Bag Nation. You can read his stuff on The Athletic. A must follow on Cowboys Twitter, by the way. Has some great videos every practice. Even if the picks remain high at this rate, it's not a deal breaker for winning, right? It's still within range. It's just a little higher than you'd prefer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I go back to the fact of I can see Mike McCarthy calling a little bit more conservative of a game plan just because of how loaded this defense is. And I go back to, you look at the numbers he had the first couple of years he was the head coach in Green Bay. The interception numbers came down quite a bit from Brett Favre from the year before he took over. And I don't think that interceptions are going to be a major issue for Dak. With this receiving core, with the rapport that he's built so quickly with Brandon Cooks, as long as that they can have somewhat of a healthy offensive line up front, I think the offense takes care of itself. But it also, on the other hand, this isn't the 2014, 2016 Cowboys where, they're going to go as far as the offense can carry them. No, this defense is for real. This is definitely a top 5 defense and has a chance to be the NFL's best defense. They don't need the offense to put up huge numbers to win games, but they definitely can't have Dak turning the ball over multiple times per game either.
John, can you give us just a moment, please?
Rules are rules. Mama, give me them flap checks. Mama, take away 5 of them flap checks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide. Yeah. All right, John, you just said Brett's name, so that's something we got to do on the show. I do want to follow up with
that clip right there when he says that. That is one of the funniest things. I think he says it about Tracy Rocker or whatever when he's talking about.
Yep.
Oh my God, that is so good.
Talking about the road. Oh, it's amazing. It's so good. I love it. His Keith Jackson impression is epic, and I'm glad that you know that reference. But when it comes to the offensive changes, I know you've written about this on The Athletic. What stood out to you, and are you buying the run first type of hype and talk that we've heard from McCarthy? Because I'll tell you, with how this team's constructed, I don't think that they're going to be super run first.
Yeah, I'd say as I sit here today, I don't either. And that's one of those things where, yeah, they're obviously going to be committed to the run, at different points in the game and things like that. But if you're not having success running the ball, you're not just going to keep running into the wall and going, well, another 3 and out. Let's just go punt it again. Like maybe in certain games, if the flow of the game is going in that direction, but I just don't see that happening. If the offensive line's playing well, by all means, yeah, I can see them running it in that. But no, I don't. I can't see this being like I said, that 2014, 2016. Obviously, they were run heavy with DeMarco and Zeke. I'm not so sure. I believe that is going to be the case here. But when you do talk about things I've noticed on the offense, I will say that now in the third week of this training camp, there's been some separation between Jalen Tolbert and the rest of those other receivers. The top three, that's clear, obvious. Everyone knows who the starters are. But I came into camp kind of wondering, okay, how's it going to be 4, 5, 6 after that? And I didn't really know for sure. And to me right now, Tolbert is clearly number 4, and then 5 and 6 are between Kevontae Turpin and Jalen Brooks. And I would think if they cut the roster down to 53 today, I think that those would be your 6 wide receivers, the starting 3, and then the 3 I just mentioned.
Do you think they're going to carry 6 wide receivers, John?
I think it's possible just because of the fact of, Turpin and what he does on, special teams. But I just think that they're going to have to go thin in another position because I think they're going to want to have that. Now, of course, they can do the different types of, roster gymnastics that they've done in the past when they cut it down to 53 to try and make it. But of the guys I just mentioned, I don't think they want to make any of them available, at least again. And I say if they're cutting to 53 today. And I say that because Jalen Brooks is just trending upwards. We get into Saturday and then the next preseason game and he doesn't look that way. Hey, well, then you change the way you're, but I'm saying if they're cutting it today, I can't see them allowing Jalen Brooks to be out there for another team to grab.
Are you surprised, John, that they cut Vizcaino?
No, I'm surprised that they didn't do like they did last year where that morning that they brought in Maher and a few other kickers, when they let Garibay go, it was like, oh, well, we're also going to bring in some other competition. The fact that there was no competition that morning when they let Vizcaino go, that surprised me. But the way I understand it, I think they want to give him every chance, Aubrey, on Saturday, see what he can do there. And to be honest with you, the best day that we've seen from the kickers by far was today. I mean, Aubrey didn't miss. So maybe him not having another kicker there, maybe that's good for him. But ultimately, this will be decided on what he does in those preseason games. And they would love for him to win the job, but I still have my questions about whether or not he will.
Anything else about these Cowboys before we let you go, John? What are you working on?
I think I'm going to be writing about DeMarvion Overshown. He's been catching my eye lately. He had a really good practice, at least at the end on Saturday, where he had an interception and the play got called back and an offside, and then he had another interception a few plays later to end practice. And he's just been trending in the right direction. And, John Fossil loves what he's going to bring on special teams. But then also, I think he's got a chance to – I'm not saying he's going to be like getting snaps over Leighton or Damone Clark, but just his versatility. I just got this feeling with Dan Quinn, he's going to find some packages for him, even if everyone's healthy, to try and get him on the field, maybe more against certain opponents than others. I just think he's been trending up lately. He's certainly high on my list of players I want to watch on Saturday.
Do you think he's possibly the Jaron Kearse replacement, as they've gotten all these other safeties locked up, but Kearse isn't done yet?
It's possible, but my thing with Kearse is that, like, if Leighton Vander Esch was to go down, like, Kearse is the next guy up. He's got the dot on his helmet. He's the one that's going to be calling that defense. And I don't know, Jaron Kearse to me just brings so much more than just what he does on the field, like his leadership, everything there. I know that they haven't gotten a deal done with him yet, but I still think that there's a good chance that he's back with the Cowboys next year. It might only be on a 1-year deal. Maybe that deal doesn't get done until March, but I'm not writing him off with the Cowboys, even though he hasn't got anything done yet. Like I just think that he's too valuable to what this team does. So, hey, maybe other guys step up during the season, and that proves me wrong. Maybe DeMarvion Overshown is a guy that steps up, and you're like, oh, well, some of these other guys deserve bigger roles. But as it sits here right now, I expect Jaron Kearse to be a Cowboy next season.
You're the man, John. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
There he goes. He's at John Machota in The Athletic. That's John with no H, Jon. If you want to get to everything you know about the Cowboys, you want to follow him as well. Okay, Wooly Bully's Top 10's coming up next. Zach, where are we going?
Might be the best national day yet, boys. It's National Whataburger Day. I got the top 10 best Whataburger items. What's your favorite? That's next in the Fan.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for Zach's Top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by Soda, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks at DFW. If you or a loved one's hurt in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel. Free consultation, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now, here he is, Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
My goodness, it's National Whataburger Day. What a special day it is indeed. We'll get to the top 10 most popular Whataburger menu items. What is your favorite item in just a second? But Brett McMurphy reporting the ACC is considering adding, we mentioned Cal and Stanford, but SMU, the Mustangs, are now on
going for those academic schools.
Yes, so SMU has to pay a $10 million exit fee to leave the AAC with less than 27 months notice, so that number could end up doubling potentially. And now back in May, the ACC acted as if they didn't want to add anybody. Well, now obviously they're looking at adding Cal and Stanford. We knew that, but SMU is jumping into that mix. There were rumors about SMU going to the Pac-12. Well, the Pac-12 is dissolving. There's no option there, so maybe they go and join some of these other schools from the Pac-12 that are moving to the ACC. Be a big jump for SMU.
I wonder if they would have the smallest stadium in the ACC.
Think that they would.
Trying to think of places like Virginia and like
Duke.
Duke
might be smaller.
Yeah, Duke, Boston College.
Yeah,
another one, Chestnut Hill.
Yeah.
But it fits into what the ACC is trying to do with their academic stuff. Seriously, I mean, SMU is playing good football.
They are, man.
They are finding a way to play really good football, and I think they would be very competitive in the ACC. And it'd be kind of cool for SMU to host some games, with some of the others rolling in. Miami would be, now Clemson might be a little bit of a different story.
Well, who knows? Maybe Clemson, Florida State go to the SEC.
Yeah.
Out of all this, I mean, it's interesting, and this stuff is just every minute you refresh, and there's a new report happening in the world.
Be kind of cool.
I'm just waiting to refresh and see that Oregon State's going to the SEC, and we'll get them matched up with South Carolina here before too long.
That'd be pretty fun. That color rush would be nice. 251 is saying Wake Forest is the smallest stadium.
There we go.
That would make some sense as well.
It's some bank stadium like MG
Bank.
I don't know. It's a bank stadium.
All right, let's get into the top 10.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, and by the way, the Cowboys, they cashed in yet again. They are the top of the list of most valuable sports franchises.
$9 billion now?
According to Sportico's NFL valuations. Yeah, they're now worth $9.2 billion.
Yeah.
The next closest is the Golden State Warriors at $7.56 billion.
New stadiums, man.
And the next closest NFL team's the Giants at $7.04 billion. So you're looking at almost $2 billion of difference there between the Cowboys and the Giants. Jerry's doing it right. All right, let's slide into the top 10 here.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Can I do my Mason Crosby?
Yes, please. I'm so sorry I meant to see you up for that. Yes, absolutely.
I know somebody in the league that knows Mason Crosby pretty well because we're talking about kickers and stuff. And I brought up yesterday, why Robbie Gould. So I said, well, how about a veteran guy? So I asked about Mason Crosby. My guy said he's aging and he's lost some leg strength, but he's still very capable. And he says, giving him an opportunity would not be a bad thing.
Okay.
So it sounded better than what Robbie Gould was dealing with. But again, obviously aging, has lost some strength, but still capable was the big message.
That's interesting. And look, it's
if they have to go get a veteran
it's
kicker.
Great. And hope maybe Brandon Aubrey steps up and he's the dude.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm pulling for him.
Yeah.
Local kid, went to my alma mater, playing at senior high, go Wildcats, but they might end up needing to get a veteran leg in here. And Mason Crosby would probably be that first call. Yeah. Make a lot of sense. All right, let's do it. Let's slide into the top 10 most popular Whataburger items. And 808 is saying, Zach, you mean to wait for a burger? Because that's all you get going there.
Yeah, the text is on fire already.
It's blowing up.
Yeah.
And I knew it would. National Whataburger Day. And shout out to Las Vegas and my guy Kenneth, not a fan of 105.3, when Lucius and I were out there. He was so pumped that they're about to get a Whataburger next to the Aria in which he works. And they didn't give an exact date, but it's supposed to be in the fall. So hopefully that baby's up sooner rather than later. Lucius, when you hit up the Whataburger, what you getting?
hopefully I can get there like after 11 p.m. Get the taquitos.
Dude, the breakfast is the winner.
Yeah, it's the breakfast for me. I like that.
The sausage taquitos?
Yes, please, sausage with the cheese. 100%. Or a bacon cheeseburger. I think it's like the number 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me right there. Have you seen that story about people from Texas saying that Whataburger's not the same ever since Chicago company bought them?
That's what I heard.
You seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Do we agree with this?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I haven't noticed a decline or
all burgers are different to me right now, except for like a good gourmet burger.
I think it's the meat.
Yeah.
They shorten us now with the meat that they're using.
I don't know. To be honest with you, I've not been a big fast food burger guy. Like that's not my purview or my spot of expertise. I'm more of a spicy chicken sandwich guy or a breakfast guy. That's why I jumped at the sausage taquitos. Those are freaking next level.
Yes.
And I'm also a bread guy. I like that honey butter chicken biscuit.
Yeah.
If it's breakfast hours, I'm going with a couple of those and the cinnamon roll.
I think it's
don't sleep on that cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon rolls on honorable
I think
mention.
it's a game to try and eat 3 of those taquitos by the time they give you back your change.
Dude, those taquitos are unbelievable.
I have punished seriously while I'm waiting for my change. I've had 2 of them while they're trying to okay, well, thank you very much. You need no napkins. I'm already wiping like my sleeve across my face to, instead of having a napkins. But man, it's so good.
Dude,
how about the patty melt?
The patty melt is
legendary.
number 11, just on the outside.
Oh, is it on the outside?
Just on the outside looking in. So the top honorable mentions, we got cinnamon rolls, French fries, and the patty melt. Yeah. And I think Whataburger's French fries maybe second to McDonald's, the best French fry in the fast food game.
I love it. I'm on the Whataburger online menu, and at the bottom there's a lighter and smaller section. And the food item that they've posted for lighter and smaller is still a double cheeseburger.
That's Texas, baby. That's what we're doing.
Are we okay with all these restaurants posting how much calories you are when you're?
I think it's California style.
Yeah,
apparently we're not because we don't mandate it.
I'm kind of I'm against that. I don't care.
You don't want to know.
I don't
I'm not
care
here
to
to be
know
healthy.
that the Big Mac is
I've made my bad
5,000
decision.
calories.
Get
I
in
don't
my
care.
belly.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be in denial about that right now.
We're getting a lot of love
Menu
for the
board.
apple pie on the text. The Buffalo Ranch chicken strip sandwich. Yes, that breakfast burger is fantastic, but don't sleep on breakfast on a bun now. The taquitos are the best. The triple Whataburger from 972. I think that might have been Eric texting in. We've got the sausage, egg, and cheese taquito. Add extra crispy bacon. You have to say extra crispy. You don't want the flimsy bacon.
The rubber bacon
from our guy Black and Gold B.
Yeah, he knows.
We also
there's a perfect spot with bacon. You don't have to choose.
No. Honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich on Texas toast. Pro tip, and I had somebody did tell me this before. You get the honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich, would you sub the honey barbecue for the honey butter?
Ooh.
And that was actually divine.
Oh my goodness.
Do they look at you weird when you do that?
I don't think they look at you weird.
They nod knowingly.
Like, pro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, what they do
He's
look at
done
you
it.
weird for is, can I get no bun? Then they'll look at you like, get the hell out of the line. And I've never been back since. It was an embarrassing moment. And Soda Wolchuk will not go to Whataburger because of that reason. But I miss it so much.
You want a salad wrap burger, go to California is what they told me.
I think anything on Texas toast is kind of a game changer.
I love how they do that. The alternate buns on the Texas toast. That's great.
God, I love it. But I think the sweet and spicy bacon burger, that'd be my number 1 from Whataburger. That thing's awesome.
That's a hell of an item.
God, it's good. The A1 Thick and Hearty is getting some love.
There you go.
The chorizo breakfast on a bun, the jalapeno cheddar biscuits. 972 is missing the Monterey Melt. I get it. That the mushroom Swiss at a limited time should never be limited from the 510. That should be an all-timer.
Wolchuk, you were talking about their fries.
Yeah.
I think their onion rings are better.
You know what? They might be, Brian. They might damn well be. And the onion rings are in the top 10.
Are they?
Yep. Number 10 is the What a Chicken strips. Now, I am a chicken snob. You know this.
Yeah.
I worked at Chick-fil-A for a decade. I was a manager for about 7 of those. I can't eat Whataburger or Sonic's chicken. It's too breaded. It's not enough
Too
chicken.
much breading. You don't like that
breading.
style.
It's too much breading.
I don't
Maybe on
like-
a good day you'll get a good one. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know
What
what
are
it
you
is
doing?
about the style. I just don't like it.
What am I doing?
It's too chewy.
I've
It's too tough.
got a good chicken palate, Brian. That's what I have.
Too breaded?
Too much bread. Not
What do you
enough
do with chicken fried steaks and stuff like that?
You got to make sure that you bread it properly.
Oh, jeez.
You want bread with a side of chicken, or do you
I want
want
it
a chicken
breaded.
fried
I
steak
don't
with
want it all falling off.
Right, but you can bread it properly without it being all breading and then little bits of chicken in there. That's just not what
But
you want.
do think there are other places that do it right?
Absolutely. I think Golden Chick's good. I think Chicken Express is very good. Raising Cane's has no flavor, but I like the chicken to breading ratio that they use. You got to use the sauce, or else
That
you're
is a
getting
good piece of chicken.
chicken.
It needs more salt though.
That Raising Cane's, they do it with a limited menu.
They sure do.
It's amazing.
And I haven't tried Lane's, but I've been told good things.
Lane's is good.
Popeyes is fantastic. Their chicken strips are delicious.
Good chicken.
Streets is good too.
Oh, I haven't gone there. Slim Chickens up the road off 75, also pretty solid.
Okay.
Number 9 is just the traditional Whataburger.
That's a number 1, right?
Yep.
Straight number 1.
Number 8, we've got the breakfast on a bun. And I think it might be their most slept on item. I really do. That breakfast on a bun is sensational. Number 7 is the avocado bacon burger. That's also on Texas Toast.
Is that new?
I don't think so. But I could be wrong because I have not gone to Whataburger in a long time.
I don't think I've ever seen them have like the avocado part of it.
Oh, you can add avocado to any of your burgers, my man.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right.
So I expect to get a full report. Brian Broad is trying this avocado bacon burger. Number 6 is their chocolate shake. Number 5 is the onion rings, Brian.
Thank you.
Number 4, the taquito with cheese. Number 3 is the sweet and spicy bacon burger. Add pickles to that bad boy if you never have. I recommend it. Number 2 is the double meat Whataburger. But number 1, the most popular Whataburger menu item on National Whataburger Day. Tell them Wolchuk sent you. It's the honey butter chicken biscuit.
Let's go. Yes. Yes. With a side of cinnamon roll and a Diet Coke.
I smell cinnamon rolls.
Yeah.
And a defibrillator.
Oh,
Clear.
yes,
yeah.
please.
I mean, look, Death Row Meal, sign me up for Whataburger. Whataburger and Babes. I'll just rotate.
Oh, Babes.
Life is good. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a little bit more Cowboys content coming up, but I have bad news from the world of sports, guys.
Oh, hell
no.
Rays ace Shane McClanahan, highly unlikely to pitch again this season, according to manager Kevin Cash. That's tough.
It might swing the balance of power a little bit when you start talking about playoffs.
It will. It's just, and I can't think about that right now because I'm just so devastated that that a sports injury happened.
Oh, I see what you're.
I got to put the injury first, Brian.
Yeah.
No, you do.
No, you do.
You gotta
Yeah.
make sure that
No, you
people know.
absolutely
I learned
do,
a lot last year.
This is bleeped.
Yeah.
No, you're learning like Colin Cowherd needs to
This is
learn.
really messed up.
Nobody calling you a D word.
Man, there's nothing good about this at all. I mean, the Rangers' chances of winning a series against the Rays might have just gone up by about 15%. And game 1, where they're throwing their ace against your ace, your chances might have gone up even more than that. Your chances of winning a series. I can't think about that right now because I'm so devastated by a sports injury. Okay, is this person not named Micah actually the most important player on the Cowboys defense? Is he this important? It's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3.
for their 8th straight win as they take on the A's again tonight at the Coliseum in Oakland. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Our broadcast begins at 8 o'clock tonight, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, at Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose, y'all. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation and the Fan. Have you guys seen this video? Maybe the LA is going to do an LA Live, which is coming up at 5:40. The lady that freaked out at the airline.
No, there's another one?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, there's another?
She starts breaking computers.
No.
Oh, man.
She's like in front of the line. She's not getting the answers that she wants, so she breaks that computer, and all the employees are just staring at her. So then she goes over and breaks the other computers. I think that's a lifetime ban from flying, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I think you're going to jail for that, aren't you?
Better tell your blood sugar or something's low.
So.
Yeah. You're going to jail.
She thought she was going home.
I lost my mind.
Yeah.
I don't know the video. The video.
I need cranberry juice and a cookie right now. Going crazy.
Guess that's what you call hangry.
Yeah.
That EpiPen.
Yeah. Help me out.
Hit me in the thigh.
What do you think about this Cowboys story? Is it a 4-year, $11 million contract guy who's actually the most important piece? That's how the story reads from Todd Archer today. On Cowboys defense with star power, Vander Esch is the most important piece. And you got a number of people in here, saying the same thing. And look at this. When he returned for the playoffs last year, the Cowboys allowed just 3.8 yards per carry and gave up just 5 pass plays of 20 yards or more in 2 games. His absence late last year might have crystallized or clarified exactly how important Vander Esch is. Had the stinger 5 snaps into the overtime loss to the Jags. Cowboys allowed 173 on 39 carries that game. Final 4 games of the season, the Cowboys yielded 18 passes of 20 yards or more, 4.5 per game, compared to just 25 in the first 13 games. There's something about Vander Esch standing there and directing traffic and being where he's supposed to be and helping others be where they're supposed to be that really exposed them as a bad defense in those 4 games late last year, really 5 games. Yeah, and it was a rock bottom point for the team. We thought they were toast.
Now, I think that we do need to take that and understand, okay, they were struggling bad with that number 2 corner spot. I mean, they were just putting jobbers out there, and they're getting beat left and right. But
pulling guys off the street.
Right, literally. I mean, Mackenzie Alexander, Trayvon Mullen. Now, I do remember Nate Tyson. We talked about this when LVE was out before he came back for the playoffs. Their rush success as a defense, they were the second best rush success with him on the field. Worst in the NFL with him off of it. Overall defensive success, 4th best with him on the field, 26th in the NFL with him off of it. So, I mean, he does provide a lot, not only from a schematic standpoint, getting everybody lined up, but he does have that rare combination of a linebacker that is good in coverage, that has sideline-to-sideline speed, is a good run defender as well, and they certainly, I think it really showcased their lack of depth, and maybe that improves this year with the Damone Clark stepping up, but they don't have a lot behind him right now.
No, I think that's another topic on the story. Like, we can talk about how great he is, but how bad of it is team building if you rely on the guy this much. Micah Parsons says he's the most important piece. That's one person I was super excited to have back. You talk about someone that knows and commands the defense inside and out, making sure everybody's lined up. What he puts into the game plan can't be replicated. And he says, I mean, he got a chance to work with Sean Lee, and I can feel like Sean Lee rubbed off on him. Is it as good as what Sean Lee did? I remember in Lee's prime, he comes into the game good defense, he goes out bad defense.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And it feels like we might have a similar thing going on with LVE.
No, and where the Cowboys are actually benefiting here is that so many teams had him failed on physicals. If you watch his tape, if you watch how he plays as a pro personnel guy, you're like, man, this guy makes a ton of plays. Why can't we bring him here? Why can't we bring him on our team?
Yeah, why is he getting 4 and 11, under $3 million a year for this much of an impact?
That is
just an injury red flag still.
Absolutely.
Salute to him for making a career out of it.
They've, and that's what you're kind of dealing with. The Cowboys know all his history, where other teams are just saying, well, we'll watch the tape, and Vander Esch playing well. Well, we can't sign him because our doctors would fail him.
So that being said, Brian, do you think it's careless to not have a good replacement behind him?
Oh, I think they're trying to have a good replacement. I think, the fact that this is where the confidence in Damone Clark is, the fact that they're putting Vander Esch as an edge rusher at times and letting him go work, because what they're telling you is they're going to sacrifice his ability to play with awareness and to play like defend the run, but also maybe carry a crosser behind him or something. The fact that they're going to let him rush tells you they feel good enough about Clark to be able to handle the responsibilities that Vander's. He had an interception today on the goal line. I was just watching here. He was, playing zone coverage. He's reading the quarterback's eyes. Dak, he just boom, flashes to his right, interception right there. But here they are. They're asking him to rush the passer. That tells you a little bit about Clark, because they're asking Clark to do some of the things.
I love to hear that. And then Overshone, what John Machado was telling us about Overshone, who's really catching his eye, and we're hearing good reports. I mean, you watch Overshone just individually in the drills. Dude's a freak athlete.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got some athletes on that defense. Overshone's probably in the top 5. That dude moves differently. He's a former DB that's now a linebacker.
What they're going to need him to do is not overrun plays.
Which was an issue at Texas.
Exactly. And he is so aggressive that he finds himself playing downhill. Then all of a sudden the ball breaks behind him. Then he gets washed. The one thing that Vander Esch knows how to play ahead, just keep, but kind of be able to slow play it enough that if the ball comes back, you could squeeze it back to anybody inside, or you can make the play right there. That's just awareness and gap integrity and all those things you do with your linebacker.
Well, to hear Vander Esch say it, he talks about his awareness and what he learned from Sean Lee, and he talked about the intensity and the focus and the effort, and that's where the awareness comes, is being locked in at practice and being locked in at film. And he says, you can control every bit of that. You don't have to have any talent to do that. So if you focus on meetings, practice, walkthroughs, being the most intense you can be, being the most focused you can be, and locked in, the rest is going to take care of itself. At this level, obviously, you have to be built like a legitimate NFL player. There's very few outliers that can survive past the mold, but every single player has that in the NFL. How do you get your edge? And, some guys, want to cheat like the Houston Astros. Some guys want to roid. But
you're encouraging.
Yes, yeah. But on top of that, if you can also be this focused and have this work ethic and this drive, that's the trait that you want to find in as many players as possible.
Well, it was very clear that when he was off the field, Damone Clark wasn't as good a player because he was dealing with Anthony Barr, and Anthony Barr was trying to survive his own troubles.
Do you think you can train somebody up to be sufficient, though, in year 2, Damone Clark?
Well, it seemed like he feels like he is, right? I mean, he told us he's feeling leaps and bounds better than he was a year ago.
This time last year, Damone Clark didn't know if he was ever going to play football again.
And then the game that he started, he ended up thinking, I'm just playing special teams.
Yeah,
but Barr goes down, I think it was, and then they're yelling, hey, get into the game. So, he was playing with his head on a swivel last year like a chicken with his head cut off, not knowing what the hell was going on. He's going to be different this year.
I certainly hope so, and I suppose the trade market is out there as well. But man, great player to have. It did take LVE a number of years to get to this point, and again, I want to acknowledge what he overcame with his injuries to make this much of a career out of it. And it's a little bit bad luck that you have to have a concern about his neck, but the Cowboys really made it work for them, giving him some security at $11 million for this next contract, but getting 4 years out of it. If he stays healthy, that is going to be one of the best values in all of sports, let alone the NFL. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
Got some Cowboys audio. We'll hear from Micah Parsons and Deuce Vaughn. John Rahm has one simple request for the PGA Tour, and would you try this? That's next.
Okay, I want to chat Diamonds Direct. You should try him.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We do have the Rangers player show coming up in 20 minutes. Jordan Montgomery, one of the new starting pitchers, is going to join us, and we'll talk to him about what he plans to do to the Oakland A's tomorrow. He will be the starter in that 3 o'clock start. Tonight it's 8:40 for the first pitch, 8 o'clock pregame after an abbreviated get right. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk to take us on a sports hodgepodge. Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
All right, Duncan's got a boozy beverage. I want to know, would you give this a try? It's coffee and tea, and it is spiked. It's something that they're kind of putting out there like, look, if you're a believer in the hair of the dog, we got something for you. We're coming out with some spiked hard coffee and tea that will officially launch very, very soon, according to Dunkin'. It's going to be 6% alcohol content, flavors such as the original, the vanilla, caramel, and mocha. The tea is going to be 5% alcohol content. You'll have strawberry, dragon fruit, mango, pineapple, and half, which is essentially an Arnold Palmer there for you, Brian. You guys give Dunkin' a shout for your morning wake up with a little bit of spiked coffee or tea?
I can't believe this is a story. I think it's insane, but it's probably going to be a big moneymaker. There's probably a bunch of people getting ready to go to work, and they need that nip before they get into the office. And they're gonna get there.
It's probably genius. It probably is. Now maybe they don't serve it until a certain time. They're still trying to figure out
on the
a lot
state
of things
and the
on
liquor
this.
law and stuff.
Right, exactly. But
yeah,
either way, I kind of do think it's fun. I can roll into my Dunkin' Donuts. I can snag whatever it is. And oh, by the way, can I get a hard coffee? Yes, please. Thank you very much, sir.
I'm for more freedom and less regulation. So sure, let's have them sell weed there too.
Why not? Just a full-on cannabis store.
I
prostitution,
think some pot
maybe as
brownies.
well. Yeah,
You want to open up a strip club next door?
And Dunkin' Donuts, yeah, strip clubs, yeah.
All right. Dunkin' dolls.
Let the open market determine. Let the open market determine where these things should be and what people should be selling. So I have no problem with it. Although I'm just minorly disturbed by the idea of people stopping by and getting liquor in their coffee and then hitting the road to go to work.
Yeah, there's some things that don't make sense here that I think they need to workshop out. But
is Mothers Against Drunk Driving like asleep at the wheel on this one or what?
I don't know.
This seems to be like a no-brainer on something they don't.
They're all meeting at Dunkin' here for this.
Right. And it's definitely going to start off in the New England area because that's where they're based out of. So I don't know how quickly it's going to come to Texas. But, I mean, man, I was a little blown away when I first read this story.
I wouldn't be surprised if this started like in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Because
McCarthy was requesting it at the Dunkin' there?
Yeah, when I was living there, because I was dealing with I'm going to say this right, shift workers, and so there were bars, there were for every person there was 10 bars. So I was drinking early in the morning, getting off work was not an issue at all. You would drive by a bar and there would be 10, 12 cars out front ready to go.
Night shift, just got off work. They want to get their buzz going.
Work. Yeah.
It's party time.
Yeah. So places like that are heavy drinking,
blue collar industrial type of places where thousands of people are getting off work at the same time.
Yeah. Let's go get a coffee.
Yeah. And we're getting a lot of good texts. I'm sure they could just bottle it, put it in stores, your gas station, your convenience stores. We've seen Starbucks do that as well. You can buy that there. I mean, look,
there's spiked Starbucks.
Starbucks doesn't have the spiked drinks yet.
You're talking about just
like
bottle.
the Frappuccinos.
Okay, yeah.
But Starbucks, I bet, is going to follow suit with this. If this is successful, Starbucks isn't going to be left out.
I want to find out what kind of liquor that is. Is it a nice dark liquor? Or what's going on? We have a liqueur.
Yeah.
What are we doing
Maybe
here?
at Starbucks. I don't know about Dunkin'. Dunkin' might hit you with some.
I don't know what they're putting in there, man. But I'm interested to see what the sales look like.
Maybe you get a premium.
I just don't want any wine-based liquor. I want real-life liquor.
Right.
Yeah.
And what is that for you? A flavor? Or you're knowing its purity?
It's pure stuff.
Yeah.
That wine-based is a different little buzz.
Slap of the bass.
It's cheap.
Slap the bass.
Respectfully.
It is.
Is it a headache waiting to happen?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want anything to do with that.
Nah, hell no.
No doubt. All right, Micah Parsons, number 9 in the NFL Top 100 list. The top 10 was pretty crazy, but he's the highest ranked Cowboy. He popped on with the NFL Network after the top 10 was unveiled. They asked him about being number 9. What were his thoughts? Here's Micah.
I'm super happy. Definitely a little bit, surprised, a little bit happy, but to finally be up there with these legends is it's an extreme honor.
What are you surprised about? It's too low for you?
Nah, just like there's just so many great players across this league, and you just kind of never know how the numbers gonna match up. Definitely not the way I wanted to finish the year, but I think that's why we got this year.
That's right, we got this year. So for you, what are the goals, personal goals this year for this season?
Man, personal goals, just to be outright number one player in the league, no matter position, player. Just I want to be number one on this list. I want to be number one in the league. I want to be a MVP caliber player, defensive player of the year caliber player, Super Bowl player. So anything, I want to hit the trifecta pretty much, like 1, 2, 3.
I love it. Let's hit that trifecta. The defensive player of the year. You can be MVP and I think Super Bowl champ's the most important, but Micah believes it, and I believe him.
Aaron Donald was number one in 2019. So there's a precedent for it. I think it's doable. I wonder if Cowboys hate would prevent, a lot of these players from around the league of voting for him, or maybe Cowboys love would help. But yeah, I think it's there for the taking. Maybe you get your hands on a couple of picks, couple of fumble recoveries, and like 18.5 sacks. That might get it done.
Well, if you end up playing the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and then you end up being the one that just makes Pat Mahomes' night a living hell, that could be the deal breaker for you.
But in order to get the players' attention, you need one of these freak-like moments that just blows up on social media and Sports Center.
Like you're playing the Eagles, and like they're trying to win the game, and then now you're getting there, you get the sack, knock the ball out of Hurts' hands, and that's the difference right there. Like you had 3 sacks in the game, you caused the game, turning play. Those are the kinds of things that people know. They notice you for that.
So Micah was also on the Pivot podcast. We saw them while we were out in Oxnard with Ryan Clark, Fred Taylor. We actually got to meet Fred in Vegas, Lucius and I did. Then we saw him again, or I saw him again in California. I was talking about that fight, and Fred, he was smart. I mean, he hedged his bets there with that one, betting on Bud and on Spence. But they were talking to Micah about last year, the way it ended, moving forward. Here's what Micah had to say.
You're headed into San Francisco, a team that took you out the year before at the start at AT&T. And so now you got this opportunity, and the defense plays well. You're not able to score enough points. Defense doesn't make the plays in the red zone that keeps them out, and you lose. What was your feeling walking off of the field last year?
Man, to be honest with you, it ain't really hit me till we hit the locker room. The thing that people don't realize, like, that team will never be the same again. Like, them same guys, same coaches, it'll never be the same again. And, like, I was so devastated realizing, like, I ain't never talked or hugged some of them people that, I left that locker room with ever again. Like, once we broke out of meetings, I never talked to George Edwards again. I never got to say to him how much I appreciate you for molding me and helping me as a young player and staying on me. Like, I never got to say thank you to the people across the room who helped me and gave me advice. Like, and that feeling right there crushes you, bro. Like, there's no feeling like feeling like you let people down, and that regret too. I think about all the plays I ain't missed. Like, every play, there's certain plays I think about that I'm like, man, I wish I'd have just did this. Like, I know that was my job, that was my duty. Like, and you live with that for so long. If you were really a competitor, like, everyone's not built like that. But me, like, that stuff weighs on me, bro. It's like a little heart attack.
It's a little heart attack. And I mean, not many people can relate to that. You know what it's like at the end of the season, Brian.
Oh, yeah. It's like you're going 1,000 miles an hour, then you slam into the wall.
It's over.
And it's over. And it's just the finality of it all. I think I hope you used the right word there.
You did. Sounded good to me.
But that's what it is, because you're on this journey, and then when it ends, and it's even worse when you're on the road and you got to fly home.
Yeah.
And you're looking around, and you're just kind of, and he's absolutely right. You don't know, what the next year's going to bring and what the team's going to look like and who the coach is. By the way, he could thank McCarthy for getting rid of George Edwards on him. That guy. I mean, George Edwards is a damn good football
Great coach.
And he helped Michael Parsons a lot.
I think he helped Leighton a lot, too.
A lot. And you know what? Hey, Scott McCurley, hey, I'm sure you do a fine job. But, man, George Edwards really helped those linebackers. And for him to get part of the purge, that seemed like that him and Jerry, like Mike and Jerry, were kind of going back and forth on purging guys. That I think that was one that Micah probably didn't understand. Like Dak probably didn't understand about, with the quarterback coach getting thrown out. Doug Nussmeier.
Yeah.
You really like Doug Nussmeier a lot, but
Well, that mindset is just second to none. That's a player that is playing for way more than a career or money, and a player that's not afraid to admit the pain of losing. No disrespect to Zeke. He's considered one of the great players, but a number of years ago, he was like, well, it's hard to win in this league. A lot of teams are paying their players a lot of money, and we're up against a lot of good guys, so you can't be too disappointed when you lose.
Xavier Woods saying you can't go hard every play.
Yeah, it's just some guys can. Some guys carry a lot more, and to have one in Micah Parsons leading your defense, I think it goes a long way towards getting this thing over the top. I tell you what, I bet Micah Parsons was stunned they lost as well, because you hold the 49ers to 19 points. You kick their ass the majority of that game. 19 should be enough as a defense to get you through to the conference title game. They gave you 4 chances in the second half from late in the third quarter all the way down into the final minute to score the game tying or winning touchdown. You couldn't do it on offense, And I'd be surprised still if I'm Micah Parsons, not in the fact that we lost, but that the team hasn't made the offensive line significantly better yet. How many times do you need to get held under 20 points consecutively in the divisional round before you're like, hey, should we get a better offensive line? Awesome. You got Cooks and Gilmore. Did that help Dak? Kind of.
Well, what they did was your coordinator. They traded out your coordinator.
Yeah,
coordinator couldn't win at AT&T, and coordinator couldn't win at.
The play caller matters. That's for damn sure. And you're right. And I think that was a big reason to move on. All right, before we get to the PGA Tour, one last Cowboys cut. This is Deuce Vaughn with Nick Eatman on DallasCowboys.com, learning from Darren Sproles.
Before heading to training camp, did you get any advice from Darren Sproles about overcoming size and being a dominant NFL running back?
Absolutely. I got to meet Darren Sproles my sophomore year at K-State and got his number and been in contact with him ever since then. And the biggest thing I asked for him was, what was your mentality like going in? And like you said, proving the doubters wrong early, that was his mentality, was proving those doubters wrong, proving people that didn't believe in him to go out here. And, of course, I took a little bit of a different approach, but I took his words and I was able to use that through OTAs. And he said, like I said earlier, be a sponge, catch punts, do everything that you can to be as versatile as possible in the football field.
And he's going to do that. I mean, I think his ability to play special teams, catch punts, return kicks, hopefully that's a focus to put Turpin more involved with the offense like we're hearing right now.
Yeah, I kind of, and a little shaky back there. I've been watching a bunch of special teams with him, and, there's some hit and miss back there. Be careful with all that, the judgment and stuff, being able to secure the ball. But the one thing that I've seen from him is they're using him a lot in these like screens,
which is
and flat passes and stuff.
Yeah.
Like they're kind of sneaking him out of the backfield. Like, okay, you're not going to see this guy. And the next thing you know, the guy's in the flat going up the field. And this is all like in the red zone and stuff like that. So good to see him get some opportunities that way.
I can't wait to see how Deuce is involved. And I think that he's certainly going to be the highlight player of preseason. Everybody's going to be looking forward to watching him play. All right, let's look at the PGA Tour. This became an issue back in 2019. John Rahm apparently had to take a leak against a tree because there are no bathrooms, and cameras captured him watering the trees, if you will, back at the PGA Championship in 2019. We had another problem with Ricky Fowler talking about this, and he strongly implied that he may have recorded a bogey on the final hole of a round at the Rocket Mortgage Classic because he was slightly distracted by his body telling him he might need to use the bathroom. Here was Ricky Fowler following the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I had to go to the bathroom pretty badly. So luckily I just got drug tested, so I went straight in. There weren't many bathrooms the last 5 holes, so I was a little shaky coming in, and not to necessarily blame the finish on that, but it didn't help.
So today, John Rahm was talking with reporters at the TPC Southwind ahead of the FedEx St. Jude Championship.
Yeah.
He floated a pretty reasonable solution to solve these bathroom woes. Here's John Rahm.
I can tell you right now, my priorities are a lot lower than what a lot of people would think. If I go by request, I know this is going to sound very stupid, but as simple as having a freaking porta potty on every hole. I know it sounds crazy, but I can't choose when I have to go to the bathroom, right? I've told the tour this many times, as simple as that. Just simple little things better for the tour, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not unreasonable at all.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
I mean, how can you have the whole back half? You don't have a bathroom for these guys to use.
Well, especially playing in the summertime with the way they are and as much water as they're probably having to drink as they're going along. Yeah. I mean, you're sweating stuff out, but how about giving them an opportunity?
And by the clubhouse and by the main holes at 1 and 10, there's hundreds of porta potties lined up at these big events. Just scoop one up and take it to, different holes. And I get it because I'm a super hydrator myself. John Rahm's a bigger guy.
Yes, he
I
is.
wouldn't be surprised if he's really crushing the water. And yes, like during the show, sometimes I'll go back-to-back breaks.
Yeah.
It's insane. But that's just how much water I'm crushing.
Well, is Waste Management? They're not a porta potty people, right? They're a big sponsor.
They're trash.
They're more trash.
They're more trash.
But hell, they might have their own porta
They
potties.
can branch out.
I mean, look,
Yeah,
Brian,
it's a
you're
good
not
opportunity.
alone. You're not
Yeah.
the only person who's walking the course and crapping their pants because of soy sauce and orange juice. Ricky Fowler almost did it.
I'll tell you what, that is the worst feeling in the world, not having a bathroom around.
Okay, I tell you the best feeling is when the Expressway is next. It's 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. You have LA Live coming up at 5:40. Now, I believe Jordan Montgomery he's going to float on us a little bit back to the 6 o'clock.
Okay,
so we'll do Around the Bases coming up at 6:20.
Speaking of floaters.
Okay, we're going to talk with Jordan Montgomery, one of the new starters. He's actually taking the hill tomorrow. It's going to be a 3 o'clock start, little afternoon baseball for you tomorrow. I'll ask you who's the biggest threat in the NFC. Is it clear? And can Mike McCarthy be counted on to give this team this kind of edge? It's next right here, the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. If you're struggling to